Foreword and Chapter I of Houdini, His Life Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. Foreword. Houdini left behind him very complete biographical material in the form of diaries covering the last 2 decades of his life, many autobiographical fragments, letters, volumes of clippings, references, special articles, programs, playbills, and much revelatory matter in the various books and pamphlets from his pen. These data are supplemented and enriched by the storage of memories he left in the mind of his wife, who was his constant companion during all his work and play for 33 years. Harry and Beatrice Houdini were married 10 days after they met, when he was 19 and she barely 18, and thereafter they were never separated except on 2 or 3 occasions, and then for only a few days at a time. This biography is prepared from the data and records mentioned above and from the recollections of Beatrice Houdini. The bulk of the research and collation of material was the work of Miss Catherine Hayes Amend. While in general the secrets of magic are carefully guarded among those who practice the art, the author has been able to give intimate glimpses of Houdini's methods and to reveal the inner workings of a number of his major mystifications, which were his alone. Chapter 1. Houdini began his career with a traveling circus at the age of 9 in the Middle West, and his first trick, which he had perfected laboriously in secret in the family woodshed, was to pick up needles with his eyelids while suspended by the heels head downward. From this humble early beginning, it was a far cry, and for many years a laborious struggle, to the role of the master magician, who thrilled and amazed great audiences everywhere with his daredevil feats, his unsurpassed dexterity, his almost superhuman physical endurance, his mystifying escapes from manacles, straitjackets, prison cells, sealed chambers, chests, and casks of every kind, from his famous Chinese water torture cell, from a living grave 6 feet in the earth, and from a heavy packing case, carefully nailed together by experts, weighted and tossed into the sea. When he died in Detroit, October 31st, 1926, at the age of 52, he had been a public performer for 43 years. Hundreds of thousands of persons in various cities have seen Houdini, stripped and securely handcuffed by police experts, leap from some bridge or boat into a stream or harbor, on some occasions in weather so cold that a hole had to be cut in the ice before he could jump, and have seen him emerge again within 2 minutes, free and smiling. Other hundreds of thousands have seen him encased in a police straitjacket and thus securely trussed, suspended, head downward by a block and tackle outside some public building, and have watched him free himself within a few minutes. Scores of thousands more have observed him on the stage of the New York Hippodrome perform the most ambitious vanishing stunt ever undertaken by any conjurer. Before them on the stage, directly over the big Hippodrome tank containing 250,000 gallons of water, stood a 5-ton elephant, swaying heavily in the spotlight, and almost in an instant, behold, that huge mass of living flesh had disappeared, and the big stage was empty, save only for the smiling, nonchalant showman. Finally, in all the larger cities in America, and in many of the principal European capitals, Houdini mystified the public authorities by his jail-breaking demonstrations. After permitting the police to strip him, cover him with manacles, and lock him in their securest cell in their best-ordered jail, in a few minutes he would walk into the office of the warden or police chief, free and fully clothed, the elaborate shackles dangling loose in his hands. What was the secret of these feats of wonder? His art really included manifold secrets, and very largely the details of these must rest in the grave with him. Only one person, his wife, was in his confidence, and in certain matters she was pledged to secrecy. In a general way, however, Houdini on occasion would frankly discuss his methods with his few intimates. His great secret, in fact, had a double key. "My chief task has been to conquer fear," he said. "When I am stripped and manacled, nailed securely within a weighted packing case and thrown into the sea, or when I am buried alive under 6 feet of earth, it is necessary to preserve absolute serenity of spirit. I have to work with great delicacy and lightning speed. If I grow panicky, I am lost. And if something goes wrong, if there is some little accident or mishap, some slight miscalculation, I am lost unless all my faculties are working on high, free from mental tension or strain. The public sees only the thrill of the accomplished trick. They have no conception of the tortuous preliminary self-training that was necessary to conquer fear. My second secret has been, by equally vigorous self-training, to enable me to do remarkable things with my body, to make not one muscle or a group of muscles, but every muscle a responsive worker, quick and sure for its part, to make my fingers super fingers in dexterity, and to train my toes to do the work of fingers. This double spiritual and physical training was the foundation of his art. In this case, also, genius consisted of an infinite capacity for taking pains. Intimate visitors to Houdini's home had glimpses of this infinite capacity. Seated conversing with friends, he would absently take a pack of cards from his pocket, and for half an hour or an hour would exercise his fingers in manipulation, making certain cards appear at the top of the pack when they seemed hopelessly shuffled, all the time conversing on a wide range of subjects, and paying not the least attention to the cards or his sensitive and agile fingers. I have to keep in practice to do things like this mechanically, like walking or breathing, he explained once to a friend who inquired the reason for this intermittent exercise. On other occasions, he would take a length of string from his pocket, tie it in various sorts of knots, and drop it on the floor. Presently, his visitor might observe that Houdini had unobtrusively slipped off his shoes and socks, and was untying and retying the knots with his toes, meanwhile never so much as glancing at his own remarkable manipulations. His training for his various immersion stunts and for feats such as remaining encased in a sealed casket underwater for an hour and a half was peculiarly arduous. For months on end, several times a day, he would practice going underwater in his own bathtub, holding a stopwatch to test his endurance, lengthening the period of immersion each day until he could stay under for more than 4 minutes without grave discomfort. His high record was 4 minutes 16 seconds in a public test. For hours at a time, he would practice slow breathing exercises, accustoming himself to get along with a minimum of oxygen so that he could feed his lungs sparingly with the few cubic feet of air in a little casket and endure for an almost unbelievable time. It is safe to say that no human being could compete with Houdini in keeping himself alive on occasion with hardly enough oxygen to suffice a mouse. On tour, with cold weather approaching, he would take matutinal cold baths, a little icier each morning, to prepare himself for his stunt of being pushed overboard, handcuffed in chilling waters, and freeing himself on the bottom. His diaries record the stages of this Spartan preparation. Typical are the successive entries in January 1907. They run: January 7. Gee whiz, another ice bath. They want to see me earn my money. January 9. Took cold bath, 49 degrees. January 10th. Took cold bath, 48. Doctor stops ice bath. January 16th. Cold bath, 40 degrees. Gee, it's cold. January 18th. taking icy baths to get ready for bridge jump. Water about 36 degrees. On more than one occasion, this training in complete mental serenity under the most critical circumstances saved his life. One conspicuous instance occurred in Detroit, where he had a fortnight's engagement at the beginning of the winter of 1906. In accordance with his usual custom of giving a free public thriller to excite interest in his show, he arranged to be hurled, handcuffed, into the Detroit River from the Belle Isle Bridge during one of the first days of his engagement. When the morning arrived, the manager of the theater called him up to report that the river was frozen solid, and the stunt, therefore, could not be performed. "The public will think you were four-flushing," he said. "Can't you do something else that will go just as big?" "What's the matter with the river stunt?" Houdini came back. "Can't you get someone to saw a hole in the ice under the bridge? That will be all right with me." Accordingly, a large open space was cleared in the river ice, and at the appointed time Houdini made his way through the throng of thousands that had gathered on the bridge and shore in the bitter north wind. Mrs. Houdini was not with him that day, though almost invariably she accompanied him to the scene of his public thrillers. She had a bad cold, was running a temperature, and was forbidden to leave her bed in the hotel. There she fretted in great discomfort of mind, listening to the north wind whining across the roofs and thinking of Houdini in the icy river. The water stunts were the bane of her life anyway, for she, more than anyone except Houdini himself, knew the risks he was taking. Moreover, she had to conceal her terror over these daredevil performances, because she knew she must do nothing to damage his morale. She remembers kissing him gaily as he went off to the bridge, though her heart ached with fear. At the bridge, he stripped to bathing trunks, was carefully manacled by policemen, exchanged a little banter with newspaper friends, and, by his own instructions, was pushed off the parapet of the bridge and vanished with a splash into the icy water. On such occasions, Houdini always had with him in the crowd a skilled underwater man as a sort of aqueous life insurance. This man had a rope with him, and his instructions were, if Houdini did not appear by the end of the third minute, to make the rope fast, toss over the free end, and go down and get him. Of course, the presence of this emergency man was not generally advertised. Usually, on such occasions, Houdini reappeared in a little over a minute. This time 2 minutes passed, then 3. The rope man was slow with his rope. It took a lot of courage deliberately to let oneself down into that black hole in the ice. Possibly his hands were already numbed with cold, and he had difficulty in getting his rope ready. The time went on. At the end of 4 minutes, the police surgeons and other physicians who had been invited to witness the performance expressed the opinion that some mishap had occurred and Houdini had done his last stunt. The newspaper men began sending off messengers with hasty bulletins to their papers. They and the doctors, with occasional glances at their watches, kept their eyes glued on that black hole in the ice, and in the big crowd, in which a low murmur of dismay was growing, thousands of eyes were fixed on that spot. Finally, the rope splashed into the water. A terribly frightened diver started to climb down, but before he got under way, Houdini's head and arm flashed out of the water, and the next instant he was supporting himself by the rope on the surface of the stream. He had been underwater 8 minutes. Back in the hotel, Mrs. Houdini was lying uneasily in bed when she heard newsboys crying in the street. "Quick, open the window wide," she said to her attendant, and suddenly the cries became clear. "XIII, XIII, Houdini dead! XIII, Houdini drowned in river!" She hurried the woman out to get a paper, and the next few minutes were the most desolate of her experience. But when the woman returned, Houdini himself burst in close behind her. His head was still dripping, and he was blue with cold, but he was alive. After he had a hot bath and a rub-down and some steaming tea, he told his wife the story. I reached the bottom and freed myself quickly as usual, he said, but there must have been more current than I calculated, for when I came up, there was solid ice above me, and I couldn't locate the hole. I went down again and looked, and I swam about under water a little, but that confounded hole had vanished, as if it had suddenly frozen over, and after a little I began to need air. That bothered me, but I got an idea. I let myself come up gently, and sure enough my idea was a good one. Between the surface of the water and the undersurface of the ice was a little air space, about half an inch wide. By lying on my back and poking my nose into this gently, I could fill my lungs. Of course, this wasn't too easy. If I drew in water with the air, I'd take to choking, and then, well, I didn't think about it. I'd get a little air and then navigate around a bit looking for that damned hole, and then I'd have to get another breath. I couldn't see much anyway, and it wasn't so warm down there. After what seemed about an hour, I saw the rope flash into the water, not very far away, and you bet I made for it. That was that. Sometimes, in rare moments of confidence, Houdini would give an intimate friend a fleeting glimpse of his technique. Late one afternoon, at the office of his attorney, some months before Houdini's last illness, in the interval of waiting for some legal papers, the talk turned on the opening of safes, and the lawyer asked it if it was really true that Houdini could open any safe. Yes, said Houdini, if everyone knew what I know about safes, safes wouldn't be worth very much. I sometimes wonder at the possible consequences if a clever hypnotist should get hold of me and dig out my secrets about safes and pass them on to persons in the underworld. But it is a remote danger. I don't believe they would know how to apply the secrets, even if they heard them. When I was a youngster, in petticoats, locks had a fascination for me. As I grew up, I worked with various locksmiths. The study of locks led to the study of all sorts of locking appliances. In this connection, I took up physics, even dipped into chemistry a bit. 5 hours is a full night's sleep for me. I can do with less. It's remarkable what a lot of work a fellow can get done during those 3 extra hours while the rest of the world is in bed. It's nearly 1,100 extra hours a year. Maybe that's one of the reasons I am the great Houdini instead of a sideshow piker. Can you open our office safe? Asked the lawyer presently. If you give me 3 minutes alone with it, I'll try, said Houdini. But first, let's make sure it's locked. It isn't any trick to open a safe that isn't locked. The safe was a large Herring Hall Marvin affair, such as is used as a repository for wills and other precious papers in a large law office. It had been locked for the night. The lawyer left Houdini in front of it and retired to his private office. In a few minutes, Houdini summoned him. He walked up to the safe, without hesitation turned the knob to the proper combination, and the big steel door swung open. Back in the inner office, Houdini, on a sudden impulse, said, I'll show you the secret. No one has seen it before. He took from his waistcoat pocket something that resembled the case of a watch, save that within was a single sensitive dial instead of the 2 fixed hands. I made this myself, he said. It is the only one in the world. If you knew what it meant and how to use it, it would give you the combination of any safe anywhere. He slipped it back into his pocket. The 2 men left the office together. It was in a large building stretching to 2 streets, with entrances on both, the rear entrance being closed after 6:30 at night. Absent-mindedly, after they left the elevator, the lawyer led the way toward the rear entrance, but as they reached it, he saw that the heavy, burglar-proof locking apparatus had been set and the doors were closed for the night. I'm sorry, he said, turning. We'll have to use the other exit. He took a few paces, continuing the conversation, when suddenly he noticed that Houdini was no longer by his side. He turned back just as Houdini was starting to call him. Houdini stood, holding the burglar-proof door open, grinning like an urchin. What's the matter with this exit? He asked naively. It opens all right. They passed into the street, and then Houdini stooped over the lock a minute. "I'd better leave this the way I found it, or your office might be robbed in the night," he remarked. A few turns of his wrist, and the lock was adjusted again. By a curious irony of fate, after Houdini died, no record could be found of the combination of his own private safe in his home, and no one could open it. On a certain day it became necessary, rather unexpectedly, to secure immediately certain papers locked in that enigmatic safe. It was election day, a holiday, and the office of the makers of the safe did not respond to the telephone when an attempt was made to get them to send professional aid. Finally, through some roundabout inquiries, a retired expert cracksman was secured. He labored for half a day over a problem which Houdini could have solved in the case of a strange safe on the instant. Finally, he had to blow the thing open. If Houdini were looking down on that sweating cracksman, he surely had a full appreciation of the situation. Magic is almost as old, apparently, as man. In primitive times, the sleight-of-hand artist found a credulous audience and easily preyed on the wonder and fear of his tribal mates for his own elevation. He pretended to control both good and evil spirits, and thus secured for himself the prerogatives and emoluments of a supernatural being. Up to fairly recent times, the most reputable magicians did not disdain to permit the humble folk to believe that they had supernatural aid, or even that they occasionally received counsel from Beelzebub himself. The elaborate gimcrack apparatus, the peaked hat, and the decorative flowing robes affected by the old-time magicians lent color to this common belief, and the robes were also useful for making objects appear or vanish unexpectedly. For hundreds of years, crowds gaped at performers who could swallow fire, glass, or swords, who could walk on red-hot coals, sit serenely in a burning cage, tread unharmed on broken glass, or mount a ladder of swords. These things sound like marvels. In fact, they are very simple, quite in the elementary grades of magic. No supernatural aid is needed for such feats. In one of his books, Miracle Mongers and Their Methods, Houdini gave comprehensive descriptions of the various methods of accomplishing these seeming miracles. Some of them are not without risk, but they are normally safe enough for the seasoned performer. During the past century, the higher-grade magicians have steadily shown a tendency to disavow all claims to supernatural aid and to stand on their own feet as artists. The flowing robes and the superfluous hocus-pocus have been discarded. The profession has gained correspondingly in dignity and public favor. Houdini was surely the most explicit and painstaking of magicians in explaining that his magic had no supernatural attachments. Mrs. Houdini writes, "When Houdini made a 5-ton elephant vanish from the stage of the Hippodrome, that was a trick and only a trick. I know how it was done, and I saw every step of the arduous months of planning and preparation that made it possible. No demons or angels whisked the elephant away, and, I may add, there was no trap door, nor was the trap door possible with a huge tank of water just beneath the stage floor. When, on the same stage, Houdini would swallow, or seem to swallow, a large spoonful of thread and a dozen packages of needles, and would subsequently draw the thread out of his mouth with the needles strung on it at intervals, until 200 threaded needles from his mouth were stretched on 100 feet of thread across the stage, that also was a trick, and only a trick. I know how it was done, and I was with Houdini when he discovered the germ of it in an old book of magic picked up in a second-hand bookshop in London. No visitor from the other world imparted the knowledge. When Houdini escaped from every sort of manacling device, from every sort of prison cell, from every sort of cask and chest and packing case devised by experts and nailed up and sealed by them, these things were tricks, and tricks only. They were performed as the result of long forethought and skill and persistent, arduous training by a man of steel nerves, but there was no supernatural agency involved. Despite Houdini's constant disavowals, a legend persists among many simple people that he exercised peculiar psychic powers. The legend was assisted by statements of fraudulent mediums exposed by Houdini, who would assert, after he had duplicated their feats, that he also possessed psychic powers which he was either unaware of or deliberately chose to conceal. That honest believer in so-called psychic manifestations, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was Houdini's good friend in spite of their disagreement about spiritualism, insisted that Houdini's skill was largely supernatural. "My dear chap," he wrote during one of Houdini's tours in England, "why go round the world seeking a demonstration of the occult when you are giving one all the time? Mrs. Guppy could dematerialize, and so could many folk in Holy Writ, and I do honestly believe that you can also. My reason tells me that you have this wonderful power, though I have no doubt that up to a point your strength and skill avail you." To the end of his days, Houdini was unable to shake Sir Arthur's conviction. J. Hewitt Mackenzie, president of the British College of Psychic Science, in his book entitled Spirit Intercourse, was equally emphatic. Houdini is enabled by psychic power, though this he does not advertise, to open any lock, handcuff, or bolt that is submitted to him, he wrote. He has been imprisoned within heavily barred cells, doubly and trebly locked, and from them all he escaped with ease. This ability to unbolt locked doors is undoubtedly due to his mediumistic powers, and not to any normal mechanical operation on the lock. The force necessary to shoot a bolt within a lock is drawn from Houdini the medium, but it must not be thought that this is the only means by which he can escape from his prison, for at times his body has been dematerialized and withdrawn. Houdini's reply to this was explicit. He wrote, "I do claim to free myself from the restraint of fetters and confinement, but positively state that I accomplish my purpose purely by physical, not psychical means. My methods are perfectly natural, resting on natural laws of physics. I do not dematerialize or materialize anything. I simply control and manipulate material things in a manner perfectly well understood by myself and thoroughly accountable for and equally understandable, if not duplicable, by any person to whom I may elect to divulge my secrets. But I hope to carry these secrets to the grave, as they are of no material benefit to mankind, and if they should be used by dishonest persons, they might become a serious menace." A peculiarly pathetic instance of belief that Houdini could reach into the hidden world for psychic aid was afforded by Sarah Bernhardt. Early in 1917, during her last tour of the United States, after she had lost her leg, Madame Bernhardt was playing in Boston at a time when Houdini was also filling an engagement there at Keith's Theatre. She invited him to visit her at her hotel, and there, for half an hour, Houdini performed for her some of his choicest mysteries. The next day, he was doing one of his outdoor stunts, and he invited the divine Sarah to watch the performance from a car as his guest. She saw him thrust into a straitjacket, chained and locked up, and suspended head downward from the top of a tall building, and from this precarious position she saw him free himself. As they were driving back in the car, she suddenly embraced him, and in the caressing tones which only Bernhardt possessed, she said, "Houdini, you are a wonderful human being. You must possess some extraordinary power to perform such marvels. Won't you use it to restore my limb for me?" Houdini looked at her, at once thrilled and amazed. "You can bring it back, can't you?" pleaded the golden voice. "You ought to be able to bring it back, since you do these feats that mystify mankind." There were tears in Houdini's eyes as he gazed at her appealing face and told her that he could do nothing except by natural means. During the entire ride back, lost in deep thought, she kept her eyes on his face. There is a more or less prevalent belief that certain East Indian magicians are endowed with supernatural powers which enable them to perform feats which no Occidental can emulate. As a matter of fact, the art of the magician as practiced in India is a century or more behind the art as developed in the Western nations. No East Indian conjurer has approached in skill and resourcefulness the late Alexander Herman or our own Harry Keller of happy memory. None can be compared with Houdini. At best, the East Indian fakers have a few clever stock tricks which they have perfected through successive generations of performers, and in which the illusion is assisted for the Occidental spectator by the exotic setting and the elaborate Oriental hocus-pocus. At worst, their offerings are wholly amateurish stunts, which the first-rate Western magician abandoned years ago. Master magicians have come out of the Orient. No one who ever saw the great Ching Ling Fu would have the temerity to deny that. But they have been few and far between, and India has offered no creative geniuses in that line during recent times. This was Houdini's view, not infrequently expressed, and it was the result of the most exhaustive study of magicians and their methods ever made by anyone. The principal stock trick of the faker is the basket trick. In this, a boy is tied in a net and pushed into a pot-bellied basket, on which a lid is placed, and the whole concealed under a sheet. After many incantations, the magician removes the lid, stamps in the basket, and finally, jumping out, jabs into it rapidly with a sword. After some further hocus-pocus, the boy is made to reappear from the basket. As Houdini explained it, the boy is a contortionist. As soon as he enters the basket, he coils himself against the bulging sides. When the faker is poking into the basket with his sword, the boy is wriggling about in the bottom, keeping out of reach, often guiding the thrusts between his legs, as every movement in the act has been painstakingly rehearsed over and again. The pièce de luxe of the East Indian repertoire, however, is the rope trick. This is indeed difficult to explain by natural means. According to the description, the faker tosses a rope into the air. Magically, the rope remains suspended upwards, so to speak, into space. One of his assistants climbs the rope and vanishes in the air. In a short time, his dismembered body comes crashing to the ground. The fakir gathers the pieces together and places them under a cloth. Presently, the climber jumps up from the cloth, smiling, whole and unharmed. There is only one trouble with this marvel. It was never performed. It is one of those things that a friend of mine had described to him by a man who had heard that it was done in a neighboring province. It is said to have been described originally in a book of travels written by a Mughal emperor over 300 years ago, but no one knows whether the emperor was a veracious person or even whether he asserted that he saw the thing himself. Not long ago, an Englishman spent 2 years in India hunting for a glimpse of this marvel. He was unable to discover it, or even to find any person who had seen it. In the early days in the United States, the lot of the native magician was not easy. Magic, perhaps, was not in the American tradition. The regular theaters would have nothing to do with the magic mongers, so they were compelled to hire halls in the large cities and put on their own shows. The best of these pioneers of American wizardry were Professor W.H. Young, Harrington, Wyman, and Napoleon. They were famous in their day and made a comfortable living, but they were long since completely forgotten. European magicians were the first to open first-rate American theaters to performers in their art. The profession had reached a high point by the time of Alexander Herman, who died in 1896. Had Houdini put his abilities to evil uses, he would undoubtedly have been the gravest individual menace ever known to organized society. He could enter or leave any building or chamber at will, leaving no trace of breakage behind him, and he could open the strongest steel vault as easily as a skilled second-story man could pry loose a bedroom window. No cell or jail could hold him, for he could solve any lock system in a few minutes and pass through the most elaborate door. Had he chosen the crooked path, society would have been compelled to have him put to death for its own protection, for nothing short of the capital penalty would have served. Doubtless, Houdini would have wrought even greater havoc in human society had he perverted his genius for illusion to make himself the central figure of a new religious cult. He could have done this without difficulty. Moreover, he was aware of what he could accomplish in setting himself up as the inspired prophet of a new mystical religion and the full implications in wealth and power and position of such an adventure. Those of his friends who were privileged to witness the occasional séances, usually of a wholly impromptu character, which he sometimes gave for their edification during his later years, can understand his possibilities in this field. The effects he would produce in the course of an evening at a friend's home where he happened to be making a social visit would make the ordinary mediumistic phenomena seem quite childish. Spectators would be awed in spite of repeated assurances from Houdini that he was merely tricking them. On Halloween, 1922, while he was a guest at the home of Sophie Irene Loeb at Harmon-on-Hudson, Houdini gave a mock séance, including a spirit message from Jack London, and the effects he produced were so weird that after he returned home, he was impelled to write in his diary, "I must put on record that it was done wholly by dexterity." Had Houdini posed as one supernaturally inspired, one who could escape even into another world and return with messages and mandates and commands, and had he chosen to substantiate his claim by achieving seeming miracles for which a normal physical explanation could hardly be found, he could easily have established a formidable army of worshippers among millions of simple and credulous persons eager to be lifted out of a humdrum existence by messages from the skies. The pseudo-prophet would have been a more terrible portent than the super-cracksman because of his power to sway the minds and souls of men. Fortunately, neither crime nor black magic had any lure for Houdini. He was a healthy-minded human being, apparently with no abnormal rift in his psychological structure. It was natural for him to play straight, and so he lived and died as a great showman. Yet that description falls short of doing Houdini justice. Quite aside from his professional genius, he was a rabbinical Puritan with much sentimentalism in his makeup and a streak of mysticism, while he devoted his life largely to devising methods for the breaking of physical bonds. He was also interested in breaking psychic bonds and communicating with friends who had passed through a door for which he had no picklock. After the death of his mother, this curiosity developed into a passion. His experiences with mediums led him to a warfare on frauds who strove to palm off phenomena of trickery and sleight of hand as manifestations from the dead. During the last few years of his life, all his energy and skill and showmanship were enlisted in this crusade. End of Chapter 1. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 2 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The baby who was to be Houdini was born in the town of Appleton, Wisconsin, April 6, 1874, the son of Dr. Meyer Samuel Weiss and his wife Cecilia. He was named Eric. He was the fifth child, and others were to follow. When Eric was born, Dr. Weiss and his wife were newly settled in Appleton. They had fled from Hungary rather precipitately. Their story is romantic. Dr. Weiss and his wife both came of cultured and prosperous Jewish families in Budapest. In his youth, Meyer Weiss won distinction as a scholar. He became a rabbi and a teacher, and a brilliant career in scholarship was predicted for him. While still a very young man, he married Rosa Schillick, a singer at the Hofoper at Budapest, whose sister, by a curious coincidence, later married the original Hermann the Great. Rosa Schillick did not live very long, and the young widower sadly settled down to his studies and teachings. Some years later, he received from a close friend, a man considerably younger, a strange request. This young man confided to Weiss that he was in love with a beautiful girl who, he suspected, reciprocated his affection, but he had not the courage to put the question. He asked Meyer Samuel Weiss, as an older man, learned and eloquent, to go to the young lady, Miss Cecilia Steiner, and plead his suit for him. Weiss was well acquainted with both the young lady and her family. After some hesitation, Weiss consented and set forth on his John Alden mission. He put forth an eloquent plea, prefacing it with excuses for his friend's shyness, but even as he talked, he saw that the young lady's feeling was not for his principal. In fact, she mildly suggested that her heart could be enlisted only for a man who could speak for himself, and she intimated that the eloquent Weiss might do that most satisfactorily. Weiss went home with his head in a whirl. He was more than 25 years older than Cecilia, and his reason told him that an alliance between them, with such a disparity of ages, was highly unwise and somewhat ridiculous, as well as unfair to his young friend. However, the case of Cecilia could not be settled by reason. After hours of pacing about his study, he sat down at his desk, wrote an impassioned history of his life, and asked, in conclusion, that Cecilia accept him as a husband. Cecilia replied primly, in accordance with the proprieties of the times. Herr Weiss, I was highly surprised at your letter, though your honoring intentions were already known to me. She politely referred him to her family. In that quarter there was no objection, save from a certain Uncle Heller, an aristocratic person who held that Weiss's position was not quite lofty enough for Cecilia. He was overruled. They were married May 27th, 1864. Apparently, Dr. Weiss and his bride were destined to settle down to a distinguished and comfortable life in Budapest. 4 children were born. Then came sudden tragedy and exile. The actual events are a bit obscure. Dr. Weiss, as he grew old in America, would never talk of them, and Houdini was equally reticent. It seems clear, however, that a duel was fought between Dr. Weiss and a man of distinguished name, a Gentile, trained to the use of arms. It is also clear that the slender Jewish scholar left the field unwounded, while his opponent was carried off to die. It is also apparent that in the encounter, Dr. Weiss was defending the good name of his race against bitter slander. The outcome, it appears, was that the Weiss family left the country alone and without resources. Some relatives in Milwaukee helped Mrs. Weiss and the children to get to the United States and to Appleton. Some months later, through the interposition of influential relatives in Europe, Dr. Weiss was able to join them, and about the time of his arrival, little Erich was born. Between the time of his conception and his birth, the fortunes of the family had completely changed. From a condition of security and comfort in a gracious society, swift events had hurled them into a penniless exile in a land whose very language was wholly strange to them. They had, in a material sense, nothing on hand, nothing to look forward to. In fact, they had only their love and pride. With these, they faced the situation. Erich was a strong, sound, happy baby. His mother always insisted, in later years, that he never cried. Only one characteristic gave her a little uneasiness. He slept barely half as much as had her other babies. At times, when the average well-ordered infant would be deep in slumber, young Erich would lie in his crib, awake and content for long periods, his bright steel-blue eyes roving curiously from one object to another. The self-sufficient baby developed into a fearless small boy, possessed of as much overflowing energy and endless curiosity about the world as an eager, darting terrier. Almost the earliest family anecdote about him is concerned with his engaging habit of learning from his elders. When he was about 7, his teacher met him on the street one day. She greeted him with a smiling, grown-up good morning that made Erich flush and mumble in childish embarrassment. When a gentleman meets a lady, Erich, the teacher instructed him, he should take off his hat and bow. Without another word, Erich darted past her down the street. He ran clear around the block to meet her at the next corner, to her amused astonishment. This time he swept off his cap and bowed with quite an air. His roving curiosity and lack of fear gave his parents frequent concern, and it was not easy for Dr. Weiss to maintain a philosophic calm when, one evening, in the twilight, he beheld his son stumbling across a very high trestle, bearing on his back an awkward and top-heavy collection of old metal he had salvaged. It was inevitable that locks should have received his early attention. Lock-picking had advantages besides satisfying his desire to know how things were done. His mother, for reasons obvious to any mother of a large brood, kept a substantial lock on the cupboard that held her Apfelkuchen and Torten. Though the lock showed no sign of having been tampered with, sweets began to disappear with annoying regularity. Circumstantial evidence developed to attach the thefts to Erich. Mrs. Weiss reinforced the defenses of the cupboard with a padlock, but within a few days the mystery of this device was also solved, and bits of pastry continued to vanish. To the end of his days, by the way, this devotion to pies persisted. On his last Sunday at home in New York, before his final tour from which he never returned, Mrs. Houdini made for dinner 2 strawberry pies, of which he was particularly fond. She, too, kept a lock on her pie closet, not to keep out Houdini, for no lock was too complicated for him, but for other domestic reasons. They went for a walk in Central Park in the morning, and as they promenaded, her wifely instinct detected in Houdini's pleased yet placating manner some unconfessed mischief. Just before dinner she discovered the peccadillo. One of the pies was gone. On the empty plate lay Houdini's visiting card. The boy Erich was always prying into junk piles to find cast-off fasteners to study and treasure. This fascination never left him. His friends relate that he was never in any strange room long before he was examining all the locks, those on doors, on chests, on trunks. In a few minutes he would be on intimate terms with every one of them. But the great delight of the small boy was in magic. A traveling circus came to town in one of his early summers, and along with several other youngsters, he managed to slip under the canvas. Wandering about among the sideshows, he came upon a conjurer producing bunnies, flags, long streamers of ribbon, flowers, omelets from an inexhaustible silk hat, and making cards and coins appear and disappear in the air. Immediately, the fat woman, the living skeleton, the elephant, and even the acrobats were forgotten, and Eric parked himself in front of that man of simple guile and stared absorbedly at his manipulations of wonder. When he did not return for supper, his family began making inquiries, and Rabbi Weiss finally found him between the conjurer's knees, being initiated into the mysteries of making a dried pea appear under any one of 3 cups. Thereafter, when a circus came to town, Eric made straight way for the dusty platform, where the peerless mysteriarch of 3 continents, or the wonder-working wizard of the world, performed his homely mysteries to the accompaniment of crude patter. Not circus guards, nor watchful town constables, nor parental threats could keep him from these vigils, from which he returned to practice card palming, coin materialization, and the simpler sleights he had observed. The Weiss family had so many boys that they were a gang in themselves, but Theodore, was his brother Eric's most devoted follower. Together they practiced the balancings and stretchings and jumps of the clowns and acrobats. Eric could far surpass Dash's utmost endeavor, for he had a limberness and quickness and loose-jointedness that gave him an unfair advantage in contests. Such rigorous feats he put upon his youthful muscles, and how his companions did try to outdare him and finish his young boasting. In the matter of rope escapes, he could beat them all, too. Boy fashion, the gang cherished scraps of rope, and in his visits to the circus lots, the future escape wizard of the world picked up a variety of ingenious rope ties from the good-natured canvas men. Meanwhile, the Weiss family grew steadily larger, and the Weiss income smaller. Dr. Weiss's little classes in Hebrew and his rabbinical services, taken together, brought in but a pittance. He was aging and sadly hampered by his inability to speak the language of his country, though he spoke both French and German fluently. The Jewish residents of Appleton and the environs were few, and the younger generation among them were growing impatient at what they regarded as their rabbi's old-fashioned ideas. They were caught in the strong onward sweep of American life, and to most of them the patient, fine-grained old-world scholar seemed out of the picture. At the age of 6 or 7, Eric began to hunt odd jobs. He was fond in later years of telling how, as a newsboy, he had sold copies of the first issue of the Milwaukee Journal, and, as a bootblack, he had on one proud occasion polished the shoes of the governor of the state. When Eric was 9, Jack Huffler's 5-cent circus came to town, and the lad applied for a job as performer. Probably the manager remembered from previous visits the youngster who had parked himself in front of the conjurer's stand. At any rate, he let Eric show him his tricks. They suspended Eric head downward from a rope and saw him pick up pins with his eyelids. He let them tie him up with ropes from which he speedily managed to free himself. Possibly the manager felt rather benevolent. Possibly he saw possibilities in exploiting a local boy wonder. At any rate, Eric was engaged, and thus, at the age of 9, started his professional career. Of course, he wanted to go off with a circus when it left town, and, of course, his parents refused. They had been pretty liberal as parents go to permit him to appear at all, for a 5-cent circus hardly offered an ideal environment for a boy of 9. Dr. Weiss was making a trip to Milwaukee shortly after this, and to assuage Eric's disappointment, he promised to take him along and show him a real magician, the famous Dr. Lynn, an Englishman who was then touring the States. Dr. Lynn's specialty was an illusion which he grandiloquently named palagenesia. In this, he pretended to administer chloroform to a man and then to dismember him, finally restoring his limbs and leading him before the footlights, alive and smiling. To Eric Weiss, the illusion was a real miracle. 30 years later, Houdini purchased this trick from Dr. Lynn's son in England for $75, and during his last 2 years, when he was running his own show, he presented it with Dr. Lynn's original apparatus, except the chloroform, as a mirth-provoking deception. Eric hung around the shop of the local locksmith in Appleton so much that finally the man gave him a job. He was then 11 years old. In a few weeks, he was able to pick every lock in the place, and he fashioned out of a bit of wire a little picklock which could master any fastening apparatus with which he came in contact. The town sheriff entered the shop one day with a gigantic prisoner in tow. The man had been arrested on some complaint, but had been discharged by the justice for lack of evidence. When they went to unlock the handcuffs, the key could not be found, so the sheriff had brought the discharged prisoner to the locksmith to have the iron bracelets filed off. The locksmith filed away for a time at the tough steel. It was a hot day. No breath of air stirred the leaves of the trees outside. Sweat streamed down the old fellow's face. The sheriff yawned. "Jim, let the kid work on them things for a spell, and you come out with me and get a glass of beer." There was nothing criminal in getting a glass of beer in those days. The locksmith went. Eric had been staring at the stranger with the fascinated attention always bestowed by small boys on lawbreakers and other heroes. Now that he was left alone with him, he felt less comfortable. He always remembered him as the ugliest person he had ever seen, a giant with a shock of coarse black hair over a bony face covered with a growth of bristly beard, save where a scar gleamed through, blue-white like a frog's belly. The man scowled at Eric silently. The minutes rolled on while Eric worked and sweated, but the file made little impression in his inexperienced hands. The man grew more and more restless. Eric had a sudden idea. "Wait a minute," he said, and fished out of his pocket a tangle of string and bits of metal and other miscellany, and finally his picklock. He had never tackled a handcuff lock before, and as he adjusted his wire to the cuff, he wondered uneasily what the uncouth giant would do to him if the bit of bent wire did not work. The man was watching every move of Eric's fingers with unwavering intentness. A minute later, one cuff fell off, and the second quickly yielded. Then Eric stepped back hastily and shoved the picklock back into his pocket, while the man rubbed his wrists and stared at the boy thoughtfully. What idea was gathering under his thatched skull, Eric never knew, for at that moment the sheriff returned, and the man was told to clear out and keep out of trouble. Eric never saw him again, and never wanted to. He was probably the only man who was ever able to watch Houdini open a handcuff. After a time, the locksmith went out of business, and Eric was again reduced to selling papers, boot-blacking, and other petty tasks which no longer interested him. Even at the age of 11, Appleton seemed to him a small place lacking in opportunity and excitement, especially when magicians like Dr. Lin were touring the great cities of the world, winning fortune and renown. He wanted to go off into the world himself, but he knew this project would be vetoed if he put it before his father and mother. He pondered the matter many weeks. Would he be missed very much? The household was as poor as one could well imagine, and painfully overcrowded. He had been the fifth child, and there were now 2 younger brothers and a sister. He didn't see that he could help them very much by staying in Appleton. A serious conversation with his father on Eric's 12th birthday reinforced the boy's resolution to set forth to seek his fortune. Dr. Weiss had been greatly impressed by the mature sense of responsibility shown by this son and by his deep-rooted tenderness for his mother. "Eric, I am getting to be an old man," he said. "Promise that if anything happens to me, you will see that your mother never comes to want." Eric solemnly promised. A few weeks later, he took the first step toward fitting himself to carry out his vow. He vanished from Appleton without leaving any message, for he took no chances on being followed and brought back. Several days of frantic uneasiness in the Weiss household, elapsed before his mother received a postcard from the wanderer. "Dear Ma," he wrote, "I am going to Galveston, Texas, and will be home in about a year. My best regards to all. Your truant son, Eric Weiss." In his later years, Houdini could throw no light on why he had fixed on Galveston as a destination. Probably it was merely a false trail to mislead family pursuers. Eric set out on a sunny morning with no possessions save the clothes on his back. Partly on foot, partly beating his way on a freight train, he came in the afternoon to the little town of Delavan, Wisconsin. A housewife, Mrs. Flitcroft, responding to a knock on her door, found a ragged, dusty, small boy who inquired if he could do some job about the place to earn a meal. Mrs. Flitcroft took him in, fed him, and allowed him to sleep before the fire. While he was sleeping, she noticed 2 big rents in the trousers of this diminutive wanderer. Without disturbing him, she took them off, patched them, and cleaned them. In the morning, she sent Eric on his way, his pockets plentifully filled with food. When, some years later, Houdini got his first real engagement as a performer, out of his first week's salary, he bought a silk blouse for Mrs. Flitcroft and sent it to her with a $5 bill pinned to it. This gift, in the abrupt Houdini manner, was the beginning of a series of remembrances. After leaving Mrs. Flitcroft, Eric wandered on from place to place, sometimes tramping the roads, sometimes taking informal rides on freights. He worked at odd jobs, doing his tricks wherever opportunity offered, and taking up a collection from the yokels. He found no ready pot of gold, but he did not starve. His course lay southward at first, then pretty steadily east. If Galveston was really his original destination, that was soon forgotten. Sometimes he would come upon a provincial circus or a fair. The resolute little wanderer would seek out some man in authority. "I am Eric the Great," he would say. "I can let anyone tie me with ropes, and I can get free." If the man was persuaded to give him a test, he could usually get a brief engagement to exhibit his skill. That was what he liked to do, but any job, delivering packages, watching a baby carriage for a shopping mother, or helping men at work in the fields, was good for the price of a meal. He had abounding courage and resourcefulness, plus good health. Once, when he was performing at a country circus, a local constable tied him up. After Eric had wriggled free, the man pulled from his pockets a pair of handcuffs. "Here, bub," he said good-naturedly. "Do you think you can get loose from these?" Eric the Great hesitated. He jammed his hands into his pockets. In one, he could feel the bit of wire with which he had freed the handcuffed prisoner in Appleton. "I'll try," he said. "You must let me go off by myself to try." The constable snapped on the cuffs while the crowd grinned. Eric the Great vanished behind a convenient curtain, and in a few minutes he reappeared, carrying the cuffs opened. The amazement of the officer and of the rest of the country crowd made a great impression on the boy. Eric the Great mused on the possibility of putting on a handcuff escape act. About this time, he was able to send a little money home and to get a letter from his mother. His father, he learned, had finally given up the struggle in Appleton and had gone off to New York to try his luck there. The rest of the family were remaining in Appleton until Dr. Weiss could afford to make a home for them in New York. Eric presently made his way to the city and joined his father. The two had not seen each other for nearly a year. New York, Dr. Weiss had decided, offered the best field in the country for a Hebrew scholar to find a livelihood, and he had come to the city literally to begin life anew. At the age of 64, he set himself to learn English in order to further his fortunes, and he succeeded in mastering the language. Already pupils were gathering about him, and for a time Eric helped him in his little school, for he had learned a smattering of Hebrew at his father's knee. Between whiles, Eric worked as a messenger boy. While Eric was still a messenger, he and Dr. Weiss managed to save enough money to send for the family. In a little flat in the Upper East Side, there was a joyous reunion. They were deplorably crowded, but happy to be together at last, and in a real city again, for both Dr. Weiss and his wife were urban folk, and they had had difficulty in adjusting themselves to life in a small town. After the family arrived, Eric got his first regular job as a necktie cutter, and in this he continued more than 2 years. He was a good worker. Under date of April 3rd, 1891, H. Richter's Sons, 502 Broadway, gave him the following recommendation, the original of which was found among his papers after his death. To whom it may concern, we hereby certify that Mr. Eric Weiss has been in our employ for 2 years and 6 months as assistant lining cutter, and we cheerfully recommend him as an honest and industrious young man. Eric managed to join the Pastime Athletic Club and become an amateur runner, winning medals in various junior classes. He had his picture taken in running costume. A gangly youth, his chest plentifully bespangled with medals. On the back of the photograph he wrote, "The medals are most all real, too. Ma made the pants for me out of red Karsha satin." But Eric purposed to be neither a runner nor a necktie cutter. During every spare moment he practiced magic and card tricks and studied the mysteries of locks and rope ties. He was continually astonishing the members of his family and the neighbors with his increasing skill, and after a time such organizations as the Friendly Circle, quote, "Entertainment and Ball at Schillerbund Hall," unquote, and the Literary Society of the YMHA, quote, "Special Ladies' Night," unquote, began to include Eric Weiss, conjurer, on their programs of home talent. Sometimes, when he confined himself to card tricks, he was billed as Cardo. Sometimes he appeared as Eric the Great. In his 16th year came a notable event. Already the boy had begun to haunt second-hand bookshops, pouncing on books on magic, and unless the price were beyond his eager reach, lugging them home as treasure trove and poring over them until long after the rest of the family were asleep. In one of his prowling excursions, he came across a battered volume entitled Memoirs of Robert Houdin, Ambassador, Author and Conjurer, written by himself. At the cost of a few cents, Eric had the volume under his arm when he went home that evening. After dinner, he retired to his room with the book and plunged into its new world of wonder. He read of complicated secret mechanisms to control automata which could write messages, draw pictures, or fetch from a miniature shop any kind of pastry or wine, seemingly in response to the conjurer's wand. Of ingenious blowpipe arrangements whereby orange trees were made to flower and give fruit in response to the same commanding motion. Of complicated rods and hidden shelves to support beautiful ladies apparently floating through the air in a trance. Poring over the pages, the excited neophyte found the key to miracles of sleight and illusion that had puzzled him for years, and to many other magical secrets hitherto unknown to him. This book, written in a free and romantic style, the apparent autobiography of a great magician, has captured the imagination of many others interested in magic. But to no other person, probably, had Robert Houdin seemed such an authentic major prophet as he did to Eric Weiss. When Eric's mother got up the next morning, she discovered him still seated beside his bed, fully clothed, bending over the volume. The bed was undisturbed. Through the night he had read and reread with steadily growing enthusiasm. At last he had found the key to the world of wonder which he had been half-consciously seeking since he was a slip of a lad. At once, he wrote years later, Robert Houdin became my guide and hero. I accepted his writings as my textbook and my gospel. What Blackstone is to the struggling lawyer, Hardy's tactics to the would-be officer, or Bismarck's life and writings to the coming statesman, Robert Houdin's books were to me. To my unsophisticated mind, his memoirs gave to the profession a dignity worth attaining at the cost of earnest, lifelong effort. Eric lost no time in relating to his friend Jack Heyman, who had performed with him at some amateur gatherings, the news of his wonderful discovery. Both boys were thinking seriously of venturing into magic as a career, and for Eric, the book clinched the argument. Jack said that the addition of the letter I to the name Houdin would give the meaning, in French, of like Robert Houdin. This suggestion struck fire in Eric. I asked nothing more in life than to become, in my profession, like Robert Houdin, he wrote years later in recalling the incident. Immediately he adopted that proud name. Eric Weiss disappeared forever, and in his place was Houdini. End of Chapter 2. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 3 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A few months after the discovery of the memoirs of Robert Houdin, Eric abandoned his job as a necktie cutter, and he and his chum Jack Heyman struck out as professional entertainers under the name of the Houdini Brothers. They performed various feats of magic, including, as their most ambitious feature, the so-called trunk trick, wherein one of the performers is securely roped and locked in a trunk. The trunk is concealed for a minute by a curtain, and when it is reopened, the original occupant has vanished, and in his place, his partner is discovered bound in the same fashion. Houdini delighted audiences with this trick to the close of his career. It was not original with him, but he brought it to a development which would have amazed the older magicians. Houdini's decision to put to the test his ability as a professional magician was strengthened by the death of his father in 1892. When he felt himself failing, Dr. Weiss summoned Eric and bade him repeat his pledge, made on the boy's 12th birthday in Appleton, that he would always care for his mother. Through his life, Houdini observed this pledge in generous measure. Even in his poorest days, he always managed to send most of his salary to his mother, and after he won fame, nothing was too good for her. The partnership with Jack Heyman was short-lived. The boys could not agree, so after a few months, Houdini substituted his brother Theodore as the other brother. The boys played clubs and schools and entertained at minor social gatherings for a small fee, picking up a precarious livelihood which they usually had to reinforce by doing odd jobs of a wholly unmagical character. In 1893, the brothers gravitated to Chicago and filled an engagement at a sideshow at the World's Fair, and thereafter Eric, as Harry Houdini, handcuff king and escape artist, appeared for a time alone at Cole and Middleton's famous Dime Museum at Chicago, doing 20 shows a day for $12 a week. At the museum, Houdini performed his handcuff act, which was his own novelty, and he supplemented this by escaping from a packing box. The latter was not a new trick. Harry Keller had introduced it before American audiences in the 70s. A prepared box with one-trick board was used, and with this apparatus, which, by the way, can still be bought for $1 or $2 from vendors of magic, it was easy for any performer of fair agility to mystify simple audiences. In later days, Houdini discarded the trick box altogether and permitted challengers to build their own chests and nail him up on the stage. In the Hall of Freaks and Miracle Workers at Cole and Middleton's were a rare assortment of curious persons: strong men, fat ladies, sword swallowers, fire eaters, Siamese twins, jugglers, bearded ladies, Lalou the bird girl, and many others. Houdini, aged 18, studied them all closely for showmanship and technique, but his particular attention was reserved for Horace Golden, an established magician who appeared on the same bill at the fabulous weekly salary of $75. Golden really was, and still is, a competent purveyor of magic, proud of his skill and thoroughly self-satisfied. When the upstart Houdini sought to exchange ideas with him, Golden snubbed him pompously. "Why should I talk to you?" he sneered. "You get $12 a week. I get 75. Heh! You got nothing to tell me." 20 years later, Houdini was being paid $1,500 a week, and Golden was receiving substantially less. Occasionally, the two met in the course of their careers, and Houdini's references in his diary to the older man were invariably bitter, for the snub never ceased to rankle. Back in New York, in the spring of 1894, Houdini played for a time at a beach resort. "Harry," remarked the manager one day, "why do you say, 'You can see, ladies and gentlemen, that I ain't got nothing up my sleeve'?" "What's wrong with it?" asked Houdini. "Say, 'I have nothing up my sleeve.' It sounds better." "Thanks," said Houdini shortly. He never used "I ain't got" again. About this time, Houdini fell in love in his abrupt and impetuous manner and married the girl who was to be his only intimate companion to the end of his days. He was then 19. This romantic adventure can best be told in Beatrice Houdini's own words. Quote, "At the beginning of the summer of 1894, Houdini, unaccompanied by his brother, gave an exhibition at a small high school. I was a pupil at the school, barely 18, and naturally was eager to view the entertainment. It was difficult to persuade my mother to let me go, because in our family all shows were regarded as wicked and unfit for the eyes of young women. On one occasion, even a Punch and Judy show had been frowned on as dangerous. However, I coaxed persuasively for the school exhibition, and Mother finally gave a doubtful and suspicious assent, and we went together and sat in the very front row. While Houdini did his tricks, I sat with my eyes popping from my head, my hand ecstatically squeezing Mother's. I had never dreamed of such wonders, and to me, the performer was a marvelous genius. Then came an unhappy accident. In the course of a trick, an awkward movement by the young magician upset some acid on a table, which spilled over my dress, staining it beyond redemption. My mother, who had come against her will and had observed with growing distrust Houdini's defiance of natural laws, lost her temper completely at this mishap and scolded the performer unmercifully, even threatening to have him arrested. Houdini, meanwhile, had leapt down to us, all apologies and humiliation. I managed to whisper to him, "Don't mind Mother, I think you're wonderful." "Do you?" he exclaimed, straightening up, and for a long moment our eyes held while Mother and the rest of the audience were completely forgotten. I was taken home almost immediately, but that long look we had interchanged was both an ending and a beginning for both of us, and before I left, Houdini managed to whisper that he would see me again. The second day following, he rang the bell of our house, a little frame house with a tiny front yard. My mother opened the door a few inches. "What do you want? Up to more tricks?" she said. "I'm having another dress made for the young lady," said Houdini. "I want the ruined one to get the proper size." After some further parley, Mother got the old dress and placed it in his hands. "Be off with you," she said. But meanwhile, I had been peering out of my window at this handsome, alert-looking young man with his frank blue-gray eyes and curly dark hair. As he turned away, I waved my hand at him, and presently I stole out and we took a brief walk together, my first walk alone with a beau. It was a week before he reappeared with a very pretty pink dress. His mother had sat up nights making it with her own hands, for, of course, they were too poor to buy one. Mother, still unrelenting, took the package from him and closed the door, shutting him out without a word. Houdini stood in the yard, a very uncomfortable-looking young man. Then I opened the window and called to him, "You'd better wait until we see how it fits." In a few minutes, I slipped down the stairs with the new dress on, seizing my hat and my purse as I left the room. "The dress is wonderful," I said, turning around to show him how the frills stood out. "You are wonderful," said Houdini, and his voice shook, for he was only 19. No young man had ever spoken to me in such a voice before. Without another word, we began to walk down the street together. Luckily, my mother was occupied with some housework and did not see her abandoned daughter walking out unchaperoned with a young man. A few blocks off, we saw a crowd of Italians. They surrounded a carriage in which sat a girl in a white veil and a man who was kissing her. The people were throwing flowers at them, and they seemed to be so happy. "You would make a beautiful bride," remarked Houdini thoughtfully. He suggested a visit to Coney Island. I was dismayed at such an adventurous excursion, but finally agreed. It was then early in the afternoon. The wonders of the famous boardwalk were a new world to me, and time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, I realized that it was late in the afternoon, and we were far from my home. I began to cry. Houdini, all tender solicitude, vainly tried to comfort me. Between sobs, I explained to him that I had never before been away from home alone for more than a brief errand. My long absence would not be forgiven. I would be scolded severely, locked in my room. I would have to say 18 rosaries as a punishment, on my knees on the hard floor before the little altar Father had fixed up in our home. "If you were my wife, they wouldn't dare punish you," cried Houdini fiercely. His suggestion astounded me. He seemed such a shy young man. Nearby stood a second-hand jewelry store, its window containing an alluring display of wedding rings. Before I knew it, Houdini had whisked me inside. and I was trying some of the rings on my finger. One that fitted was speedily found, but when it came to paying, Houdini turned out his pockets with a look of dismay. He had spent all the money he had in his pocket on the shows we had seen, and there was only a little change left. At this point, I thought of my purse. For a wonder, I happened to have a little money in it, so we bought the ring together. How people went about getting married was a mystery to both of us. While we were considering ways and means, I suddenly thought of a man in Coney Island with whom my father had once had some business, who, my father had said, could do anything. The phrase had stuck in my mind. "There's a man here named John Y. McCain," I said. "I'm sure he can marry us." We hunted up McCain, who was then the satrap of that part of the world. By good luck, we found him in his office, and by good luck, he received us. He even remembered, or pretended to remember, my name, Ronner. But when we stated our errand, he flatly refused our request. "Why, you're nothing but a couple of foolish kids," he said. "You go home to your mother, young woman, or I'll be tempted to have you both arrested." We told Mr. McCain that if he didn't marry us, we were determined to elope anyway, and finally he relented, laughed, and said, "Oh, well, youngsters, I suppose I might as well put you out of your misery. Have you got a license?" We hadn't thought about a license, but McCain was something of a magician in his own domain, and in a short time he had one ready for us. I still had $2 in my purse, and I slipped them stealthily to Houdini, who paid them out for the license with dignity. So we were properly married by the boss of Coney Island, with 2 ward heelers as witnesses. The date was June 22, 1894. Probably few persons have married in such haste. Doubtless it was a risky and immature procedure, but our instincts served us well. When Houdini died, we had been married for 33 years, and we were romantically in love to the end. "Now," said Houdini as we left McCain's office, "I shall take my bride home to my mother." It was a long ride by trolley from Coney Island to the Vice home on East 67th Street, Manhattan. But Eric's arm was about me, and I was too much in a daze to think about difficulties or to care about time. Probably I should have reflected a little on the shocked reactions of my family to this hasty marriage. My people were very poor. In our austere German standards of respectability, public entertainers were beyond the pale, and I had married a showman. Besides, though the matter had not been mentioned, I gathered from Eric's appearance that he was a Jew, and in our simple Catholic upbringing, a Jew was a person of doubtful human attributes. It was long before the growth of tolerance, before Mr. Dooley and Abe Potash and the Feitelbaums and Abby's Irish Rose. If I had given thought to these things, it might similarly have occurred to me that Eric's mother, as an Orthodox Jewish woman, would have similar doubt and resentment against me, because I was a Roman Catholic. But Eric was kissing me, and nothing else mattered beyond the spring in our hearts. I had no fear until we were standing in the hallway of a tenement and Eric was knocking at a door, and I found myself confronted by a handsome elderly woman with finely chiseled features and the bearing of a queen. "Mother dear," said Eric, "here is my wife. I love her very much." He spoke in German, my own family tongue, though at the time he did not know that I could understand. For a moment I felt his mother's bright black eyes probing very deep within me. "You love her very much?" she asked, also in German. "Yes, mother." "Then I haven't lost a son. I have gained a daughter." With that she took me to her arms. I was perhaps fortunate in that the Weisses had several sons and only one daughter. My own parents, by a curious coincidence, had 9 daughters and 1 son. Thereafter, as far as our itinerant life permitted, her home was mine, and after she gave up housekeeping, my home for the rest of her life was hers. Her instant acceptance of me was the more beautiful because Houdini's love for his mother had dominated his life completely. After my coming, there were, of course, two loves in his life, running parallel, so to speak, but never was there any sense of clashing or of division. As I look back at this, I realize that the perfect smoothness of our relationship was largely due to the mother's fine sense of human values and rare generosity of spirit. She kept her son's devotion, and she made me feel that her life was enriched by my affection for her and by his happiness with me. It was a poor and crowded home. In fact, for that first night, there was really no room for us. Houdini could sleep with one of his brothers. A shakedown was found for me with a neighbor across the hall, whose name, as I understood the introduction, was Mrs. Moore. I went to bed early, in a cot in a diminutive bedroom, but the excitement of the evening made me wakeful. Finally, I dropped into a restless slumber, from which I awakened suddenly with a sense of someone moving in the room. I opened my eyes cautiously, and to my horror saw a Chinaman in a long silk robe tiptoeing into the room, carrying a lighted candle. I was, of course, an inexperienced child, but I had seen posters of numerous melodramas in which innocent white girls, usually very buxom and blonde, were being carried off as white slaves by wicked Chinese. I had only the vaguest notion about white slavery, but I knew that every Chinaman was a fiend devoted to kidnapping and opium, so I realized in an instant my great peril. A moment later, my screams woke the household and the whole neighborhood. The Chinaman vanished, doors slammed, windows crunched open, and I could hear footsteps running. Soon Houdini burst into the room. Mrs. Moore, it appeared, was really Mrs. Moy, and her husband was a Chinese physician. At her request, he had tiptoed into my room to get some articles of apparel she had left there. For a time, because the Vice home was too crowded to shelter us, we took a little furnished room. I had to borrow one of Mother Vice's skirts because I looked so much like a little girl in my own clothes that lodging house keepers turned us away suspiciously. A week was spent in lodgings in Coney Island, where the brothers had a brief engagement at a dance hall. Also, Houdini was compelled, for diplomatic reasons, to wangle two more marriage ceremonies, which were more difficult than that performed by John Y. McCain. The first of these was by a Jewish rabbi for Houdini's family, the second by a Roman Catholic priest. But even after I was properly married in the faith, my people still rejected us. I corresponded secretly with my sister Stella, and she told me that the ice was still unbroken. It was not until 12 years later that my mother consented to see me. I was seriously ill and wanted her badly, so Houdini, with one of his brothers, went to her home and would not leave until she came to me. Thereafter, he was the same as a son to her. Within a few days after my marriage, I began to realize that I had stepped into a world far different from my former well-ordered and sheltered life, a world of strange duties, strange contacts, and inexplicable happenings, which my superstitious nature magnified into terrors. My own entire family believed in ghosts, witches, and the power of the evil eye, and lived in a constant dread of supernatural evils. My sister Stella and I were probably the worst of the family. We believed that even minor acts of naughtiness were likely to bring a nighttime visit from some witch or evil spirit, and that thunder and lightning were caused by our personal faults or wickednesses. We roomed together, and it was a rare night when we did not fall asleep quaking over something. When an unusual storm occurred, we would vehemently accuse each other of having caused it. Stella, who was 4 years older than I, had fallen in love some time before my marriage, but shortly before the wedding day, a witch had cast an evil eye upon her fiancé, and he had died. These were the facts, as Stella and I understood them, and Houdini's staunch skepticism when I told him amazed and frightened me. "Nobody has the evil eye," he said. "Poor kid, I've got a job on my hands to teach you how silly it all is." He had a job on his hands indeed. It was with infinite patience that he battled with my superstitions and helped to fit me into my new environment. My first shock came when I realized that it was assumed as a matter of course among the Houdinis that I was to take the place of Theodore, actually to go on the stage as one of the Houdinis, Harry and Bessie. The idea gave me a huge thrill, but I had been brought up to regard the stage as a sink of iniquity, and I was dreadfully ill at ease about it all. It was pleasant, however, to practice tricks with Harry and to be initiated into the secrecy of his mysteries. I was actually getting over my prejudice and beginning to look forward to my debut as a public performer when one night Harry brought home a pair of tights and made it clear that I would be expected to appear in these before large audiences of perfect strangers. Then my morale broke, and I heartily wished myself home with my mother. For hours and hours I wept bitterly over those tights, but in the end Houdini's diplomacy and unfailing tenderness brought me round to a less desolate view of the inevitable. The last night the brothers worked together at the dance hall in Coney Island, I had a bad scare. Houdini asked his brother and me to take a walk with him after the evening's work was over. He led us into the country on a dark, lonely bridge spanning some swiftly running black water. It was a weird-looking night with a split moon that seemed to be dodging in and out behind heavy clouds. In the middle of the bridge he halted us, and there we waited for a time silently, I at least in growing trepidation. Finally, a distant bell tolled solemnly 12 times. As soon as the last beat ceased to reverberate, Houdini clasped his brother's hand and mine together, raised them aloft, and cried, "Beatrice, raise your hands to heaven, and swear you will both be true to me. Never betray me in any way, so help you God." His brother and I repeated the vow after him. Then Houdini kissed me and shook Theodore's hand. "I know you will keep that sacred oath," he said. By this time, I was in a state of panicky terror. The eerie sky, the lonely bridge in a waste of marshland, the black water, and then this dramatic and terrible vow. These things seemed wholly abnormal and strange. It was apparent that this Houdini, whom I had known less than 2 weeks, was an inexplicable person, probably a madman, and his brother was no better. I glanced at the black water and wondered what those two strangers intended to do to me next in that lonely place. As soon as I got to a firm road, to a lighted street, I would make a break for it and find my way home to my mother. But there were no more dramatics that night. Houdini sensed my fears and immediately began to lead me away and reassure me. By the time we reached the lighted streets, his gentleness and tenderness had restored my tranquility. Then came a night when I really fled from Houdini, convinced that I had married the devil. That evening, Houdini laughingly remarked that I had never told him the first name of my father, who had died some years before. He told me to write the name on a piece of paper, crumple it in my hand, and then burn it in the gas jet without showing it to him. After the paper was burned, he said, "Now give me the ashes." Thereupon, he bared his forearm and rubbed the ashes on the underpart, and immediately my father's name, Gebhardt, appeared on the skin in letters of blood. I was paralyzed with fear. Then, slowly, a full realization of the significance of this diabolical thing dawned on me. In my early folklore, the devil, disguised as a handsome young man, lured girls to destruction. It was clear to me that I had married the devil. Stealthily, my eyes on Houdini, I backed toward the door, and then turned suddenly and ran, screaming frantically, from the room and from the house. Houdini made after me, and soon caught me up in his arms. "Silly kid, it was only a trick," he cried reassuringly. "Oh, let me go, I screamed, biting and kicking him in a frenzy of terror. Finally, he quieted me, but it was not until after we had returned to the room and he showed me how the simple trick was done that I became completely reassured. By such demonstrations, he gradually drove away my superstitions. Among other things, he taught me the secret of mind reading and all the arts of legerdemain, including how to go into trances and tell fortunes. My inside view of the mechanism of such phenomena did more than anything else to exorcise the ghosts and hobgoblins that had peopled my world. In due time, I learned that while Houdini had attacked my superstitions relentlessly, he duly preserved certain little taboos of his own. For instance, he, who was ordinarily without fear and deliberately risked his life in dangerous public exhibitions week after week for many years, would take no risks whatever on Friday the 13th. On that day, he would cut out all hazardous acts from his stage show and would perform no outdoor feats. On one occasion, he had been advertised to release himself from handcuffs and straitjacket while suspended head downward from a very tall building on a Friday the 13th. There was always danger of a mischance and a fatal fall in such dizzy exhibitions, and Houdini's assistants realized that if Houdini gave a thought to the date, he would simply quit. Accordingly, they fixed up a false calendar and displayed it prominently in his dressing room, so that for Houdini that day was the 14th, and he played his dangerous part successfully. Fortunately, he seldom noticed dates, so it was easy to fool him. During the short period before Houdini's partnership with his brother Theodore was dissolved, I became pretty well acclimatized to my new environment. Shortly after the dissolution, the debut of the Houdinis, Harry and Bessie, described in our early playbills as master monarchs of modern mystery, was made in an obscure concert hall. This partnership lasted through Houdini's life. End quote. End of Chapter 3. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 4 of Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The only newspaper that noted the debut of the great Houdinis, as they presently called themselves, was a 4-page weekly devoted to show gossip, the Coney Island Clipper. In its issue of July 28, 1894, this paper carried a half-column blurb, the first paragraph of which ran as follows. The brothers Houdini, who for years have mystified the world by their mysterious box mystery known as Metamorphosis, are no more, and the team will hereafter be known as the Houdinis. The new partner is Miss Bessie Raymond, sick. The petite soubrette, who was married to Mr. Harry Houdini on July 22nd by Reverend G.S. Louis of Brooklyn. Harry has bought his brother's interest in the act, and he and Miss Bessie Raymond will hereafter perform it. Houdini lost no time in getting out a flamboyant playbill bearing the mark of an imaginary English printer and setting forth some fictitious past triumphs in the English halls. In this first playbill, Metamorphosis was accurately, if somewhat quaintly, described. The great Houdinis had very humble beginnings. Precarious weekly engagements in small beer halls and dime museums made up their beat, and they were glad to fill them. 10 shows or more a day formed their regular routine, and their combined salary was usually $20 a week. Their greatest earnings in 1 week during this period were $60, but this was rare good fortune, of course. The small beer hall, with its grubby and often boozy patrons, its shuffling waiters with their incredibly filthy white aprons, its peculiar atmosphere of beer slops and stale tobacco smoke, and its sketchy topical show, has now vanished from the American scene. In its day, it was an institution with a certain class of the population. Along the coast, at least, its patrons always included a sprinkling of sailors, usually not quite sober. Among all the spectators, there was a rough camaraderie, which they extended to the performers. They took a soggy pleasure in the show, and the more alcoholic ones were the most vociferous in expressing appreciation or disapproval. Loud hoots and chorus cries of "Get the hook!" were the portion of the luckless performer who failed to excite their artistic appreciation. An astonishing proportion of them seemed to be regulars who came night after night and week after week to witness virtually the same performance with slight weekly changes of personnel. Occasionally, fistfights would break out among them, and then the burly bouncers would descend upon the combatants and throw them into the street without ceremony. In those early job-seeking days, I was sometimes more of a handicap than an asset, Mrs. Houdini relates. I was a frail little thing, weighing less than 100 pounds. The boyish figure had not yet come into its own. It was the period when hips were hips, and women prided themselves on bust measurements which today would send them frantically to a diet of carrots and prunes. Even on the meanest stage, the call was all for generously curved Amazons, 175 pounds on the hoof, and the managers looked askance at my uncompromising flatness. Once, when work was scarce in both dime museums and halls, and we tried almost despairingly to break into a burlesque show, the manager took one disgusted glance at me and cried, "What the hell do you think I'm running, a kindergarten?" If the audiences in the beer halls were an uninspiring lot, the performers were a motley company. They included wrecks who had seen better days, others whose future was jeopardized by various weaknesses and addictions, beginners in various stages of amateurishness, and a few women who seemed born to do a beer hall turn and to keep on doing it as long as their voices could creak out a ditty and the large limbs could be moved in at least a pretense of rhythm. The companies would meet at the beginning of the week, supposedly ready to work together without further formality. They had rooms, usually somewhere in the same building as the hall, and they ate together poorly served and not always appetizing, but sustaining beer hall chow. The performance began with an ensemble piece, but no rehearsals were held. The ensembles were usually pretty much the same, a few standbys serving everywhere, and each person fitted into his or her part more or less spontaneously. The favorite was called Over the River Charlie, a simple piece in which melodrama mixed aimlessly with farce. Mrs. Houdini was invariably the ingenue, in Over the River Charlie as in other pieces. When the curtain went up, she would be discovered seated pensively on a paper rock or a grass plot or a park bench, according to the available props. She would wring her hands and cry, "I wonder where Charlie is. What can be keeping Charlie?" Then Charlie would come dashing gallantly in and take her in his arms, and the pale suggestion of a plot would begin to unfold. Sometimes, at the first performance at a hall, she would not have seen Charlie until his initial stage entrance. On one memorable occasion, when Charlie came rushing out in response to her cue, he proved to be a burly Negro. Houdini came running after him and stopped the show with his protests, and as a result, the manager had both Houdinis pushed firmly into the street and the stage door slammed behind them. After the ensemble would come turns and turns and turns. Mrs. Houdini did a song and dance act. Houdini did the handcuff act, sleight of hand, magic. They did the trunk trick together. The dime museums were somewhat less rough, but usually involved longer hours and more strenuous toil. Whenever they were desperate for work, Houdini would wire to Chicago, and Mr. Hedges, manager of Cole and Middleton's, would send car fare and give them an engagement. They worked on what was called the curio stage, where all the freaks were exhibited. 10 to 20 shows a day were the rule. Houdini would do the handcuff escapes alone at every other show, so that his wife's performances, she sang and danced, would be cut to a maximum of 10, for she was never in robust health. The handcuff act, however, attracted little attention, for in those early days Houdini seemed unable to sell his audiences on it. The daily schedule of hours was most exacting. They were required to be on the platform from 10 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. Between the acts, Mrs. Houdini would make up card tricks and sell them. Houdini visited gambling houses at night after hours and bought the used cards cheap. From this sideline, they sometimes made more than their salary. Mr. Hedges was a hard man who enforced his time schedule rigidly. If the Houdinis were only a few seconds late, he would greet them with an outburst of objurgations and curses, which not infrequently would drive Mrs. Houdini to hysterical weeping. Houdini, always confident of the future, would take her in his arms and say, "Never mind, darling. Some day we will tell him to go to hell." One morning, when they were playing a concert hall in a small town in Wisconsin, Mrs. Houdini was reading one of the local papers when her eye caught this astonishing notice. "Challenge. I, the undersigned, have deposited with the manager of the blank theater $100, which I will forfeit to the person who can handcuff me so I cannot escape. Harry Houdini, handcuff king and jailbreaker." The item nearly frightened her out of her wits. $100! She had never seen so much money. She rushed to Houdini, who shamefacedly admitted that he had saved that amount, but dared not tell her for fear she would demand a new coat. The sudden affluence filled Beatrice Houdini with pride. She clipped the item and promptly mailed it to her sister Stella, who had surreptitiously kept her in clothes since her marriage. Stella naturally showed the clipping to her mother, who immediately fainted. The poor woman had only the vaguest notion of how the man her daughter had married supported himself, but she now gathered from the clipping that Beatrice was married to a jailbreaker. The next time the Houdinis drifted back to Cole and Middleton's, Mrs. Houdini purposely arrived at the first performance 2 minutes late. Mr. Hedges thumped his stick on the floor and began bawling at her in a manner unusual even for him. When he paused for breath, she walked up to him and said, "Go to hell, Mr. Hedges. We have $100, and we don't need your old dime museum." Houdini was aghast at his wife's temerity. He realized how ill they could afford to lose that occasional sure refuge when other jobs failed, so he began stammering apologies while he waited for the manager to blast them. Instead of that, a grin spread slowly over the grim face of Mr. Hedges, and suddenly he patted the young woman on the shoulder. "I like your spunk, kid," he said, "but get the hell up on your platform." They had several small engagements at Huber's Museum on 14th Street, New York. They knew all the Huber freaks of that period, including the famous Turtle Boy, who was neither boyish nor at all like a turtle out of business hours. On Houdini's first engagement there, he arrived simultaneously with the first electric chair, acquired by Huber from the Auburn prison, where it had first been used to kill Kimbler, the murderer, in 1890. When Huber's and its effects were put on the auction block in 1910, Houdini, the indefatigable collector, parked himself at the sale, and the first day he came home in a cab triumphantly, bearing the historic chair, which he had acquired, as he explained, for sentimental reasons, for a bid of $6.70. His wife was never able to get this gruesome and unlovely relic out of the house. Whenever she had it quietly removed to the cellar, Houdini missed it and had it brought upstairs again. Every morning Houdini would be out of bed at 5 and off to the market, where he would buy for the day such things as their slender purse permitted. On the way back, he would drop into a restaurant and fetch the morning coffee in a tin can. While his wife straightened up the little furnished room, he would be out in all sorts of weather, visiting barrooms, buying cards, doing tricks to pay for them. Usually he was offered drinks. As he never used alcohol, he became an adept at refusing without causing resentment. Once, when the Houdinis were playing at Huber's, E.F. Albee, the youthful manager of the Keith circuit, who had a habit of prowling about looking for talent, drifted into the museum and watched the show. Houdini's handcuff act made a great impression on him. When he described it to his business associates, however, and suggested engaging Houdini, they declared that no dime museum performer could possibly be good enough for their houses. Mr. Albee, nonetheless, continued to keep an eye on Houdini and eventually got him an engagement at the Keith House in Boston. He was the first Houdini fan among the Eastern managers and remained one of Houdini's closest friends to the end. "I saw every one of Houdini's tricks and stunts," he once remarked, "and I haven't the least idea how he did a single one of them." However, long before Houdini played Keith's, he received a summons which he thought might prove a shortcut to fame. This was at the beginning of 1895. He was 20 years old, and he and his wife were filling obscure engagements in the South. He was appearing at a concert hall owned by Captain West, grandfather of George West, the dancer, when he received a wire from an agent announcing that he and his wife were booked to play Tony Pastor's in New York. Tony Pastor's! Houdini could hardly believe it. That famous hall was still in its glory in the 90s, a national institution, as well known in its way as its immediate neighbor, Tammany Hall. Houdini was so excited by the prospect that he spent all his money advertising in the theatrical papers. "Next week at Tony Pastor's, the great Houdinis, Harry and Bessie." Captain West advanced the fare to New York. Alighting from the train, the Houdinis went at once to the theater. On the posters, in the very smallest type, stood their names. The features of that date were Maggie Klein and Bessie Bonehill, though they happened to be resting that week, as Miss Klein had a cold. Her big song, "Throw Him Down, McCloskey," seemed destined to run on there forever and ever. They had 3 shows a day, and the Houdinis were billed in the awkward position for each one. They appeared at 10:30 in the morning, at 12:34, and again at 6:30 in the evening. But it was Tony Pastor's, and they were happy. How thrilled they were when they walked out on the stage for their first show. The cleaning women had hardly finished and were still in evidence with their pails and mops. Instead of an orchestra, there was only a lone pianist. Barely 25 persons were in the house, but Houdini, his head in the air, spoke to them as he did later to thousands. He had no doubt that such a stage was his proper place. After the first show, however, the Houdinis waited, like 2 scared children, for some hint of how their act was liked by the management. Not a soul came near them. They did the second show. Still, no one came to give them any comment. They were just going down the maze of backstage staircases for the third show when they ran into Maggie Klein and Bessie Bonehill. The novices, in no little awe, were slipping past the 2 stars when suddenly Maggie Klein stopped Mrs. Houdini. "My God, child," she exclaimed, "who made you up?" "I did it myself," stammered Bess. The older woman smiled. "Come in here, kid," she said. "Let me fix you." She led Mrs. Houdini into her dressing room. In a few minutes, after her practical fingers had done their work, the young performer hardly recognized her own reflection in the glass. As finishing touches, Maggie Klein fixed a bow here, pinned a flower on the shoulder, and then casually asked what sort of act her young friend did. "Why, we are the great Houdinis," was the reply. "Indeed, and what do the great Houdinis do?" Mrs. Houdini explained as well as she could. Then Maggie Klein called out, "Tony, I'm going to watch this kid's act." There stood the great Tony Pastor himself. There was no time, however, for wonder or embarrassment. With a word of thanks, the girl joined Houdini in the wings, and when he saw her, he stared in amazement and then gasped his admiration. "Maggie Klein, Tony Pastor, and Bessie Bonehill are seeing our act," she whispered, and the next minute they went on. How they did work. They put their hearts and souls into it. Houdini had the air of playing before a royal family. Later, in the dressing room, they sat trembling. After a time came a knock, and Tony Pastor entered. "Well, you kids do a fine act," he said. "I'm going to give you a better place tomorrow." Thereafter, they were fourth instead of opening, and the cleaning women saw them no more. That night they loitered about, waiting to see Maggie Klein and Bessie Bonehill, and finally they heard Maggie Klein's cheery voice. "Say, you great Houdinis, you are great," was her warm greeting. Bessie Bonehill they never saw again after that week, but once, years later, while they were playing Keith's in Boston, there was Maggie Klein on the bill. It was her last season. Times had changed, and Houdini was the big feature of the show. In fact, he played 11 successive weeks in Boston in that one theater, and at the conclusion of his record-breaking run, Paul Keith presented him with a Tiffany watch. There was Maggie Klein, and she did not remember them. Mrs. Houdini sat for hours recalling to her what she did for them, but Maggie Klein could conjure up only a faint recollection of that great day of their lives. But after seeing Houdini perform, she repeated her earlier opinion. "Houdini, you are great," she said. "I don't remember saying it years ago, but I can hand it to you now." The week at Tony Pastor's did not prove any open sesame to fame, even though they carried away with them an endorsement written by the mighty Tony himself. "The Houdini's act, as performed here, I found satisfactory and interesting," he wrote. But that terse line did not make Houdini. For players and politicians alike, fame follows publicity. Houdini's minor act, in the worst position on Tony Pastor's bill, was naturally ignored by the New York papers. No dramatic reporter would have thought of coming to the theater at the unholy hour of 10:30 a.m., or during the lunch hour, or during dinner time. Houdini had not yet learned the peculiar art of dramatizing his great skill to compel the attention of news editors. He was really great, but his greatness got no advertising in big-town newspapers, and he had years of struggle ahead of him before the name Houdini began to appear in the news in New York, Chicago, and other large cities, and the magnates who performed the miracle of booking on the big-time circuits began to take notice. End of Chapter 4. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 5 of Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Failing to break into first-class engagements by way of Tony Pastor's, the Houdinis in the spring of 1895 joined Welsh Brothers Circus, a 10-20 show without animals, which toured the smaller eastern towns during the open season. Mrs. Houdini relates the circus episode as follows, quote, "We first joined the circus at Lancaster, Pennsylvania. We arrived in a night of drenching rain with a howling gale and stumbled about through ankle-deep mud for miles in the dark, trying to find the tent. At last, a voice from out of the darkness hailed us. 'Is that the Houdinis?' Houdini shouted an affirmative, and the next instant we were pulled into what looked like a great black cave. It was the car, an old truck transformed into living quarters. In a minute, a lantern flashed in our faces, and we were confronted by a huge, kindly-faced man with the walrus mustache of the period. He was Welsh, our boss. "Well, what do you want?" he asked, looking us over. "Anything," was Houdini's prompt reply. "The first thing you do with this outfit is to work in the sideshow," said the boss. "You do Punch and Judy, the wife mind reading. In the concert, Houdini to do magic, wife to sing and dance. Then your trunk trick and the handcuff act as the big feature. And, of course, you are in the parade. 25 a week and cakes." 25 a week had a clear meaning for us, but cakes was a mystery. Later we learned that it meant meals. We were taken down a narrow passageway to our bunk. On the way, Mr. Welsh shouted, "Hear the Houdinis!" and a chorus came from the various points in the darkness, crying, "Welcome to our city," and similar greetings. Our lodging was a mere cupboard partitioned off in the car, with a flimsy curtain for a door. Within was just a cot, no chair, table, or bureau. In fact, there was room only for a cot. A cardboard partition separated us from the next apartment, in which low voices rumbled. Still soaking wet, dismayed at the strange environment, the darkness, the cramped quarters, I fell on the cot, sobbing. Houdini soothed me. He was already engaged in thinking out little rhymes for my songs, and acted so thoroughly at home that I was shamed out of some of my terror. The next morning I awoke to find the sun streaming through a little hole in the side of our cupboard. Houdini was out already. Hearing the people in the car moving about, I dressed and lifted the curtain. As I stepped out into the corridor, I was greeted by a motherly woman with a charming smile. It was Mrs. McCarthy, gun juggler. "Are you one of the Houdinis?" she asked. "Yes, I'm Mrs. Houdini." "You are one of our features, aren't you?" I nodded, though I wondered what a feature was. "We'd better hurry, breakfast is ready," she said, and led me across a litter of dirty canvases and seats and apparatus of all sorts, through a big tent, and finally into a smaller one, where there were two long, uncovered pine tables with planks on wooden horses for seats. At one table sat a row of the grimmest, most unshaven men I had ever seen. They were canvas men. At the other table sat one woman with a dozen men, the performers. These we joined, just as Houdini came in with Mr. Welsh. A waiter plumped down a cup of coffee at my place, asking, "Ham or—" I looked at Houdini. He said, "One ham, one or," and everyone laughed. It appeared that or meant eggs, and one could not have both. We soon accustomed ourselves to the new life. The two other women with the show were very kind and did everything to make me feel at home. One of them fashioned a little dress for me to wear in the concert, and they lent me other things. The circus was really a family affair. Most of the performers were related to each other either by blood or by marriage. I always mended the socks of Pud Martin, the show's chef. In return, whenever our tent was pitched conveniently near a farmhouse, fried chicken would appear on my plate on stew nights. I loathed stew. There was never any explanation of how the chicken was procured. The show carried no animals, but had a banner outside the tent depicting a most ferocious wild man. In most towns, no one missed the wild man, but in one of the one-night stands, a crowd of rough young fellows began to demand him. "Where's your wild man? Where is he?" The cry was gradually taken up through the audience. A hasty backstage consultation was held, and Houdini volunteered to add the wild man to his repertoire. An old wooden cage was found for him. He rumpled his hair, which in those days he wore long and bushy, improvised clothes out of some old sacks, and with the addition of a little touching up of his features, was transformed into something effectively wild as he groveled on the floor of his cage and growled. The ringmaster, Clinton Newton, who could talk politely and sonorously about anything or nothing, made a preliminary address about the capture of the wild man in the depths of the Java jungle after he had terrorized the countryside, and described how he lived on a diet of raw meat, cigarettes, and cigars. Then the cage was drawn in, with Houdini growling and tearing at a bit of raw meat. The Wild Man was an immediate hit and became a permanent feature. He was a hit with the male performers as well as with the audiences, for men showered him with cigars and cigarettes to hear him growl, and as Houdini did not use tobacco, the rest of the men of the troupe enjoyed free smokes. In fact, all our acts went well, with one exception. That was the handcuffs. Houdini was still unable to give the public a thrill with this pet trick of his own invention. Every week he seemed to be giving a more difficult and intricate performance with the irons. An audience of police chiefs would have been amazed at his skill and technique, but our small-town American spectators were utterly cold to it. The majority of them apparently assumed that Houdini was using prepared cuffs. However, on one occasion, Houdini's cleverness with locks at least served his associates well. One Sunday, he gave a show at a little place near Providence, Rhode Island, and a zealous blue law sheriff arrested the whole troupe for violating the Sunday law. When the sheriff gathered us in, Mr. Welsh had left for a flying trip to New York, so we had no defender. After a brief hearing, the sheriff locked us all in the town jail overnight, pending a further disposition of our case. In the lockup, the fat woman wept bitterly. Her cell was too small, and she was wholly uncomfortable and miserable. So after the sheriff had gone off and everything was quiet, Houdini picked the locks of the jail, and the whole company stole quietly back to the big tent. The next day, Mr. Welsh arrived to fix matters with the sheriff, and we pulled up our stakes and went quietly away from there. We had only 2 clowns with the circus, 2 serious-minded middle-aged men. The tragedy of their lives was that they could not sing, for they had the songbook privilege for the show, and no one to sing the songs. They could not sell the books. They were overjoyed when they found that I could make a stab at singing. They dressed me as a clown, put me on a chair, and I sang verses of all the more catching songs, for which I received the large sum of $2 for 14 shows. My, but I was proud of that money. I felt that I earned it all myself. Houdini and another performer had the privilege of selling soap and toilet articles. This brought in a little income. Our combined salary was $25 a week, and as we had our meals free, Houdini was able to bank the salary, except $12 a week, which he sent to his mother. We felt that we were becoming people of substance. Each night after the show, the whole company would hunt up some lunchroom and put in a substantial extra meal of whatever they could get. On the night of our wedding anniversary, I asked all the circus folk to have coffee with us. We could hardly afford a larger treat, but by the time we got to the village, all the places were closed. Angry and disappointed, I rated Houdini soundly for not making advance arrangements. As we straggled back, I flounced into our cubbyhole, threw back the sheet of our cot, and discovered, hidden beneath it, a wonderful chicken dinner cooked to a turn. That day, Houdini had been talking with a local clergyman and his wife. In the course of the conversation, he had told the story of our elopement, and as a result, the clergyman's wife had cooked this delightful dinner for us. I ate that dinner with tears streaming down my cheeks, but Houdini had no word of reproach for my outburst of temper. Later, however, there was a most serious quarrel. He had forbidden me to go to a certain show which bobbed up in a town where we were playing. I was just as determined to go. He said the show was unfit for me, and if I disobeyed him, he would spank me and send me home. Naturally, after that warning, I went to the show. He followed me, carried me out, spanked me thoroughly, divided all our poor savings, led me firmly to the railroad station, bought my ticket to Bridgeport, where my sister lived, and put me on the train, placing our pet dog in my hands just before the train pulled out. At the last minute, lifting his hat courteously, he said, "I always keep my word. Goodbye, Mrs. Houdini." My heart was breaking, and I was on the edge of hysteria, but the memory of the spanking rankled and enabled me to reply with a pretense of calm dignity. "Goodbye, Mr. Houdini." Houdini had wired for my sister to meet me, and when I arrived at 6 in the evening, there was not much left of me save a capacity for tears and recriminations. My brother-in-law, who adored me, promised to thrash Houdini if he ever met him. I was duly petted and fussed over, and was convinced that I was a badly abused female. Yet I was very unhappy, and in my heart I was ready to cry quits and even beg forgiveness on my knees. 6 hours later, at 2 a.m., the bell rang, and I heard Houdini's voice. I flew to the door, and we fell into each other's arms weeping. "See, darling," said Houdini, "I told you I would send you away if you disobeyed, but I didn't say I wouldn't fly after you and bring you back." We returned to the circus, were forgiven by all for deserting the show, and then and there resolved never again to let family quarrels go to extremes. As we were both quick-tempered, we had to develop a technique to avoid domestic flare-ups. Our system of signals, whereby we could converse quietly in the midst of company, was helpful. One of Houdini's cues was the raising of the left eyelid 3 times. This was the signal for me to be quiet, as I was committing some indiscretion, and doubtless Houdini used it more than any other signal in our code. One day, at a gathering of friends, I was relating an intimate story. Repeatedly, Houdini gave me the cue to hold my tongue, but I chose to ignore it. Finally, he excused himself and went out. In a little while, a messenger appeared with a telegram for me. It read, "Darling, you talk too damn much." Always, after the quarrel during the circus days, whenever I got angry, Houdini would leave the house and walk slowly around the block. In a few minutes, he would open the door and toss his hat into the room. If it was not thrown out again, he would enter. If the hat was thrown out, he would go away for another few minutes. On one occasion, my bad temper made me obdurate to Houdini's overture of the hat. He had been putting a new electric light bulb in my room for me, and he dropped the bulb, which shattered to bits on the floor. I upbraided him severely for his carelessness. He got a second bulb, and in his agitation, this also slipped from his fingers and was smashed. On that, I treated him to an unbridled outburst, and he hastily left the house. After some minutes, according to his custom, he cautiously slipped the door open and tossed his hat in. I promptly flung it out. This performance was repeated several times at intervals. Then he vanished for an hour. At the end of that time, a messenger appeared with an envelope on which this legend was typewritten: "To be delivered in a hurry to Mrs. Houdini, then exit rapidly." Within were these formal words: "Mr. Houdini wishes to inform Mrs. Houdini that the globe fell out of his hands, but the second one slipped. He wishes to convey his sorrow and promises that the one that fell will never fall again. Mr. Houdini, friend husband." It was impossible to be angry very long with a husband like that. End quote. End of Chapter 5. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 6 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. At the end of the circus season, Houdini had saved nearly all his salary. This money he was induced to invest in the first of a number of unfortunate business ventures, for Houdini was a poor businessman. He trusted everyone in business matters, and persons who played on his romantic bent found it easy to work him up to an enthusiasm for projects concerning the financial details of which he remained uninformed. This first essay was a half-interest in a faltering burlesque show called The American Gaiety Girls. At the time, as it turned out, the most tangible thing connected with this concern was its debts, but Houdini set to work gallantly to make it go. He would do anything sensational to draw crowds, but he had one rigid taboo. He abhorred smut and would never tolerate it. As a result of this strict rule, the newspapers generally bestowed high encomiums on the show. Strictly moral and clean, and able to be enjoyed by ladies as well as gentlemen, was the verdict of one organ of civic uplift. However, there were certain strongholds of Puritanism where one feature, the champion lady wrestler, in a slightly abbreviated costume, and the daring new woman chorus in bicycle bloomers and shirtwaists, were criticized as possibly dangerous to the high standard of community virtue. In the 90s, it was good form to be shocked. Though he could ban smut from his show, Houdini was not always able to assert his authority successfully in other respects. One night, at curtain time, the two comedians were discovered sleeping the sleep of the soused, and they could not be wakened. Houdini and his cousin, Henry Newman, who was the advance agent, had to make up hastily for the parts. Houdini had to play the drum and also sing. As a comedian, he was a complete failure, and his singing was appalling. The audience howled its disapprobation. Nor were his troubles ended there. The villain, who in one scene had to kidnap Mrs. Houdini, was also in a state of alcoholic paralysis. There was no one to take his place. The troupe included two child performers, Tiddlywinks and his brother, who did a specialty. They were merely tiny boys, but as a last resort, they were pressed into service as kidnappers. When the time arrived for Mrs. Houdini to be kidnapped, poor Tiddlywinks tried to pick her up, but she was twice as big as he. So as he shouted in a shrill treble, "We will now steal the girl," she tucked the villain under her arm and ran off stage. The business made such a hit that it remained in the show. But it had not long to remain. Despite Houdini's heroic efforts, his first managerial venture sank slowly on the rocks. There was a period when the great Houdinis had scarcely enough to eat. The chorus girls had their admirers, who often bought meals for them, and not infrequently one of them would send the boss's wife a sandwich paid for by some stage door Johnny, and she would be very glad to get it. The kindness of the girls was the more notable because usually there would be no salary for them in the till. The venture left Houdini with some debts, which were paid off as soon as possible. At the close of that chapter, Houdini tied up with an interesting character named Marco. Marco's real vocation was that of organist in a church in his hometown of Bridgeport, Connecticut. But he was incidentally an amateur magician, and this interest lured him into the show business. He had a modest fortune, and this he used to outfit and route an elaborate show in which he engaged the Houdinis to do the handcuff and the trunk tricks. Their first trip was to Nova Scotia. Marco billed Mrs. Houdini as his daughter, and Houdini as his son-in-law and successor. His introductory speech at each performance began, "Ladies and gentlemen, being now on my farewell tour, I have retired from all hazardous work and will introduce my daughter and her husband, Houdini, who is my successor and who will do my famous handcuff act," etc. As Marco did not know one handcuff for another, the Houdinis were always vastly amused at that praise. Marco paid well and was extremely kind, but the show was a failure. It dwindled until the Houdinis and Jack Kearney, who was manager, carpenter, stage crew, actor, and confidential advisor to Marco, comprised the entire troupe. During his career with Marco, Houdini, who was trying to develop the publicity techniques so necessary to put across good work, thought he would draw attention to the show by freeing himself from a running horse to which he had been roped. The stunt was to be pulled off on a public highway. Unfortunately, a romantic liveryman provided for the performance a young, newly broken horse, instead of the docile beast on which Houdini had counted, and the self-deliverer found himself dashing across the fields at breakneck speed, in danger of being flung under the flying hoofs as soon as he freed himself. Houdini's only chance lay in making the horse run until he was exhausted. So each time it began to lessen its speed, he struggled and kicked to force it to renewed effort. This strategy worked. When the horse was finally too weak to be goaded farther, Houdini was able to free himself without danger. Marco at last gave up, and Houdini took over the show from him. Marco returned to the States, wishing his successor better fortune than he had had. Houdini's luck, alas, was worse. The tour had degenerated literally to barnstorming, with an occasional church or schoolhouse for variety. At last, there was but $10 left in the treasury. All the curtains and such props as were not essential had gone for rent, board, and other items of expense. That night, they rented a church for $8, paid in advance. The Houdinis stood in the street shouting and ballyhooing for the multitude to come in to see the greatest show on earth. The multitude came to the extent of $10. So after paying for the hauling of their baggage and for a lodging for the night, the treasury was practically a vacuum. The next night they slept in a hallway, and the two men gave Mrs. Houdini their coats to lie on. The following morning, they walked to where a boat was leaving for Boston. They determined to get on that boat, and after a consultation, Mrs. Houdini went to the captain alone to do the crybaby act. She had played the pathetic with varying success on several previous occasions when they wanted to get baggage through without paying much excess. Exaggeration was scarcely necessary in telling this hard-luck story to the captain. They were willing to give a show for the passengers to pay their way. Fortunately, the captain was a kindly soul. He consented, and with relief the three lugged their baggage on board. By that time it had dwindled to one big trunk containing the apparatus of magic and a few collapsible tables. Mrs. Houdini at once set about unpacking the magic in the ship's lounge to set up the show. The sea air made her ravenously hungry, and as she worked, she looked longingly into the dining room, where the passengers were eating and waiters were hurrying to and fro with heavily laden trays. This sight, and the tantalizing odors that came from the kitchen, nearly drove her wild. At last, the passengers began drifting into the lounge. Word had been passed around about the entertainment. Kearney had donned his best show clothes. Mrs. Houdini's part of the work was done. They waited for the great Houdini until the passengers grew restive. When he finally appeared, the great Houdini was white as a ghost, and his clever hands were shaking as with a palsy. In a weak, hollow voice, he tried to start his explanatory speech, but the effort was too much for him. He lurched forward and nearly fell to the floor. Then he began bleeding at the nose. Kearney led him away to the deck, just in time. This was their first knowledge that Houdini suffered from seasickness. He never did anything by halves, and his seasickness was on the grand scale. The mere act of buying the tickets for his various trips abroad almost invariably brought on a violent nausea. After Houdini's disappearance, his wife stood helpless among the carefully laid-out paraphernalia. The audience did not know whether to laugh or be sorry, but when they saw the tears in her eyes, they repressed their mirth. One woman suggested that Mrs. Houdini should do the tricks, so for the moment she essayed the role of a lady magician. She had always fixed the gimmicks for Houdini, but of course she could do only the simpler mechanical stunts, and these she attempted, trying to imitate Houdini's flow of comedy. Her efforts, however, were pitiful, and after she had bungled through 2 tricks, a gentleman picked up a hat and began passing it among the spectators. By this time they were all laughing, but it was a kindly laughter, and they poured $25 into the hat. Mrs. Houdini could hardly wait to get to the men to tell them of the little fortune. Houdini was lying on the deck, his eyes closed, his face a greenish-gray color. His wife's first thoughtless words, after telling him about the money, were, "May I spend some for eats?" Houdini opened his eyes and fastened them on her with a glance of weary malevolence and disgust. "No," he shouted. "I think," says Mrs. Houdini, "it was the only really bitter word he ever addressed to me in all our 33 years together. However, I did eat. I re-entered the lounge to gather up our apparatus, and the same kind woman who suggested that I give the show asked me if I would like something to eat. The look in my eyes answered her. She took me into the grand dining room, and I gorged myself with food." After they reached Boston, they began a period of drifting about the country, getting transitory engagements at beer halls and museums. They found themselves stranded and out of a job in St. Louis in cold weather. Their baggage was held at the station with $20 due on it. Houdini procured a hall bedroom for which they paid $1.50 for 1 week, and that virtually cleaned them out. The unheated room was like a tomb, too cold to stay in during working hours, though it contained a rickety iron stove, which at first they were afraid to try, so they crashed the gate at various theaters to keep warm. They had free entrance to the vaudeville houses, though Houdini had never played them. After the close of the matinee, on the first day, they passed a grocery store that was just locking up. Like two children, they stole a few potatoes, and on the curb they gathered up pieces of some broken wooden boxes. Then, laughingly, they hurried back to their little furnished room. They made a fire in the rickety stove, roasted their potatoes, and sat on the floor feasting, for the quarters were innocent of chairs. Thus they lived for a week, but the next week and the weeks to follow were altogether uncertain. In Houdini's mind, however, the future was always clearly marked. No matter how black things appeared, the present difficulty was to him merely an incident. Success in the end was sure. This faith his wife completely shared. Toward the end of the week, he came home one evening with a whole packing box for the fire. It was so complete that he obviously hated to break it up, and before tackling it, he sat for a long time staring at it. At last, with a sigh, he began to wrench it apart. "Bess," he said, "I have a new idea for a packing box escape. I think I can get out without using a trick box. I'll work it out someday, and it will help to make us famous." In this curious fashion, the idea of his famous packing case escape had its inception. The next day, room rent day, he came bounding in with his eyes alight. "We've got a job, Bess. We are the Rainers, Harry and Bess, America's greatest comedy act." He had secured an engagement at Escher's Music Hall as a comedy act. Recalling Houdini's former failure as a comedian, Mrs. Houdini was a bit doubtful about this venture, especially as their things were still firmly held at the railroad station. "What about costumes?" she asked. "We'll sew a few patches on my street clothes, and I'll make up as a tramp. You dress as a kid, and now, old girl, we'll rehearse." There was no damping his confidence. Rehearse they did. Already he had outlined the act. His wife was to open with a song, and after the applause, if any, died away, she would say, "Oh, I'm so scared. A nasty old tramp followed me here." Then, with a rattling of tin cans, Houdini would appear in his tramp makeup, trailing a collection of cans. A scream from the girl. "Don't be afraid, little one. I once had a little girl like you." He would then recite a bit of silly verse relating how a drunken father caused the death of his baby girl, etc. From this pathos, they were to jump into comedy and wind up with a double song and dance. While he wrote out the cues, Mrs. Houdini fashioned a child's dress from her best nightie and sewed patches on his worst suit. He had only two, one bad, the other worse, and they were ready to conquer the world. The concert hall proved about the most dreadful place in their experience. It was without ventilation and apparently had never been cleaned, and most of the patrons looked as if they lodged in convenient gutters. In both the first part, or opening, and the finale, or, as they called it, the afterpiece, both of which were ensembles, the Houdinis had to do parts. In the first part, Mrs. Houdini played a little girl, while Houdini had to do straight for the comedian. Houdini, as comedian, laughed so much at the comedy during rehearsal that the stage manager had repeatedly to reprove him with profane volleys. Between the first part and the afterpiece came the specialties. Mrs. Houdini, made up as a newsboy, opened the show and sang a newsboy song, selling papers to the patrons. The audience of human flotsam and jetsam would throw pennies at her as she cried, evening news, who'll buy?" And she was so busy picking up the coins that she sang the chorus 3 times before she heard the stage manager calling her off. The boy's costume, furnished by the house, was miles too big for her, and in her anxiety to get off the stage, she almost hopped out of the baggy trousers. Later, among the other acts, they appeared as the Rayners, Harry and Bess. Their bathos really made a hit, and at the end of the week the manager booked them for another, at a cut. Their first week was at $30, the second $25. Houdini gathered old issues of Puck and Judge from barbershops to concoct a new set of jingles and jokes for their second week. At the end of the fortnight, as Houdini drew his salary, he said to the manager, "My name is not Rayner. I am really the great Houdini." The manager stared at him blankly. "Who in hell is the great Houdini?" he asked. Wholly unabashed, Houdini explained to him. "All right," said the manager finally, "get your magic stuff out of hock, and if you really are so great, I'll give you your original $30 for a third week." With the trunk trick, they conquered both audience and management, so that still another week was added to their engagement, and as they pocketed the final $30, they felt that they were financially on their feet again. The concert halls and beer halls were depressing places. They continued to wander about, getting engagements here and there, but they were constantly facing weeks when there was no work, and board and lodging had to be paid for. At one time, during the early days, Houdini found himself stranded in New York with only vague chances of future engagements. He was really discouraged at his failure to capture audiences with his wonderful handcuff act. In something like despair, he went successively to 4 of the leading New York newspapers and offered to sell all his secrets, including that of the handcuff act, for $20. None of the editors displayed the least interest in his offer. About this time also, Houdini circulated handbills announcing that Professor Houdini had opened a school of magic and was prepared to instruct all comers in the mystic art. To supplement this work, he sold the material for tricks, including a trick packing box for escapes. These things he vended on a commission basis by arrangement with Roderberg of Chicago, who manufactured magical apparatus. The school was first opened in New York and later continued at Chicago, but no great rush of pupils developed. The most devoted student was a very old man in Chicago who had retired from business and had an ambition to astonish his friends. Houdini continued his connection with Roderberg for many years, and long after he ceased acting as agent for Roderberg's apparatus, he continued to devise new tricks for him and took great delight in his own inventions. End of Chapter 6. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 7 of Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. In the autumn of 1897, the Houdinis had a disastrous engagement at a music hall in Milwaukee, at the close of which the manager swindled them out of their salary. Following this came a session at Cole and Middleton's at Chicago, in the course of which Houdini plunged into a dice game to retrieve his fortunes and lost $60. This put the pair in serious difficulties. Houdini promised his wife never to gamble again, and kept his promise with fair circumspection. Fortunately, at this time came an offer to join Dr. Hill's traveling medicine show, known as the California Concert Company, at $25 a week. The Houdinis scraped together enough money to pay their fares and excess baggage to Garnett, Kansas, where the medicine show was playing. On the trip, they had to change cars at 3 a.m. The train was late at the junction point, and the other train, an express, was ready to start. To their horror, there was no one to shift their 4 heavy trunks. Houdini persuaded some of the passengers to help him transfer this baggage. Staggering under the heavy load, they got 2 of the 4 trunks into the express train, while the conductor waited impatiently, watch in hand. At this point, he announced that he could wait no longer. The contract called for the Houdinis to start with a show that day, and as they could do nothing without their baggage, their situation was critical. Moreover, after their period of brief stands and perpetual job hunting, this was a permanent engagement of 15 weeks, and they looked on it as a turning point in their fortunes. Houdini pleaded with the conductor to wait for a minute or two until the remaining trunks could be taken aboard, but he was obdurate. To him, a schedule was a sacred thing. Pushing Houdini aside, he waved the starting signal to the engineer. The bell began to ring, and the first puff came from the funnel of the locomotive. The next instant, Houdini was sprinting wildly past the locomotive. Just as the train was beginning to jerk ahead, he flung himself face downward across the track, directly in its path. The brakes ground sharply as the express jolted to an abrupt stop. Then 6 trainmen rushed down on Houdini with cries of profane rage. "I won't get up until you take my trunks aboard," he said grimly. "Otherwise you can run over me." 2 brakemen seized him round the waist, but they could not budge him. He had dug his fingers about one rail, his toes clung to the other. His muscles were like iron, and he knew the trick of stiffening his body so that Sandow himself would have had difficulty in dislodging him. The trainmen tugged and wrestled with him without avail. Finally, the engineer came running up. "Say, your damn trunks are on board," he cried. "How about letting us start?" Houdini had taken such a grip on the rails that the men had to help him get loose. Both his hands and feet were bruised and bleeding. His clothes were a sight, but he reached the show on time with his trunks. Dr. Hill was a fairly young man, very impressive to look at, with his flowing ecclesiastical hair and his silky brown beard, which suggested a German engraving of Christ. His benign appearance gave no hint of his most unholy thirst. His partner, Dr. Pratt, was a white-haired old gentleman with the air of a retired clergyman. The outfit appeared on the streets of the small towns in an ancient Victoria large enough to carry a small organ. At a convenient corner, they would take their stand. Dr. Pratt played the organ, and Houdini the tambourine, and Mrs. Houdini sang. After a crowd had collected, Dr. Hill would launch into impressive eloquence on the virtues of his wonderful medicine, which contained all the herbs in the pharmacopoeia and then some, and was a cure for all mortal ills. The man was a natural evangelist and always got results. Houdini would take in the money while the others handed out the bottles. When the last holdout had come forward with his coin, Dr. Hill announced the great show they would give at the town hall that evening for the trifling admission fees of 10, 15, and 25 cents. The show opened with a playlet. The property man played the hero, Mrs. Houdini's sweetheart. Houdini was the heavy villain. One night, the hero tried to demonstrate a capacity for liquor like Dr. Hill's, with disastrous consequences to both. At curtain time, the hero was lying on the floor, snoring loud enough to drown out the organ. In the emergency, old Dr. Pratt had to step into the part of the lover, and a puzzled audience watched Mrs. Houdini respond to his lovemaking and doubtless wondered at her preference when the villain was such a handsome young man. It was several nights before the property man was fit to take up his usual role again. At Coffeyville, Kansas, one night after the show, two gamblers offered Houdini $100 to open the rear door of a gambling house after the place had closed for the night. They wanted to fix some cards or other paraphernalia. Houdini had no particular moral compunctions. He explained that, with gamblers, it is a case of dog eat dog. But he knew that if he were surprised in the adventure, his life would not be worth a cent. So he refused and returned to the little hotel. He was just falling asleep when he was aroused to read a telegram from New York. It was on a family matter that necessitated an immediate answer, so he dressed and went to the railroad station. After he had sent his wire, he started back. The night was pitch black, and a drizzle of rain was starting. He had proceeded only a few yards when he felt something cold against his ear. "We can pick locks too, young man," said a voice. "Now you come along with us, or we'll turn the key." It was one of the gamblers. Under this persuasion, Houdini went with them. Still covered with the gun, he was led to the rear of the gambling joint. The door to be opened was really a combination of interlocked doors leading into a cellar, from which they were to make their way to the room where the layouts were. The cellar door opened outward, and after Houdini mastered the lock system and felt the door give, he jerked it out so violently that he knocked one man down against the other. Houdini leaped inside and snapped the lock to behind him. He supposed himself safe, but one of the enraged gamblers took a shot at him through a cellar grating. Houdini flung up his hand to shield his face, and the bullet lodged between the bases of two fingers. He carried it until his death. Later, he found an exit, picked his way out, and stole home to the hotel. Gradually, Houdini became the focal point of the show. One evening, in Lima, Ohio, H.M. Walker, a young newspaper man, entering the public square, saw a boy with a bell and a banner advertising a medicine show featuring Houdini the Magician, peerless prince of prestidigitators, at $25 a week. The young man followed the boy to a vacant store next to a shooting gallery, the windows of which displayed lithographs showing Houdini in evening clothes, the devil behind him, and witches fluttering in the dusky background. He entered and saw Houdini undo his cuffs, pour a glass of water and change it into ink, and perform expertly various other tricks. He was sufficiently interested to hunt up the magician and have a talk with him. "I haven't learned to coin my thrill in publicity," Houdini told him. "I think no one can beat me at magic, but I'm still obscure. It doesn't bother me, however. I know I'm going to be famous." Various acts joined the medicine show for brief periods while the Houdinis were with it. Among these transients were the Keatons, Joe and Myra, not to mention their whimsical-looking infant, Buster, whom Houdini named. In the opening ensemble piece, Joe Keaton did a part that called for a blackface comedian, but as Joe's specialty was brogue, he played it as an Irishman. Mrs. Houdini played the soubrette, Myra Keaton the woman lead, and Houdini straight. Houdini was constantly being convulsed with laughter at Joe's comedy, and on several occasions his uncontrollable mirth almost broke up the show, much to Joe's disgust. One night, while Mrs. Houdini was doing a song on the stage, she heard a voice cry, "Hogan's Hotel is afire." Joe Keaton was in the dressing room, and Myra, busy at the piano, did not hear the cry. Mrs. Houdini remembered Buster asleep in the hotel. She jumped over the gas footlights and ran up the aisle, down the street in her short bespangled dress, and into the smoky hotel. She dashed up the stairs and grabbed baby Buster, who was sleeping contentedly. As she reached the lobby, Joe, Myra, and Houdini, followed by most of the audience, were rushing in the door. Mrs. Houdini was not exactly a heroine, for Buster was in no immediate danger, save in her imagination. There was ample time for them to salvage all their belongings. In the course of the Houdini's engagement with Dr. Hill, business suddenly went bad. At the end of a barren week, Dr. Hill, in desperation, asked Houdini to give a spiritualistic seance as a special Sunday show. Houdini was advertised as the celebrated psychometric clairvoyant who, by strange power, when the conditions are favorable, can make tables float through the air, make musical instruments playing sweetest music fly through space, make visible spirit hands and faces in full light. On Sunday night, the local opera house was jammed. The messages and demonstrations given by Houdini caused the greatest astonishment and awe, and were doubtless discussed in that town for many a long day. How could he know all those things about us unless the spirits told him, was the question everyone asked. The secret of that sensational seance was simple. That Sunday morning, Houdini had paid a quiet visit to the village cemetery, accompanied by a village sexton and one Uncle Rufus, the town's most venerable gossip. Both these worthies were fixed not to give Houdini away. While Houdini copied the names, dates, and legends from the gravestones, Uncle Rufus and the sexton pumped him full of the intimate personal histories of those who lay beneath. Houdini had learned so much about the people of the town that after his performance, 2 local businessmen came to his dressing room and each offered him $25 if he would promise to give no more seances there. They wanted no more family skeletons rattled in their opera house. Of course, this feature was so successful that it was immediately added to the show. In those days, spiritualistic seances were the fashion, and mind reading was part of the performance of many magicians. The profession had no fixed standards such as obtained today, thanks largely to the influence of the Society of American Magicians, which Houdini helped to mold. The show business was surrounded by a liberal amount of pretentious flim-flam. The public loved to be told that the performer came from a strange land and liked to believe that he was in league with the devil. Accordingly, Dr. Hill's request seemed a fair part of the game. The Houdinis were well prepared for handling spirit messages. Houdini had already taught his wife mind reading, for which they used his code system, which included both signals and spoken words. By means of their signals, given through the position of hands or feet, or changes in the facial muscles, they could converse undetected in a crowded theater. Mrs. Houdini, blindfolded, could tell the date of a coin handed to Houdini by a stranger in the midst of the audience. To the simple onlooker, this involved some supernatural psychic ability, but every magician knows how to secure adequate vision after being securely blindfolded by any volunteer through a simple shift of the facial muscles. When one was out of view of the other, the spoken code was used. Their code words for numbers, which the Houdinis kept secret for 33 years, were as follows: pray, 1; answer, 2; say, 3; now, 4; tell, 5; please, 6; speak, 7; quickly, 8; look, 9; be quick, 10. By combining these within sentences, they could signal any one number or combination of numbers. Mrs. Houdini easily learned the trick of going into a trance, the mediumistic rigmarole, the droning out of spirit messages. Houdini, of course, was a thoroughly impressive and masterful professor. With a little practice, they could do a seance as well as veterans. The itinerant mediums had a sort of blue book for the Midwestern small towns. It contained a list of persons in each place who frequented seances, with details about their deceased relatives and other points of assistance in the manufacture of messages. On visiting a town, the regular procedure was to cull personal information from the local graveyard. Boarding house dining rooms, where everyone sat at the same table and there was much local gossip floating about, were another source of information. Still another open sesame was a musical Bible, in which a hidden music box mechanism rendered "Nearer, my God, to Thee," and other familiar hymns. Houdini would visit homes, ostensibly to take orders for copies of the musical Bible, to be paid for on delivery, and while the family was marveling over his sample, he would deftly extract the family secrets from the record in their own family Bible. A local tipster would be engaged to give pointers on the identity of persons who came to the seances. The messages were adjusted to fit these people in the light of the knowledge he had gleaned of them, and the messages were distinctly what the public wanted. This solemn hocus-pocus was not without its amusing features. One night, between the acts, the tipster pointed out to Houdini 2 Negroes sitting in the gallery, who were the local bad men. These men went about armed with razors and were much feared. 3 weeks before, one of their pals had been found murdered, and while no tangible evidence could be raised to fasten the crime on them, the people of the little town felt that they were implicated. When Houdini began to give his messages, he presently stepped forward with a puzzled, earnest face. "I have a message here for Bill Dokes and Jim Saunders," he said. "It comes from Benny Carter. He says, 'Yo boys better put yo razors away, or yo is sure going to be where I is now.' Are Bill Dokes and Jim Saunders present?" There was an awed silence, and then, as someone in the gallery upset a chair and stumbled hastily toward the exit, a quavering voice replied, "Yes, they is, but they ain't staying." At the close of their engagement with the medicine show, the Houdinis set up in the medium business on their own for a brief period. Houdini took this step primarily to save his young wife from objectionable contacts in the poorer class of concert halls. It was a temporary expedient in the difficult business of making a living. Mrs. Houdini recalls a number of incidents relating to this venture. She relates, quote, "I retain a vivid picture of Houdini beginning his elaborate hocus-pocus of putting me into a trance in some small hall, and the pale face of a grubby little woman in deep mourning in the circle of patient clients. I remember Houdini's admonitory whisper, 'Mrs. Mary Blank here. Her husband Henry passed away 6 months ago,' and the steady waving motion of his hands in the darkened room. But I was thinking at the time of a certain hat, a love of a hat which I had seen in a shop window that morning. I was badly in need of a hat, and I had asked Houdini for that one, but his reply was that we could not afford it. My eyes remained opened, fixed on his, while he continued his whispered admonitions about persons in the audience. I continued to brood sulkily on the hat. 'Time to start, Bess,' whispered Houdini. 'Do I get that hat?' I demanded. 'No, can't afford it. Don't forget Mrs. Mary Blank, husband Henry.' 'No hat, no messages,' I replied. Houdini whispered to me urgently, meanwhile explaining aloud that the spirits were a bit difficult that day. 'Do I get the hat? Do I get the hat?' I kept repeating. Finally, sweating with anxiety and effort, he surrendered. 'Oh, all right, you get the hat.' My eyes closed slowly, and I twitched into my trance. Mary Blank got her message from Henry. I recall one evening in a town over the Canadian border, Houdini had put me in a trance, and I was reading sealed messages from persons at the seance and answering them according to our system. One of the questions read, "Where is my brother John? I have not heard from him in 19 years. Signed, Mary Murphy." For such questions, the answer was invariably simple and evasive, something like, "You will shortly hear from him as he is on his way to you." But I had a lively recollection of a Mrs. John Murphy who kept an ice cream parlor near the Vice home in New York. Houdini was a great pal of hers and often spoke of her. So to Houdini's astonishment, my reply broke all the rules of the game. "You will find your brother," I said, "at East 72nd Street, New York." This seemed a harmless answer to me, for by the time Mary Murphy wrote and got a reply, we would be safe in another town. But Mary Murphy fooled us. She wired, as Houdini often explained in his lectures on fraudulent mediums. There are an astonishing number of coincidences in life. John Murphy of East 72nd Street, New York, was indeed Mary Murphy's long-lost brother, and if some bold realist had subsequently tried to explain to the good people of that Canadian town that Houdini and I really had no inside knowledge of the spirit world, no second sight, no occult knowledge whatever, he would have courted tar and feathers. The work brought in a surer income than the concert halls, and the surroundings were cleaner, but very soon Houdini found that he could not go on with it. He was too straightforward for that. The people were so pitiable, so trustful. Our messages probably gave them comfort, but it was a false comfort at best. Unquote. Houdini's observation of a rival medium at St. Joseph, Missouri, while he was still with the medicine show, first started him thinking seriously about the ethics of spirit messages. The man was so crude, and his deluded clients were so pathetic in their credulity, that Houdini began to be doubtful about the whole business. It was only gradually, however, that he came to realize what a low form of deceit is involved in giving simple people imaginary messages from the dead, and what very real mental havoc is sometimes wrought by such communications. An odd coincidence, the second they encountered while playing his mediums put the final touch on Houdini's disgust. They were giving seances in a small town. Looking out of the window before a seance, Houdini saw a woman dressed in black, scolding a small boy, obviously her son, who had been riding recklessly on his bicycle. With some final admonitions, she turned toward Houdini's place and entered. When the messages began to come, Houdini played a long chance with the woman. He told her that he had a spirit message that her little boy would break his arm while riding his bicycle. Shortly after the woman returned home, the child was brought in with his arm broken. Houdini was deeply shocked when the news was conveyed to him. He dropped the medium business then and there. It was not a chapter he cared to look back on, but in a sense it served its purpose by giving him an inside glimpse of the workings of a pious fraud. In later years, he made a sort of compensation when he took it on himself to expose the whole wretched business. He gained thereby the bitter active enmity of a number of clever mediumistic tricksters, and drew down on himself the wrath of many of their dupes. But he felt that the cause was worth it. His early moral revulsion from the mediumistic trickery contributed to the fervor of his later crusade. After Dr. Hill's outfit gave up the ghost early in 1898, and the Houdinis had made their first brief incursion into spiritualism, they joined a traveling repertoire show which specialized in blood-curdling melodramas. Between the acts, the Houdinis did their magic and the trunk trick, and Houdini alone did the handcuff act. Ever jealous of his professional prestige as a magician, he appeared in the melodramas under an assumed name, and in order that the audiences should not recognize the actor as the great Houdini, he would play his part with a wad of paper stuffed in each cheek. In the fine old repertoire standby, 10 Nights in a Bar-Room, Houdini played Jim Morgan, the paternal barfly, and Mrs. Houdini, his little daughter Mary, who pleaded, "Father, dear father, come home with me now." A rivalry had arisen between Mrs. Houdini and the titular leading lady of the company, which did not add to the harmony of life. Mrs. Houdini knew that she was a better actress than the leading lady. The leading lady knew that she outclassed Mrs. Houdini. Their respective husbands had a difficult time. In the course of devising bits of stage business to steal the leading lady's thunder, Mrs. Houdini secretly decided to adapt a realistic trick to the bar-room scene. According to the traditional action, little Mary pleads with her father to go home. In a drunken rage, he flings a bottle at her, and she falls comfortably on a fat rug and dies. Mrs. Houdini filled a small rubber balloon with red ink and hid it under her curls. When Houdini, as her father, hurled the bottle, she slapped her hand to her brow and broke the rubber, and the red ink spurted over her face. "My God, Bess," groaned Houdini, springing forward with a cry of terror that was not in the lines, and in his excitement swallowing both wads of paper. His wife had to come to life and explain the trick to him before the show could go on. At the beginning of April 1898, he began his second engagement with Welsh Brothers Circus, a 6-month tour through the smaller eastern cities. By this time, he had begun to keep a diary, and the entries indicate that for a time he thought seriously of becoming an acrobat. Apparently, his success as a clown on the bars led to this idea. "First appearance as clown on bars. Went big and funny," was his entry at Harrisburg, May 14. Later, various entries recorded his progress at practicing summer sets and running a mile or more a day for his wind. Finally, on September 3rd, he, quote, "bought pink tights and uppers," unquote. Thereafter, however, his ardor for acrobatics appeared to cool rapidly. The art of the tumbler was too simple to hold him, and he grew impatient for a return to engagements where he could do his own stuff exclusively. His dissatisfaction made him quarrelsome. Near the end of September, his diary reveals, he had a rough-and-tumble fight with Bill the dog boy, and worsted that freakish antagonist. On October 8th, he wrote, "Welsh Brothers closed. Home sweet home. Last 2 weeks seemed like eternity." This was the end of his American circus career. He was 24 and had served an apprenticeship of some 6 years of minor engagements. He was more determined than ever to break into big time. End of Chapter 7. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 8 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The thing that gave Houdini his first lift out of obscurity was a development of the despised handcuff trick, which most of his early audiences gazed on with such marked lack of enthusiasm. There has been much learned discussion and much nonsensical speculation in every civilized language as to how Houdini escaped from handcuffs and prison cells under most abnormal and rigorous conditions. Many persons have explained the mystery by the suggestion that Houdini could compress his knuckles so that they became smaller than his wrists, and thus be easily slipped out of the gyves. Houdini could not do that, though it was not for lack of trying, and he maintained from his own experience that it was physically impossible to make one's hand of smaller compass than one's wrist. From many ordinary handcuffs, Houdini could release himself by giving them a blow in a certain spot. He stated publicly on several occasions that he frequently freed himself in this manner, but he never let anyone witness his self-release, for that was his secret too. Generally speaking, he stated that the British regulation handcuffs were the easiest he encountered, and he was accustomed to free himself from these instantly with a single sharp rap. For the more difficult handcuffs, he would use his picklock, a refinement on the little instrument he devised while working for the locksmith in Appleton. He could, incidentally, improvise a workable picklock from a bit of wire or a pin or a watch spring. Certain handcuffs he could unlock with the aid of a piece of twine alone. The real key was his profound knowledge of every type of lock and of locking system. How he managed to operate with his hands thrust behind him is another matter. There were certain gyves from which he freed himself by sheer dexterity and strength, and on at least one occasion he got out of a cuff in which a slug had been placed in such a position that it could not be unlocked. His exact process of working would be, as he sometimes remarked, a dangerous thing to let loose in any society, even though few persons would have the special skill and knowledge to make use of it. Of course, the most carefully preserved secrets will leak a little, and after Houdini became famous, there grew up a veritable army of handcuff kings, ranging from the veriest frauds to highly skilled performers. However, he was the originator of the Handcuff Challenge Escape Act, as of various other escapes, and none of his imitators dared submit himself to the rigorous conditions often accepted by Houdini as part of the day's work. No other would accept promiscuously the challenge of any ambitious police chief eager to test his jail against the skill of the Handcuff King. Stripped naked, submitted to the sharpest clinical examination by police surgeons who explored all the orifices of his body with fingers and instruments and surgical lights, left locked in a cell, handcuffed hand and foot, and securely chained to the wall or the bars, his clothes locked behind him, Houdini would walk jauntily out of the stoutest jail door in a few minutes' time, fully clothed, and looking as if the whole affair had cost him no particular exertion. No other handcuff king could emulate him in such tests. The little picklock remained with him through most of the tests. The surgeons and detectives, hard-boiled and intent and up to tricks, and not at all delicate in their attentions, would pass their hands over every inch of his body and probe and explore, but never during all the years of his escapes did any of them find anything on him. "Sure, I had something on me, a little bit of a thing," he once explained to a friend. The hiding place was so easy to see that they always overlooked it. It was late in 1895, when the American Gaiety Girl Company was slowly dying on his hands, that Houdini conceived the idea of visiting police stations and offering to free himself from any handcuffs in order to attract attention to the show. The first place where this feat drew some newspaper space was Holyoke, Massachusetts. The Holyoke Daily Democrat of December 2nd, 1895, contained the following news story. Has no use for handcuffs. The police entertained by a stranger who unfastens any pair of handcuffs put on him. Harry Houdini of the American Gaiety Girl Company, which plays at the Empire this week, walked into the police station yesterday afternoon to see if the police had any handcuffs which they couldn't manage. Mr. Houdini is an expert in unlocking these instruments, and he can manage them as well when they are around his wrists as when fastened to someone else. "I am traveling with the Gaiety Company," said he to Officer Chamberlain, who was seated in the office. "I thought I would drop in and show you a little trick with the handcuffs. Put any sort of a cuff around my wrists, lock it, and take away the key. Let me go into a side room for a second, and I will return with the leaders unfastened." A rather doubtful statement, thought Officer Chamberlain, but nevertheless he thought he would give the fellow a trial, so he pulled out his own manacles and fastened them around Mr. Houdini's wrists, putting the key in his pocket. Then the fellow walked into an adjoining room and shut the door. In less than a minute he returned, carrying the handcuffs in his hand. This astonishing performance was repeated twice with equal success each time. It makes no difference with Mr. Houdini what kind of handcuffs are produced. He unlocks them all with as much ease as if they were strings wound around his wrists. This was a handsome notice, and thereafter others began to crop up in the towns the Houdinis visited. But unfortunately, they were all provincial towns, and the men who ran the big booking offices did not read the Holyoke Daily Democrat and similar newspapers. In the larger cities, the police chiefs were busier and more hard-boiled, and callous city editors showed no interest in the efforts of a small-time vaudeville performer eager for a bit of free space in the news columns. It was not until the end of 1898, when he was playing a series of obscure engagements in Chicago and its environs, that Houdini hit on a scheme for making his police station stunt more dramatic. He went about his plans carefully. First, he made friends with several newspapermen. Then he secured an introduction to Andy Rowan, lieutenant of detectives and right-hand man of the chief of police. Andy, with his great paunch and drooping red walrus mustache, was a familiar figure in Chicago in those days as he drove about from one resort to another, overflowing the seat of his one-horse rig, a little black bag between his feet. Houdini took his wife to the city jail to pay a visit to Rowan, and it was her job to keep the rotund and good-natured officer amused, while Houdini prowled about and surreptitiously studied the lock system. The visit was without result. The locks were complicated, and Houdini could not discover what he wanted. So, on the following day, somewhat to the astonishment of Rowan, the Houdinis called again. After a time, Rowan began to get suspicious. He was tired of Mrs. Houdini's stories and obviously bored with carrying on a mild flirtation with the wife of a mysterious stranger with a passion for snooping about the jail. Finally, he informed the pair that the jail was for those who had business there, either behind the bars or otherwise, and he had no further hospitality to offer. By this time, however, Houdini had signaled that he had what he was after, so they left abruptly. The next day, Houdini told his reporter friends that he could escape from the city jail after letting himself be handcuffed and locked in a cell. Nobody had done anything like that in Chicago before, so that was news. Houdini, therefore, paid another visit to the jail, this time accompanied by several reporters and a photographer. Rowan was not unaware of the value of reporters, and the stunt pleased him. He assumed that Houdini could not get out, and he was not averse to having that young nuisance make a fool of himself. Houdini was duly locked up, and in a few minutes he walked into the warden's office, a free man. His reception, however, was disappointing. The reporters had learned in the interval of his previous visits to the jail and assumed that he had taken a wax impress of the locks, had keys made, and merely took them out of his pocket and unlocked the cell door and the corridor exits. There was no magic in that, said the skeptical young men, and it wasn't news. Suppose you strip me and search me before you lock me up, said Houdini. That sounded more like the real thing, they admitted, and so that was done, and in addition, at Houdini's suggestion, they sealed his mouth with plaster. His clothes were locked in another cell, so they left him, manacled and stark naked, and within 10 minutes he strolled jauntily into Rowan's office with his clothes on. Moreover, he entered the chief's office from the street door. First, he had let himself out of the jail and dashed over to his wife at their lodgings to cry, "Success! Success!" By that time, quite a crowd had assembled in the chief's quarters, and all of them, especially Andy Rowan, were impressed and astounded. The real thrill, however, came next morning. Houdini burst into the room. He always burst in. He could never come in quietly, waving a sheaf of newspapers and shouting, "Bess, Bess, I'm famous. Look at my picture in the papers." His picture was there, sure enough. It was only a narrow single-column cut, and the stories were only a couple of inches long, but they seemed very large and important to him, as indeed they were. Then and there, all his small fortune was spent for papers and stamps. All day the Houdinis were busy marking, folding, and stamping the clippings. Houdini sent one to every person he had ever known or heard of. This was the real beginning of Houdini's public jailbreaking. Thereafter, he escaped from the principal jails in many cities. His collection of certificates from the police and municipal authorities covers most of the larger cities, from San Francisco to Moscow. Occasionally, a conservative warden or police chief would refuse to allow Houdini to test the integrity of his jail. As Houdini became better known, however, the newspapers, as a matter of local pride as well as news value, usually forced the recalcitrant wardens to permit the test. "Perhaps our jail will hold him," was the usual argument, but nothing held Houdini. His experiences included all the most modern American jails, fortress-like places of incarceration devised by officers of the Kaiser's government, the famous Siberian prison van, which was the pride of the Tsar's secret police, and from which no prisoner had ever been lost, medieval dungeons in which he would be clamped securely to 8-foot walls of solid masonry, and the black holds of ancient prison ships in which he would be corseleted in leather and steel and chained to huge oaken beams. Houdini broke free from all these restraints. In all his demonstrations, there was not a single failure. Sometimes the task was tough, even for him. On a number of occasions, he emerged with his limbs swollen or bleeding, concealing his exhaustion as best he could. Once, through an amusing mischance, he came very close to failure. This occurred in the days after he had become famous. It was during one of his continental tours at a town in Scotland. At the jail there, after he had been stripped, searched, manacled, and had had his mouth sealed, a shrewd-looking old turnkey shut him in a cell. As the turnkey walked away down the corridor, Houdini reflected that he did not like the twinkle in that old man's eye. The expression had not been exactly malevolent, but it was provocative and derisory. Houdini, however, quickly freed himself from his shackles and tackled the cell lock. It would not open. He labored and sweated over it in a growing impatience, but the lock would not budge. Finally, pausing to rest, he reflected that unless he got out of that place, he would on the morrow be the laughing stock of 2 continents, and all his laboriously built-up reputation as the greatest jailbreaker of all time would be completely in ruins. With redoubled energy, he began working again on that stubborn lock, but it resisted every effort. Finally, completely exhausted, he leaned against the door, and it swung open so unexpectedly that he nearly fell headlong into the corridor. The turnkey had not locked it. After Houdini had let himself out of the corridor, he came upon the aged jailer, who was sitting on a stool smoking a black pipe. The man squinted up at him, inscrutable and quizzical. "So you got out, laddie," he remarked in a non-committal voice. At Memphis, Tennessee, in 1899, Houdini, having freed himself from a cell and from the jail building, walked across the jail yard and started to let himself out of the gate. Suddenly came a sharp summons to hold up his hands. Houdini turned to see a scowling guard with a cocked rifle against his shoulder. "Put him up," said the guard with unmistakable curtness, and Houdini hastily put him up. The man was the rock-pile guard, and the warden had neglected to inform him that Houdini was in the jail that day and had the privilege of escaping if he could. The incident was soon ended, but it had sinister possibilities that made Houdini careful to be assured in future that all prison guards had warning that he was breaking jail. One of Houdini's most difficult escapes was made in one of the larger California cities during his first trip to the coast, not long after he surprised Andy Rowan. On this occasion, after stripping Houdini, the chief of police had him locked in a cell with 4 pairs of handcuffs on his arms, shackles on his legs, and one leg encased in an organ boot, a 55-pound leg iron that has no key and works by a combination lock. After Houdini had escaped from these complicated shackles, the chief of police, who had submitted to the test with reluctance, issued the following formal and not very complimentary public statement. Should Houdini turn out to be a criminal, I would consider him a very dangerous man, and I suggest that the various officers throughout the United States remember his appearance in case of future emergency. Once, and once only, Houdini failed to get out of a handcuff. It was shortly before the Andy Rowan incident, while he was filling an engagement at Middleton's Museum in Chicago. A detective locked him in a pair of cuffs that completely baffled him. He worked over those shackles vainly for more than an hour, until the audience began to jeer at him. Finally, he managed to open one lock, but the other resisted all his efforts, and the derisive crowd left to watch the next freak. Poor Houdini stood disconsolately on his platform, and his wife wept bitterly. "Do you give up, Houdini?" asked the detective. He was a hard-looking customer. "No," replied Houdini resolutely. "Well," said the detective, "I might as well tell you that cuff don't open. I fixed a slug in it, and it won't unlock." The audience had departed, and Houdini could not explain the reason for his failure. He thought he was ruined for life. Broken in spirit, the Houdinis went to their lodgings. "Well, Bess, I'm done for," said Houdini. "The whole world will know that I failed to get out of a cuff. We may as well quit. I'll take that job William Bartolms offered to get me at the Yale lock factory." Mr. Bartolms, Mrs. Houdini's brother-in-law, had indeed suggested that he could land a good steady position for Houdini if the Houdinis ever thought of giving up their vagabond life, but somehow Beatrice could not see Houdini settling down in a lock factory. Anticlimax came the next day. They went back to their platform, expecting everyone to laugh at the great handcuff king. Not a soul laughed. Later, Houdini asked Mr. Hedges, the manager, if there had been any comment on the failure of the previous day. Mr. Hedges laughed indifferently. "Didn't you get out of that cuff?" he said. "This is the first I knew about it. If it was fixed, what's the difference?" That really hurt, to think that no one had taken any notice of their great tragedy. After that, Houdini was more wary. He first locked and unlocked every cuff brought to him. End of Chapter 8. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 9 of Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The publicity from Houdini's jailbreaking stunt in Chicago brought quick results. In a few days, a representative of the Hopkins Theater called on him and asked him to step in immediately to play a role in their bill, the headline act having closed unexpectedly on account of death. The Houdinis had never, save for the single engagement at Tony Pastor's, played a first-class house of this character, though during their visits to Chicago they had occasionally dropped in at the Hopkins Theater to keep warm. Unfortunately, Mrs. Houdini was confined to her bed with influenza. Houdini had done no act without her for nearly 5 years, and he felt that he could not do himself justice without her aid. He was almost heartbroken over the realization that his longed-for opportunity had come, and he was unable to avail himself of it. As an excuse, he began to make what seemed to him impossible conditions. "I would not play Hopkins unless I were starred," he said. "We want you for the star act," was the reply. Houdini asked the salary and was told $85. "I would not work for less than $100, he said haughtily. The Hopkins man went to the telephone for instructions and returned with Houdini's price accepted. Houdini, in a desperate state of mind, began making a number of temperamental demands: star place on the bill, star dressing room, large mirror in the room. The agent eagerly agreed to everything. Finally, Houdini excused himself and went to consult his wife. When she heard about what seemed a fabulous offer and opportunity, she sat up gamely and said, "Get me to the theater, I'll work." The Hopkins man had a cab waiting outside, and they drove to the theater in state. Beatrice Houdini had never ridden in a cab before, and in the excitement of the ride, the large theater, and in particular the well-appointed dressing room with its full-length mirror, her illness was almost forgotten. The act went well, better than it usually did before minor audiences. After his short session at Hopkins, Houdini went back to the dime museums once more, but the Chicago publicity still served him. One night, while he was playing a museum in Minneapolis, a stranger came to him after the show. "Will you and your wife come out with me and have a cup of coffee?" he said. "I want to talk with you." When they were seated in a restaurant, Houdini asked the man what he thought of the act. "I think you're a rotten showman," replied the stranger. "Why don't you cut out the little magical stuff? It only distracts the audience. And just give a couple of big thrillers, like the handcuffs and the trunk trick." The Houdinis were silent. "There are plenty of good magicians doing the stock stuff and doing it very well at 40 per, the stranger continued. "You have two big stunts at which nobody else can touch you. Those are the things to cash in on. I'll try you out on the circuit at $60, and if you make it go, I'll raise you. My name is Martin Beck." Houdini turned suddenly to beam at his wife across the table. Martin Beck! The Orpheum Circuit! Big time! That seemed too good to be true. Meanwhile, Mr. Beck sat back with an enigmatic smile. He was conscious that in Houdini he had made a find, but in his mind there was a large reservation. Houdini seemed to him one of the shyest men he had met, in a profession where that quality was not common. There was just a bit of doubt whether such a shy person could put his stuff over. Martin Beck's curt advice put an end to most of the miscellaneous tricks with which Houdini had cluttered his act. The Houdinis had a tender feeling for this minor magic and were reluctant to abandon it. Thereafter, Houdini no longer produced an incredible number of objects, including live pigeons and guinea pigs from a borrowed silk hat. The guinea pigs were given away. The pigeons, two regal white birds, known as Lord and Lady Snowball, were stored with a Chicago friend who generously agreed to house them, and subsequently had them cooked for dinner. Even the watch trick, in which the Houdinis took great pride, was discarded. In this trick, Houdini would borrow a watch, and stumbling on the runway, would apparently fall and break it. The broken watch was, of course, a substitute. The borrowed watch would be passed quietly to Mrs. Houdini, who would place it on the back of a target off stage. Meanwhile, Houdini, profusely apologetic, would ram the fragments of the broken watch into a pistol. He would then demand a target and insist that Mrs. Houdini place it on her head. When he aimed and fired the pistol, a spring released the real watch, which was thereupon returned to the owner intact. The first time Houdini ventured this bit of magic in public, the releasing spring did not work properly, and the borrowed watch fell to the floor and was actually smashed, much to the dismay of the performers. Houdini, however, picked it up, brazenly declared that it was intact, and requested the owner to call for it later in his dressing room, where explanations were made and damages paid. Despite this initial mishap, the watch trick was their favorite for over a year. However, when Martin Beck advised Houdini to cut the lesser stunts and confine himself to a few big thrillers, he saw the point instantly. Their first big trip on the big circuit involved a jump from Chicago to the Pacific coast. They were booked to travel tourist. Houdini, as usual, accepted everyone's advice about the trip, and as they had little money, they decided to take enough food with them to last through the entire journey. Houdini spent all his money, except $7, on the supplies. A succession of delivery boys dumped extravagant quantities of chickens, fruit, and vegetables into their room, and for 2 days Mrs. Houdini was busy roasting and baking. When they went to the train, they dragged with them a huge hamper of food so that they resembled a pair of immigrants. It was summer, and the weather was hot. They had a single lower berth. 2 other travelers squeezed into the berth above them. The Houdinis were proud of their forethought about supplies and unpacked their chicken and biscuits and jams for the first meal with some ostentation. George, the porter, agreed to furnish plain black coffee. The Houdini commissariat included condensed milk for 5 cents a cup. Their first meal was a banquet. Houdini insisted on offering fruit or jam to other passengers who had not brought such dainties. The Houdinis saw the trip stretching as a jolly picnic all the way to California. After the first breakfast, however, they shared a single cup of coffee at each meal, as it was necessary to keep the $7 virtually intact for the first week's expenses in San Francisco. On the third morning, however, came a tragedy. It was a hot, sultry day, and after the Houdinis awoke, they noticed an unpleasant odor in the car. When they opened their food hampers, the source of this was revealed. The food was spoiling. In silence, they dropped the remains of their chickens, tomatoes, and other edibles out of the window. They had no appetite for the breakfast of hard biscuits and jam. The porter, who was unaware that they had only $7, proved most sympathetic. Houdini could buy meat at the stations, and the porter could cook it for them on his oil stove. At subsequent stops, Houdini did go shopping with George and bought fresh bread and such a tiny piece of meat that even the tolerant George looked his disapproval. So they came to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and the $7 had diminished to $5. It was a blistering day, and the 2 travelers were dirty and tired, and their tempers were on edge. The train was to stop for an hour. Houdini asked his wife to take a walk with him, but she was too exhausted to venture out into the heat. "Bess," he said, "if it is possible to get ice cream, I'm going to bring you some." Houdini vanished until after the starting whistle had sounded. Then, as the train was beginning to wheeze, he burst into view far down the street, running like mad and lugging a huge can. He was hauled aboard the train, breathless, but he soon recovered. "Come, folks, ice cream for all," he cried. "George, you're also in on this party, and here's a small present for your kindness." To Mrs. Houdini's dismay, he counted 5 shiny silver dollars into the porter's hand. "Where did you get that money?" she demanded. "Did you kill somebody?" "No, sweetheart," he replied. "Let's eat the cream first." George searched through the train and produced an assortment of dishes for the passengers of the Houdini car. There was enough ice cream for all. George ate his share out of his old iron frying pan. All the passengers, including Houdini, feasted. That is, all except one. Mrs. Houdini was too uneasy to enjoy the treat. Her husband's pockets, she observed, were bulging with silver dollars. With a growing anxiety, she watched his attack on the ice cream. Finally, he explained. He had got into a game of dice. $3 he had put away in an inner pocket. With the other 2, he decided to try his luck. Luck had proved invincible. Minutely, he described the game. Mrs. Houdini could hardly understand a word of the jargon, but George followed the tale ecstatically. $5 had been spent for ice cream, 5 more for George's tip, and there still remained 75 free and clear. This Mrs. Houdini promptly annexed. She was taking no chances with the sporting glow in George's eyes. The rest of the trip was a festival. No further need for sharing a single cup of coffee for breakfast. George would appear at mealtime with a majestic bow. "Mr. Houdini, what y'all going to have to eat?" His larder blossomed magically with bacon, eggs, chops, and steaks. When they arrived at San Francisco, June 2nd, 1899, they were still bloated millionaires. Houdini insisted on taking a room at $6 a week. Hitherto, they had never gone beyond $5. The room boasted running water and a gas stove. As soon as they arrived, tired and grimy, Mrs. Houdini washed Houdini's ears. He was one of the little boys who never learned the art of keeping his ears clean. To Mrs. Houdini, brought up in a household where the virtue of scouring ears was rigorously observed, the state of her husband's ears was a matter of constant concern. For 33 years, she attacked his ears at frequent intervals with soap and water. He submitted to these ablutionary onslaughts with patient stoicism, but he could never be moved to do the job himself. Shortly before Houdini's last illness, Mrs. Houdini, who had herself been confined to her bed with ptomaine poisoning, woke up in the middle of the night with a painful realization that Houdini's ears, neglected for several days, must be in a very parlous state indeed. She jumped up and darted for the soap and water and washcloth. "You are now 52 years old," she exclaimed, as she gave the guilty orifices a thorough scrubbing, "and yet I can't trust you to wash your own ears." To return to San Francisco in the summer of 1899, the $6 room was not wholly a success for the tired travelers. It was infested with fleas. Houdini immediately fell asleep, for no stinging or biting insects ever troubled him, but Mrs. Houdini lay awake and scratching into the small hours. Then suddenly the house reared up and shook itself, and both Houdinis were rolled not ungently out of bed. Mrs. Houdini staggered to the windows and saw some houses apparently tumbling down. Then she dashed back to Houdini, but he was placidly sleeping, though still on the floor, and he refused to be roused. He was not a long-distance sleeper, as has been hitherto explained in these pages, but while he was at it, he slept intensively. The phenomenon was a coast earthquake, a minor one, as such things go, and not enough to disturb the native realtors. The next day, Houdini challenged the local police to fasten him in such a way that he could not escape. The detective bureau welcomed the rash young man. After he had been stripped and searched, 10 pairs of handcuffs were fastened on him. His ankles were shackled together, also his arms, and then the armbands were handcuffed to the fetters. Weighted down with steel, Houdini was allowed to hobble into a room which he had not previously been permitted to enter. After the door had been closed on him, a cynical sergeant of detectives explained to the reporters that it was beyond human possibility for the man to get free. "We'll let him cool in there for an hour, and then we'll unlock him," he said comfortably, and at that moment Houdini stepped out of the room, carrying all the shackles in his free hand. The police then procured from the county insane asylum a leather belt jacket, used to restrain particularly violent cases, and regarded as escape-proof. Houdini's body was locked in this, and his hands were locked in leather cuffs, which were part of the apparatus. He was placed in an isolated chamber, the approaches of which were guarded so that no Confederates could assist him. Within 5 minutes, he stepped into the corridor, carrying the belt jacket in his hand. Naturally, the press could not ignore such demonstrations. Houdini became a topic of discussion throughout California and a great drawing card wherever he played. After he had been appearing for a short time, a man calling himself Professor Benson was moved to write to a newspaper what purported to be an exposure of Houdini's handcuff act. Houdini, he said, had a key concealed in his mouth, and the professor was sure he could duplicate everything Houdini could do with handcuffs. Houdini's reply was prompt. He would let Professor Benson strip him, seal his mouth, and lock him in a cuff. If he could not escape, he would forfeit $100. He would then lock Professor Benson in a cuff and give him the key. If the professor could not escape, he need not give Houdini the $100, but he must permit Houdini to shave off the professor's long black beard on the stage of the Orpheum Theater. The professor failed to show up for the contest, but Houdini's popularity did not suffer thereby. The Houdinis were receiving $90 a week on the Orpheum circuit. One of the actors on the bill kept telling Houdini that he was worth at least $200. That seemed a perfectly impossible sum to the two recent graduates from the beer halls and the dime museums, but they frequently talked it over. Finally, they decided to ask Martin Beck for a raise to $150. They did not expect to get the raise, but there seemed no harm in asking. To their complete astonishment, Mr. Beck consented immediately. At the end of their first week on the new scale, Houdini went out and bought his wife her first fur neckpiece. It cost $35, but it gave them infinite satisfaction. It became for them the symbol of a new stage in Houdini's career. That career was attracting increasing public attention as the tour proceeded. In addition to getting free from the police shackles in San Francisco and Los Angeles, Houdini bested the police handcuffers in Memphis, Nashville, Kansas City, Providence, and several smaller cities where they consented to test his skill in the jails. He had at last learned showmanship. He could command space in the newspapers and the keen attention of his audiences. At 25, he was giving his performance with all the assurance and finesse of a veteran. Yet he was still unable to secure any attention in the greater eastern cities, where the reputations of performers were in large measure established for the whole community. The tour of the Orpheum circuit, begun in early summer of 1899, ended in the autumn, and another period of uncertain and scattered engagements began. Houdini fumed and fretted. He had saved no money, for each week he sent a substantial portion of his earnings to his mother, and the rest, above his frugal living expenses, generally slipped through his fingers for old books and curios bearing on some phase of his art. His success was not increasing proportionately to his skill. To the study of his profession he had devoted himself for half a dozen years with complete single-mindedness. For every phase of magic his curiosity was insatiable. In January 1899 he was on the bill at Middleton's Clark Street Museum in Chicago with, quote, "the tiniest triplets ever born," unquote, with a mammoth fat lady, skirt dancers, legless dancers, English ballad singers, Irish comedians, and Thardo, the rattlesnake poison defier. Houdini paid no attention to any of these except Thardo, but he never missed one of her performances. Thardo's stand was about 12 feet from Houdini's in the Hall of Freaks, and the ring of spectators about her contained no person more fascinated than Houdini. When Houdini saw a trick, he was never content until he knew how it was done. Sword swallowers, frog swallowers, fire eaters, poison eaters, strong men, spiritist mediums, sleight of hand artists, Houdini would stand before them for long periods, completely absorbed. Whenever he was missing, if there was a miracle worker or juggler in town, his wife knew where to find him. He had to know all the details of their work, who had invented the tricks, how they trained themselves, what the after effects were. During his first tour with Welsh Brothers Circus, Houdini devoted much time to an old Japanese who could swallow whole oranges and similar large objects and bring them up again. He advised Houdini to start with very small potatoes, gradually increasing the size in order to accustom his muscles to this pleasant pastime. Mrs. Houdini strenuously disapproved of such magical pranks, but the professional swallowers, especially those who went in for live frogs, always lured Houdini. He was finally cured of the desire to emulate such feats in the course of a European trip. A famous frog swallower was on the bill with him at Circus Busch in Berlin. Watching the man's performance with his usual intentness one evening, Houdini saw him swallow a whole flock of frogs. Later, when the performer counted his flock over in his dressing room, one was missing. Houdini speculated uncomfortably on the whereabouts of that batrachian. The various Boscos who swallow live snakes merely disgusted Houdini. He would spend hours with them discussing their wriggly art, but he had no inclination to take it up. As for the strong men he encountered, his wife could not drag him away from them. His first great fascination in this line was Charles Jefferson, who could lift up a blacksmith's anvil by the horn and place it on a table. Houdini followed him about with the reverent admiration of a small boy for his first cowboy. Another strongman hero of Houdini's museum days was William Leroy, known as the Nail King and the Human Claw Hammer. Leroy could take a nail in his teeth and push it through a 1-inch plank. He could also draw out with his teeth a nail that had been driven through a 2-inch plank. Houdini would watch his act with the utmost intentness over and over again, trying to detect some fraud. He learned showmanship from Leroy. He learned it from everyone, and he remained a student and learner to the end. One of his most valued early mentors was not a strong man, but the husband of the strong woman, Mattie Lee Price, whom he ran across while playing museums in the Middle West. Mattie Price had almost inhuman strength, but her act was sold by the amazing showmanship of her husband. Houdini never wearied of watching this man, of talking endlessly with him. The man's rare ability was finally demonstrated. Mattie ran off with a circus grifter, and thereafter, without her husband to put it across, her act was a complete failure. Whenever he heard of an old showman or acrobat or magician in any town he came to, Houdini invariably got in touch with him and would sit up with the man far into the night, getting all he had to tell. In default of such a contact, he would turn to books. Accounts of chemical and physical experiments, forgotten illusions, the newest inventions of the day, the commonest articles about him, all were grist for his mill. He was a magician, not only during show hours, but for 19 hours of every day. His art would intrude on the tenderest moments. Every year on his wedding anniversary, if he were within striking distance of Coney Island, he would make a sentimental pilgrimage with his wife to the scene of their marriage. On the way home, sitting close to his wife, his arm about her, in that mixture of play and sentiment that pleased him, suddenly, on top of a kiss, he would exclaim, "Bess, I have an idea how I can make that box trick better." The next instant he would fish a stub of pencil from his pocket and would be frantically scrawling notes on scraps of paper and sketching crude diagrams. Through his day-to-day contacts, spurred on by artistic curiosity, Houdini learned all the technique of utilizing suspense, rousing curiosity, emphasizing danger. His Chinese water torture cell escape, which he featured in his latter years, was a dangerous feat, and on 2 or 3 occasions Houdini narrowly escaped an ugly accident when he was practicing it as a preliminary to production. But its danger was impressed on audiences by a typical piece of Houdini's showmanship. He had his formidable rescuer, always nearby in case of emergencies, stalk out from the wings and stand with a shining axe in full light on the stage. When, toward the close of 1899, Houdini's efforts to start in the big show palaces of the larger eastern cities proved futile, he finally decided on an heroic roundabout method of attacking this problem. He would save enough money to go abroad and would conquer America by way of Europe, as many a good American performer had done. His logic was sound enough. In those more naive pre-war days, this country was far less self-sufficient than it is now, and reputations that had the stamp of approval of London, Paris, or Berlin had an exalted value in New York. In the late spring of 1900, Houdini, with his wife, booked second-class passage on a small liner and sailed, without a shadow of an engagement awaiting him, to attempt to take Europe by storm. End of Chapter 9. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 10 of Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The second-class cabin secured by the Houdinis was stuffy and hot, and it was shaken by every beat of the ship's engines. Before the vessel was out of New York Harbor, Houdini's eyes were rolling, and his complexion turned green. By the time the first ocean swells reached the ship, he tottered to the cabin and flung himself on the berth, and he did not emerge until the ship was docked at Southampton. By the third day, he was delirious. The ship's doctor visited him occasionally, but Mrs. Houdini had to spend virtually the whole voyage in the stuffy cabin, forcing the handcuffed king to take small quantities of ice and lemon juice. She dared leave him only for meals, and then she had to take her sheets and tie him firmly to the bed, carefully knotting the sheets beneath where he could not reach to untie them. At one time, Mrs. Houdini kept a life preserver strapped about him for fear he would jump overboard in his delirium. Finally, they arrived in London and put up at an actor's boarding house. Then began a tedious search for a booking. The agencies were cold to the claims of the handcuffed king, for their offices were besieged by unknown mediocrities who were confident of their ability to startle the world. Houdini's certificates from police chiefs of remote American cities did not impress the agents. Besides, London at that time was in a state of skepticism about performers who claimed superior powers. Two such marvels had recently fallen from grace after brief careers of public applause and subsequent exposure. One was the Bulletproof Man, whose virtue, it turned out, consisted in a concealed bulletproof garment lined with ground glass. Houdini later bought the garment and treasured it. The other person was the Georgia Magnet, a slender young woman who defied the efforts of 5 men to lift her on the stage of the Alhambra. After a clever reporter discovered her secret and exposed the fact that she utilized natural laws and not magnetic power to resist levitation, the audiences turned against her. With these disillusionments fresh in London's mind, it was not remarkable that Houdini wore out much shoe leather without finding a booking. As soon as he stated that he had extraordinary powers to escape from handcuffs, the agents wished him a polite good day. After some days of fruitless interviews, Houdini happened to call at the office of an agent who was away. In his place was a very young man named Harry Day, who, perhaps because of his inexperience, became interested in Houdini and arranged to have him meet C. Dundas Slater, manager of the Alhambra. It was a lucky day for Houdini and also for Day, who subsequently became Houdini's manager, and with this start became such a figure that he finally entered Parliament. Slater allowed Houdini to give some trial performances, but he was not wholly convinced of his ability. "If you can escape from handcuffs at Scotland Yard, I'll sign you," he said. "Can you go with me now?" was Houdini's reply. At London's famous police headquarters, Superintendent Melville ridiculed the idea that anyone could escape from Scotland Yard handcuffs. Stage handcuffs were one thing, he told Mr. Slater, but Scotland Yard handcuffs were the last word in scientific manacles. Houdini, however, insisted on trying them, so suddenly Melville produced a pair of cuffs. "Well, here's how we fasten the Yankee criminals who come over here and get into trouble," he remarked. With that, he encircled Houdini's arms around a pillar, snapped on a pair of derbies, and stepped back with a laugh. "I'm going to leave you here and come back for you in a couple of hours," he said. He started toward the door with Slater. "Wait," cried Houdini. "I'll go with you. Here's the way the Yankees open the handcuffs." He tossed the cuffs to the floor and stepped away from the pillar. Superintendent Melville was shocked and visibly nonplussed, but in a minute he held out his hand. "Scotland Yard won't forget you, young man," he said. There was no longer any question with Slater about an engagement. He drove Houdini back to the office and signed him for 2 weeks. Houdini's opening night was eventful. As soon as his act began, a stranger calling himself the Great Cernoch leapt on the stage, proclaiming himself the original Handcuff King, and denounced Houdini as a fraud. For once, Houdini seemed to lose his nerve. He permitted the intruder to hold the center of the stage, thundering against Houdini as an impostor. The man even declared that Houdini was not an American and had never been in the United States. At that point, a man in the audience stood up. "That is not true," he said. "I know that young man is an American. I also am an American, and I saw him several years ago doing his handcuff act." The speaker was Chauncey M. Depew. He resumed his seat amid applause, and this distinguished reinforcement completely restored Houdini's equilibrium. "Get me the bean giant," he whispered to his wife, who was on the stage dressed as a page. "We'll fix this fellow now." The Bean Giant was a monster handcuff invented by a Captain Bean of Boston. The cuff was made in such a way that it seemed a sheer impossibility for anyone, once fastened with it, to apply a key or any other device to unlock it. Captain Bean had offered $500 to anyone who could release himself from the cuff. For a long time, the cuff remained invincible until Houdini blew into Boston and solved its secret in a few minutes. He forfeited the $500, however, by refusing to explain his method. Now Houdini advanced upon Cernoch, and holding out the Bean Giant, offered the alleged Handcuff King $500 if he could solve the secret of the cuffs and free himself. Cernoch frowned on the formidable manacles. "Let me see you get out of them," he said. "Lock me in," challenged Houdini. Cernoch did so, whereupon Houdini retired to his little cabinet and in a twinkling emerged with his hands free. It was then Cernoch's turn. Houdini locked him in the cuffs and even gave him the key, but the man was unable to rid himself of the bonds. The audience gave Houdini an ovation, and Cernoch, discomfited, had to ask Houdini to release him. However, with a show of sportsmanship, he shook Houdini's hand before he left the stage. It is probable that many a skeptic in the audience assumed that the whole affair, including the interposition of Mr. Depew, was a clever Yankee frame-up. Houdini, however, had never heard of Cernoch before. He was to hear more of him later on. With this dramatic beginning, Houdini proceeded to make a smashing hit. His engagement, begun early in July, was extended to the last week in August, and was terminated only because he had accepted several bookings in Germany. Each succeeding performance was of increased interest, for Houdini was a challenge to professional restrainers of all kinds, as well as to the amateur detectives of the press. Many persons brought irons and manacles to the theater, in all a rich and varied assortment, to test the prowess of the young handcuff king. At first, Houdini released himself within a small tent, but this evoked some criticism. Doubting Thomases among the onlookers suspected that the tent concealed secret help of some kind. So one night, Houdini dramatically ordered the tent removed. He had police challengers place manacles and fetters on him and fasten them together behind his back with another handcuff so that he was forced to a kneeling position. His only stipulation was that he be allowed to keep his hands out of sight of the spectators. Then, on his knees, facing the big, silent house from the open stage, he freed himself in 5 minutes. Before Houdini left, he was re-engaged for the holiday season, beginning in mid-December. His first continental opening was at the Central Theater, Dresden, where he was to appear for the month of September 1900. The Herr Director, Gustav Kampsetzer, was a cautious man, and he was suspicious of reputations made in England. Before Houdini went on, the director explained to him, in broken English, that the German audiences expressed their disapproval by whistling. "If the public whistles, you don't finish the act," was his parting admonition. "Now you work, I watch." Houdini started with the handcuffs, and after his first escape, the entire audience rose cheering. The morose Herr Director became so excited that he ran out to the center of the stage and led the applause. Houdini had perfected a new stunt, the first public exhibition of which he wished to give at Dresden. Accordingly, he applied to the police for permission to be thrown overboard, handcuffed, and free himself under water. This request the police emphatically refused. Such antics were verboten in a well-ordered German city. However, an officer of the secret police advised Houdini to make the attempt despite the prohibition. If he got in the water before the police arrived, according to this advisor, the only penalty he could incur was a small fine for bathing in public. Accordingly, Houdini eluded police watchers and did his manacle dive. When he emerged from the water, an apoplectic Schultzmann was already rushing to the scene. A solemn police magistrate decided that the proper charge was walking on the grass, and for this misdemeanor, Houdini duly paid a few pfennigs. The local press dealt with the incident with considerable reticence. It was true that no one had ever performed such a feat before, but after all, verboten was verboten. Before the end of his engagement in Dresden, however, the chief of the Royal Saxon Police sufficiently forgave Houdini to permit him to demonstrate his skill at headquarters, and after Houdini had freed himself from a fine assortment of German handcuffs within a few minutes, the chief gave him an official certificate, handsomely commending his prowess. Toward the end of the month, the enthusiastic Herr Director, conscious of the fact that Houdini's run had broken all records for paid admissions to his theater, was wiring frantic appeals to the management of the Wintergarten, Berlin, where Houdini was scheduled to appear through October, to let him present Houdini for another month. The Wintergarten management had already plastered Berlin with signs reading simply, "Wintergarten, Houdini, im Oktober." Dresden's request was callously refused. Houdini moved on to Berlin, and every night the huge Wintergarten was packed to the doors. The police had to intervene several times and reprimand the management for overcrowding. In order to keep Houdini through November, the Wintergarten paid Ronekers, Vienna, where he was booked for that month, a forfeit of 4,000 marks. On returning to the Alhambra, London, in December, Houdini found himself featured even above the famous ballet. Every day, a dozen sandwich men plodded in parade along Pall Mall, bearing huge double posters with the magic words, "Houdini, Alhambra." "Not bad for Dime Museum Harry," Houdini wrote in his diary. By this time, Houdini was growing painfully homesick for his mother. He had always shared his high hopes with her and his petty successes, and now that he had scored a real triumph, he felt that he could not go on much longer without having her at hand to behold his name blazoned in letters of fire in front of the famous theaters, to gaze on the packed, enthusiastic audiences, and to have her heart warmed by his newly won honors. The main difficulty was expense. Houdini was fast becoming the sensation of the great European halls, but he had not yet cashed in on his success. Not naturally a shrewd bargainer, he was still working for comparatively small salaries. Yet he wanted his mother, and his longing took concrete shape one day toward the end of January 1901, when he saw in a London shop window a life-sized model of a gown that had been originally designed for Queen Victoria, who had died January 22nd. The gown, he estimated, was about his mother's size. While Houdini gazed at it, with an ambitious plan unfolding in his mind, two clerks entered the window and began removing it from the model. Houdini immediately marched into the shop and offered to buy it. The shopkeeper was somewhat shocked. One really did not sell Her Majesty's relics. However, when Houdini assured the man that he wanted it for his mother, the shopkeeper agreed to sell it for £50, with the stipulation that it must never be worn by anyone in Great Britain. As I walked out with that dress in my possession, Houdini noted in later years, I would not have changed places with any crowned head in the world. He immediately wrote his mother to urge her to pay him a visit and to hold out the fair promise of a huge and interesting surprise. His mother arrived while he was in Hamburg, playing at the Hansa Theater. A special benefit night happened to be scheduled for the date of her arrival, and Houdini was to be presented with a silver bowl. The unprecedented price of 30 marks was charged for admission, but the house was sold out to the doors, and Houdini was told it was impossible to find a place in the audience for his mother. Immediately, Houdini notified the manager that unless his mother were seated in one of the private boxes, he would not go on that night. A chair was then placed for her in the upper tier. At the close of his engagement, Houdini took his mother to her old home in Budapest. He had so little money that they had to sit up all night in a second-class coach. Once in Budapest, Houdini was determined that his mother's return should be a glittering contrast to her ignominious departure years before. With tender enthusiasm and a natural flair for the dramatic, he planned a regal reception in which she should be the central figure. The Royal Hotel was the place of entertainment de luxe in Budapest. The pride of the hotel was the Palm Garden Salon, resplendent with magnificent tapestries, graceful fountains, luxuriant palms, and the gilded rococo furnishings of the time. Houdini, short of cash, but with the air of a millionaire, went to the management and offered to engage the Palm Garden for his mother's reception. The manager refused. The sacred Palm Garden could not be reserved for private parties. After listening patiently to his remonstrances, Houdini wrote in an autobiographical fragment, I revealed to him my plot to crown my little mother and allow her to be Queen Victoria for a few fleeting hours. He immediately consented to become my confederate, for the scheme appealed to his sportsmanship, and he said, My boy, for so worthy a cause you may have the room for nothing. Accordingly, the scene was set. Of course, Houdini invited everyone who had ever known his father or mother to the reception, including especially his mother's Uncle Heller, the aristocrat of the family, who had opposed her marriage to Dr. Weiss and had absented himself from the ceremony. Uncle Heller, now very old, came. Everyone came. How my heart warmed to see the various friends and relatives kneel and pay homage to my mother, every inch a queen, as she sat enthroned in her heavily carved and gilded chair, recorded Houdini. The manager of the hotel entered into the spirit of the occasion by donning the clothes he reserved only for receiving royalty, and thus attired, he bowed all the guests into the salon. It was a big party. That night, Houdini concludes, Mother and I were awake all night talking over the affair, and if happiness ever entered my life to its fullest, it was in sharing Mother's wonderful enjoyment at playing a queen for a day. The next morning, after having lived 2 ecstatically happy days, I escorted the fairy queen mother en route to America. Houdini does not mention that he had to borrow car fare to get out of town. That was an anticlimax, but it did not matter. Thereafter ensued a succession of triumphs for Houdini throughout Germany and in cities of other continental countries. At the Colosseum in Essen, Ruhr, in May 1901, his engagement was extended from 10 days to an entire month. The front doors had to be removed and a side wall torn down to enlarge the space for standees, who were charged 8 marks, and the full stage was sold out at premium prices. The men at the Krupp works devised a new handcuff and challenged Houdini to free himself from it. On the night of the trial, the Krupp force bought up the whole house, and when the general public found itself turned away, there was a serious riot in front of the theater. Houdini got himself free from the Krupp cuffs in a few minutes and found himself a hero to the Germans. He had to repeat the performance for a regular audience the next evening. The circus Corti Althoff was famed for its horses. Because of a contagious disease, the horses were all condemned and slaughtered by the German government. A circus without horses was unheard of. In despair, Herr Director Althoff engaged Houdini to join him at Dortmund. As soon as Houdini arrived, he visited police headquarters and escaped from the heavy irons that had been worn by the murderer Glawiski, who had been beheaded 3 days previously with the irons on him. With this sensational start, Houdini proceeded to break all records for the horseless circus. He continued with it successfully to Bochum, Osnabrück, and Cologne, and Herr Althoff declared that in the 50 years since the circus was established, it had not enjoyed such receipts. A series of similar successes followed the circus engagement. Through the autumn of 1901, packed and usually record houses greeted Houdini through successive engagements at Prague, Hanover, Copenhagen, Mannheim, and Bremen. It was during the engagement at Hanover that Houdini was first able to make a profound impression with his straitjacket escape. Houdini got the idea of this feat originally in Canada in 1897, just after he had purchased the Marco show. While in St. John's, he was invited to visit a large insane asylum. His own account of the impression this made on him throws an interesting sidelight on his method of working up ideas for entertainments. In an article printed in 1907 for circulation only among fellow magicians, he wrote, quote, "Through the bars of the cell door, I saw a maniac struggling on the canvas-padded floor, rolling about and straining each and every muscle in a vain attempt to get his hands over his head, and striving in every conceivable manner to free himself from his canvas restraint, which I later on learned was called a straitjacket. Entranced, I watched the efforts of this man, whose struggles caused him to stream with sweat, and from where I stood I noted that had he been able to dislocate his arms at the shoulder joints, he would have caused his restraint to become slack in certain parts, thus allowing him to free his arms. However, since the straps were drawn tight, the more he struggled, the tighter his restraint encircled him, and eventually he lay exhausted, panting, and powerless to move. This was the first time I saw a straitjacket, and it made such a vivid impression on my mind that I hardly slept that night. In such moments as I did sleep, I dreamed of straitjackets, maniacs, and padded cells. The very next morning, I obtained a jacket from the asylum. During 1 entire week, I practiced steadily and then presented it on the stage, making my escape behind a curtain." Unquote. However, the act did not make a hit. Houdini would emerge from behind the curtain after releasing himself, with hair disheveled, countenance dripping with perspiration, trousers covered with dust, and often his clothes torn. But hard-boiled spectators assumed that these evidences of great struggle were largely hokum. Later, he effected his release in full view of everybody, but American audiences still showed a lack of enthusiasm, and he virtually abandoned the act for stage purposes. In Hanover, after Houdini had escaped from the police manacles, Count Schwerin, who was chief of police, suggested that his warders had a straitjacket for violent prisoners, which was probably the only restraint in Germany that could hold Houdini. "Lace me in it," Houdini demanded. The straitjacket was indeed a formidable restraint of heavy canvas reinforced with thick leather. The Count was reluctant to permit Houdini to risk breaking his bones in that contraption, but he was a bit disturbed over the failure of his handcuffs, and finally he ordered his men to strap Houdini in. It took Houdini 1 hour and 29 minutes to get free, and by that time he was a mass of bruises, and his clothes were in tatters. The pain, torture, agony, and misery of that struggle will forever live in my mind, he wrote in his diary. But the feat was worthwhile. It created a real sensation among the German public. By the time Houdini quit Germany for a period in December and opened in Paris at the Olympia Theatre, he was able to command the highest salary ever paid there to a foreign performer. His engagement was prolonged to 2.5 months. During part of this engagement, Otero, the famous Spanish star of that day, also appeared on the bill. Otero's dressing case was fitted with 3 keys, which were kept by 3 different personal attendants. In spite of these precautions, on her last night, all 3 keys were missing. Otero gave a display of temperament which reduced the managers to thoughts of suicide or murder until someone thought of Houdini. The American said he would be glad to open the case if it were brought to his dressing room. At this, however, Otero went into hysterics once again. What? Permit a stranger to remove her precious bag? Never! Houdini, importuned again, entered the lady's room, picked up the case, turned his back to her for an instant, and returned the case to her, opened. Peace was restored. One may be sure that the newspapers made the most of this morsel. Returning to Germany for an engagement at Cologne, Houdini found himself facing a serious threat to his career. As part of the duty of the Kaiser's bailiffs to protect the public against fraudulent performers, and some of the hounds of the law exercised their powers without much discrimination. In Cologne, a police officer named Werner Graf published an article in the Rheinische Zeitung denouncing Houdini as a charlatan and his handcuff act as a swindle. With American intrepidity and a shrewd eye to publicity values, Houdini decided to hail Werner Graf into court and fight the thing to a finish. He had difficulty in finding an attorney to handle his case, for in the Kaiser's Germany it was not always healthy to go picking legal quarrels with the Polizei. An attorney was found, however, and Houdini brought suit against Schutzmann Werner Graf and the Cologne police for criminal libel. In fact, Houdini had prepared for the case before the libel was brought. He had not entered on his career of jailbreaking and freeing himself from handcuffs in German cities without careful preliminary training. During his first engagement at the Wintergarten in Berlin, he unostentatiously apprenticed himself to a Berlin locksmith who had a shop on Mittelstrasse. During the 2 months of his stay in Berlin, Houdini spent from 6 to 10 hours a day working in this man's shop, particularly picking locks. In order that Houdini might familiarize himself with the locks used on police chains in Germany, the man ordered assortments in quantity of certain patterns and would later exchange them for others. Before he left Berlin, Houdini felt pretty well assured that there was not a single type of lock used in Germany from the time of Theodoric that he could not pick. In later years, he wrote that he became so familiar with the various patterns of German handcuffs that he could open most of them with his shoelace. While he was in Berlin, the police loaded him with handcuffs, put on elbow irons, thumb screws, and manacles for good measure, and chained his wrists to his ankles, but he got free without difficulty. When Houdini's suit came to trial in Cologne, the police officer stated that he could prove Houdini a fraud by chaining him up so that he could not escape. Accordingly, Houdini was very solemnly chained. After a glance at the lock, Houdini stated that he was willing to release himself under the eyes of the judge and jury, but was unwilling to let others see him operate. This was an impressive bit of showmanship, and it flattered even the judge. The court was cleared, and standing in front of the judge, Houdini whisked his chains off so quickly that none of the spectators was the wiser about his method of operation. The next morning, the young American's triumph over the Kaiser's police went rumbling through the German press. Werner Graf and his associates, however, appealed for a new trial before a higher court, and 5 months later they marched into the courtroom with a lock specially prepared for the occasion, a master work of master mechanics, which, they proudly announced, when once it was locked, could not be opened even with its own key. With this contraption locked on him, Houdini was allowed to retire to a room selected by the jury, where he could work unhindered. In 4 minutes, he smilingly re-entered the courtroom and handed the judges the lock, opened. Werner Graf took an appeal to the highest court. There was much legal argument. Houdini, the Schutzmann admitted, had indeed opened certain cell doors in handcuffs, but Houdini advertised also that he could open safes, and he had not opened a single safe in Germany. Therefore, Werner Graf contended, the libel should be dismissed. Houdini's attorney ridiculed this argument. Houdini, he said, had opened all of Werner Graf's locks, and he could open safes as well. Finally, the justice wearied of the argument. He declared that he had a safe in his chambers, which offered an easy means of settling the dispute. If Houdini could open it, obviously Werner Graf had lost his case. If Houdini failed to open it, there was merit to the Schutzmann's contention. Houdini was in a dilemma. He had never tackled a German safe, and he suspected that this untested strongbox might have a secret in its combination that would prove beyond his skill. There was nothing to do, though, but to accept the test. He requested that he be permitted to work at the safe alone, and this plea was granted. The justice himself led the way to his chamber and indicated a heavy steel chest of German make against the wall. Glancing significantly at his watch, he said, "You will summon the court as soon as you are ready." Then he closed the door, and Houdini was alone in the room. For a minute or so, Houdini dared not take a step toward that formidable box. Was his continental career to end ignominiously in that room? He forced himself to cross the room, and he gave a vicious yank at the safe door. It swung open. It had not been locked. After a decent interval, he called in the court to reveal his task accomplished. Werner Graf was fined 30 marks, as well as all costs of the 3 trials, but, most humiliating of all, he was compelled to publish a public apology, quote, "in the name of the Kaiser," unquote, in all the principal German newspapers, and Houdini was permitted to insert notices of the verdict in all the newspapers in Cologne at Graf's expense. German judges had a sense of the realities. Thereafter, in Germany, Houdini was more than a handcuff king and distinguished Ausbrecher. He was the young man who had actually whipped the Polizei in a court of law. End of Chapter 10. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 11 of Houdini, His Life Story by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Houdini's career through this period resembled a dream of an inspired press agent. Each engagement was a fresh triumph. His progress was a succession of broken records for crowded houses. On the stage, he was constantly amazing the public with fresh feats of skill. In Paris, he palmed 32 cards with one hand. At the Wintergarten in Berlin in the spring of 1903, he permitted himself to be nailed up in a huge packing box, from which he presently emerged smiling, and at successive performances he accepted challenges from various groups of carpenters to do the nailing. In London, he delighted the crowds by swallowing a packet of needles and a few yards of thread, and, without moving from his place, drawing the thread slowly from his mouth with the needles threaded on it at regular intervals. Everywhere, in public demonstrations to attract attention to his shows, he whisked himself out of the jails as if the locks were made of putty. In Leicester, England, he broke out of a cell which had been specially built by Oliver Cromwell for military prisoners. In Leeds, he got free from a famous murderer's cell. At Sheffield, there was a murderer's cell of which the local police boasted. It had held Charles Peace, a noted jailbreaker and the most dangerous criminal England had ever had. They thought they had special knowledge of steel restraints in Sheffield, but Houdini walked out of the steel box a few minutes after they had manacled him and locked him in. At Huddersfield, a new jail was the pride of the town. Before locking Houdini behind the bars, the chief of police confined him in heavy chain-gang manacles. Houdini was out almost as soon as the chief had turned his back. In Holland, on tour with the Korte Althoff Circus in the summer of 1902, he had himself manacled and chained to one of the wings of a huge windmill, with the idea of freeing himself. The wing broke, and he narrowly escaped being crushed to death, but the publicity attendant on the stunt did his reputation no harm. Of course, with all this sensational advertising, Houdini's earnings were jumping. At Leeds, playing on a percentage basis at the close of 1902, Houdini's takings for the week were £200, and for a return engagement shortly afterward, they reached £250. These were exceptional weeks, but only 3 years before, Houdini had looked on an engagement at $60, £12, for 1 week as a stroke of good fortune. On several occasions, his challengers gave him a lively time, especially when they were not inclined to play fair. At the beginning of an engagement at the New Palace Theatre, Halifax, a local magician insisted on fastening Houdini with ropes and chains. Houdini was a bit doubtful about this test, for the man was really an expert, but after a severe struggle, Houdini freed himself as usual. "First time it was a dangerous tie," was his brief comment in the diary. During the ensuing week at the New Palace, Houdini surpassed by £40 the record attendance drawn to the theatre by Sandow the strongman. At Blackburn, a local strongman who challenged Houdini manacled his arms behind his back with 6 pairs of heavy irons furnished with clanking chains and heavy padlocks. In trussing Houdini, the man twisted his arms into such an unnatural position that they were soon blue from lack of circulation. When Houdini asked that the bonds be eased, the strong man retorted, "Get out or give up." After nearly 2 hours of struggle, Houdini emerged free with torn clothes and bleeding arms. On a second engagement at Blackburn, a few weeks later, a man named Wilson insisted on locking Houdini in a cuff which he refused to let him inspect beforehand. Houdini insisted on looking at the cuff first, whereupon Wilson, calling the house to witness that Houdini was a quitter, started to walk off the stage while a hostile gallery booed the performer. Houdini dashed after him and snapped the handcuffs on himself. Retreating to his cabinet, he discovered that the man had cut away the inside of the locks, so that once snapped on, the cuffs would not yield to any key. After 10 minutes of frantic work, Houdini freed himself, and walking to the front of the stage, angrily snapped the cuffs on 2 rods near the footlights. It took Wilson 20 minutes to get them off, and he had to use 3 kinds of instruments to do so. The audience, however, cheered Wilson and booed Houdini. Yet the magician smashed all records for attendance at Blackburn, and thousands had to be turned away. At Bradford in Yorkshire, Houdini was offered his first bribe. James Barry, a former public hangman, had taken to the less gruesome occupation of running a public house and, on the side, advertised himself as a phrenologist and character reader, able to give, quote, excruciatingly sick 40 minutes continuous entertainment, unquote. He offered to make wagers of several $1,000s that he could tie Houdini and hold him, and agreed to split his winnings if the handcuff king would pretend that he could not escape. "Guess he didn't know how I was brought up," was Houdini's comment in the diary. By 1903, Houdini was such a success that handcuff kings, most of them claiming to be the original, were springing up all over Europe. Most of them were poor charlatans who escaped from prepared cuffs that either had no locks whatever or were cleverly made so that the lock could be released by pressing a secret spring. Others were skilled performers who had managed to pick up some of Houdini's secrets. Whether they were charlatans or genuine imitators, Houdini followed their careers with intense interest. In the years after 1907, when he was developing his feat of leaping off bridges handcuffed and freeing himself underwater, a few of his rival handcuff kings essayed the same trick, and occasionally one or another of them failed to come up. In Houdini's diary in the spring of 1909, he pasted a brief news dispatch from Landshut, Bavaria, clipped from the London Daily Mail of April 16th. The story ran, "A so-called handcuff king named Ricardo, who has been appearing at a music hall here, sprang this morning heavily manacled from the Luitpold Bridge, purporting to take off his handcuffs under water. He failed in the attempt and was drowned." Below this grim item, Houdini wrote, "Failure meant a lingering death." Some of the handcuff kings, particularly the frauds, made a point of advertising that they had worsted the great Houdini in a public contest and wrested his laurels from him. Whenever Houdini heard of one of these boasters, he at once dashed off to the place where the fellow was appearing and subjected him to a public humiliation that ended his career in that territory. While touring Holland with the Circus Corti Althoff in the summer of 1902, Houdini received from a friend in Dortmund the advertisements of one Clepini, who described how he had escaped from all of Houdini's handcuffs while he had left Houdini standing helpless on a public stage, securely fastened in Clepini's cuffs. Houdini wangled a leave of absence from Herr Althoff, and packing a small grip with an assortment of irons, took the first train for Dortmund. Disguised as an old man, he went to the circus where the charlatan was performing, and in the midst of Clepini's speech telling how he had defeated Houdini, the latter leapt on the stage, tore off his false beard in the dramatic manner he loved, and cried, "I am Houdini. I dare you to let me lock you up. Here are 5,000 marks, which are yours if you can escape." Clepini managed to evade an immediate trial of skill, but the crowd jeered him, and afterward his manager felt compelled to call on Houdini at his hotel and discuss terms for a challenge. Incidentally, he insisted on inspecting Houdini's collection of cuffs. A French letter cuff, opening by a combination of 5 letters, attracted his attention. After expressing his admiration for the workmanship, the manager, in a tone of feigned indifference, asked what combination of letters opened the cuffs. Houdini, seemingly falling into the trap, first exacted a promise that the manager would not tell Clepini. Then he said that the combination formed the word clefs, keys, and showed the man how the cuffs worked. The next evening, when the American appeared at the circus with his collection of cuffs for the trial, Clepini at once pounced on the French cuffs. He dashed off to his cabinet with them, and presently returned with an air of triumph. "I will open these cuffs," he shouted. "I challenge Houdini to lock them on me. I'll show him tonight that we Germans lead the world." Such was the man's eagerness that Houdini had difficulty in getting the cuffs away from him, but he in turn insisted on inspecting them for a minute, which was enough for his purpose. At 9 o'clock the irons were formally snapped on Cleppini, and he bounded into his cabinet, shouting that he would be out free in a few seconds. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may all go home," Houdini said. "I do not lock a cuff on a man merely to let him escape." By 10:30, the last circus act was concluded, but Cleppini was still in his cabinet. An hour later, the last jeering burgher had departed, and manager Sidoli instructed his stagehands to pitch the cabinet, with Cleppini in it, off the stage. Cleppini, still manacled, ran into the manager's room, and before another hour was up, he sent his wife to Houdini to beg his release. Houdini refused to go to him until newspaper witnesses had been summoned. He found the letter combination still adjusted to the word clefs, and poor Cleppini staring at it sullenly. "Didn't you guess that I would change the combination out on the stage when you handed me back the cuffs?" Houdini said. "Look, the letters now spell a good American word that means Cleppini." Quickly, he turned the 5-letter combination until the letters F-R-A-U-D came together and the handcuffs fell open. That was the end of Cleppini. In the spring of 1903, Houdini determined to add Russia to his conquests and accepted an invitation to open at the Establishment Yard in Moscow in May. Breaking into Russia, the jailbreaker discovered, was no mean task. One had to produce a passport with a Russian visa. Such documents were a rarity in those happy days. Certificates of one's personal effects, certificates of religion, and various other papers required by czarist red tape. Mrs. Houdini filled out the religious certificates for both, attesting that she was a Roman Catholic in good standing. Jews were not admitted to the Tsar's domain. Whenever he appeared in a foreign country, Houdini always made his opening address at each performance in the language of that country. If the language was strange, he hired an instructor before the opening and memorized the speech with him, subsequently reciting it more or less parrot-wise. While at the Wintergarten in Berlin, in April, he secured an interpreter who taught him his Russian speech. Houdini had it pat, but after his arrival at Moscow, in order to avoid accidents, he asked the manager of Establishment Yard to hear him recite it. The manager listened and tore his hair. "My God, we would be ruined," he cried in German. "That isn't Russian. You are speaking in Polish, which is strictly forbidden, and you have learned it with a strong Yiddish accent, which makes the offense much worse." Accordingly, Houdini had to memorize his little blurb all over again, rather hastily this time, as he was to appear the next evening. After he had straightened out the language, he went for a walk in one of the parks, absorbedly declaiming the lines for practice. "I am Houdini, the greatest of jailbreakers and handcuff kings. No prison can hold me. I have been confined in all the most famous prisons in the world," etc. After a time, Houdini observed a pair of tall loiterers watching him with intent curiosity. Thereafter, men seemed to be following him discreetly, but with his usual single-mindedness, Houdini continued his practicing as he paced to and fro. He had to be letter-perfect for the next day. Late in the afternoon, he started to leave the park, when suddenly a veritable army of policemen leapt out from the shrubbery, and the handcuff king was handcuffed and rushed off to a dungeon. The secret police were not sure whether he was a madman or a very dangerous criminal, but they took no chances in the land of the Tsar. When he did not get back to the hotel for dinner, Mrs. Houdini, greatly disturbed, sought out the manager of the theater. Mystified at the disappearance, he finally got in touch with the police. They found the handcuff king, still heavily manacled, sitting in a cell, before which 6 armed turnkeys stood guard. He was grinning rather sheepishly. Explanations were quickly made, and the prisoner released. This was the only cell in which he was ever confined in Europe, from which Houdini had not freed himself by his own prowess. After a few days, Houdini returned to the headquarters of the secret police with a request that he be allowed to demonstrate his skill on their restraints. First, the officers demanded some tricks, so Houdini demonstrated 3-card Monte and the old American shell game, the standby of our country fairs. None of the various officers could pick the queen among Houdini's 3 cards, and none could pick the shell which housed the little pea, even though he performed very slowly. Instead of being complimentary about his skill, they seemed to resent it, and when he suggested a test of jailbreaking, the chief, Lebedev, replied that he might try to escape from the carrette if he could, whereupon the other officials nudged one another and laughed. A carrette did not sound very formidable, but it proved to be a sort of steel safe on wheels, with 2 heavily barred air vents used for transporting His Majesty's very special prisoners to Siberia. Houdini declared that he would take a chance at it, and there was more Tartar amusement. First, he was stripped and searched, and as soon as they started searching him, Houdini realized that he had never really been searched before. He was laid on a table, and one man started at his head and worked down to his feet, while another started at his feet and worked up to his head. Then he was turned over, and the dual process was repeated. His body was then twisted and turned in every imaginable way, quite as if he were a real criminal. Then, stark naked, he was led out into the prison yard, which was very cold. The carrette was searched in the same meticulous manner, and finally Houdini was locked in. It was not until the door had been firmly fastened behind him that Chief Lebedev informed him that the key used for locking the prison van did not unlock it. The nearest unlocking key was in the possession of a prison warder on the Siberian border, about 21 days' journey distant from Moscow. "It would be a cold trip," remarked Lebedev politely. Houdini had stipulated that the carrette be backed against the prison wall, so that he might work in secret. On the inside, the door was merely a smooth sheet of steel, without any sign of a lock, but with a little high window 6 inches square, crossed by 4 bars. The lock was on the outside of the door, about 30 inches below the window. Through the awkwardly barred window aperture, Houdini had to do his work. For half an hour he struggled with the lock while the police chuckled outside. Then, after a short rest, he resumed, and 45 minutes after he had been incarcerated, the door swung open. Houdini was utterly exhausted and streaming with sweat, despite the intense cold. As Houdini stepped out, he expected a chorus of applause, but instead he was immediately seized and searched all over again. Also, his attendant, Franz Kuckel, an Austrian who had not been permitted to approach the carrette, was stripped and searched. Lebedev had promised Houdini a certificate if he escaped, but Houdini was unable to secure this. No newspaperman had been permitted to witness the test, but the story got about, and Houdini became a popular hero, for everyone hated the secret police. Great throngs stormed the doors of Establishment Yard to see him, and the manager doubled his salary. Originally, he had come to Russia for 1 month. His stay was prolonged to 4, including a brief engagement at the capital, then St. Petersburg, and 3 weeks at the famous Nizhny Novgorod fair. The Russian people, from muzhiks to grand dukes, seemed to have a natural love for magic and mystery, and they fairly idolized this clever young mage from the far west. That is, they all idolized Houdini except the domestic magicians. These gentlemen appeared to appreciate him no more than did the Tsar's police. In chorus, they belittled his skill, but none challenged him to a competition. The attacks culminated in a satirical interview on Houdini by Robert Lentz, the dean of Russian practitioners of the white art, in a smart magazine called Diversion. Magician Lentz asserted that Houdini had nothing new. He was, quote, merely warming over old soup, unquote. Why, lamented Lentz, he himself had performed the trunk trick years before and under much more difficult conditions, for his own wife, who appeared in his place in the trunk after he had been locked in it, was heavy and fat, while Houdini's wife was but a mite of a woman. As for handcuffs, Lentz solemnly warned the public that Houdini used prepared cuffs and opened only specially prepared locks. In fact, Lentz concluded, Houdini had only one extraordinary quality, and that was his impudence. The crowds continued to flock to Houdini nevertheless. When he reached St. Petersburg, the Grand Duke Sergius invited the American to give a special exhibition at his palace. Houdini performed there before a distinguished company. At the conclusion of his acts, the Grand Duke announced that for more than a month he had had the best locksmiths of the empire building a chest for him which could not be unlocked. If Houdini really had power over locks, he could demonstrate it by opening that chest. A curtain was thereupon drawn aside in a corner of the hall and revealed a formidable steel casket. Houdini said he would make the trial under 3 conditions. First, he must be allowed to inspect the chest, not necessarily alone. Second, he was to be stripped and subjected to a complete examination by surgeons before he attempted to open the chest. Third, the lights must be out for 30 seconds when he tackled the box. The conditions were accepted. Houdini examined the lock system while a guard of Cossacks looked on. He was taken to an anteroom where he removed his clothes and physicians searched his person thoroughly, including the orifices of his body. Then, still under guard, he marched up to the chest, the lights snapped out, and when they blazed out again half a minute later, the big casket lay open. Years later, recalling the incident to a friend in New York, Houdini was asked to explain the miracle. There is one place where ordinary people do not think to look, he said. I had my picklock fastened to the sole of my left foot with surgeon's cement. Suppose they had asked you to lift your feet, said the friend. I had several lines of defense. My patter was designed to make them do the thing the way I wanted it done. I gave a few false trails. Then, if worst came to worst, you know that I can do a trick or two with my toes. I was confident that they could never find anything. On later occasions, when Houdini was being stripped and searched for one of his jailbreakings, he was accustomed to remind the searchers that they had not inspected the soles of his feet. It is apparent, therefore, that if he was under the necessity of concealing something, that was not the hiding place. Houdini's earnings for the week in which he gave the private exhibition before the Grand Duke were £350, a high record for a performer in Europe. He was only 28 years old. Returning to England, Houdini continued his triumphal progress. In every town, ambitious newspaper reporters, locksmiths, police officials, and rival magicians poured on him a succession of handcuff challenges, and Houdini escaped from their restraints with increasing ease. At the London Hippodrome in March 1904, he faced one of his most difficult tests. A representative of the London Daily Mirror had discovered a blacksmith of Birmingham who, after 5 years of labor, had devised a lock which, he asserted, no human being could pick. The blacksmith had fitted his lock on a pair of handcuffs riveted to a piece of tubular steel like a sawed-off gun barrel. The Mirror submitted this restraint to the best locksmiths of London, who unanimously declared that it was a perfect piece of mechanism. With this backing, the Mirror challenged Houdini. At a matinee, before a highly excited audience of 4,000, a representative of the Mirror snapped his darbies over Houdini's wrists, and the performer retired to his ghost house to wrestle with the strange lock. After half an hour, Houdini emerged, his collar broken and water streaming down his face, and asked for a pillow to kneel on as his knees hurt. The Mirror Man, mindful of confederates with hidden tools, went out and procured a pillow himself. 25 minutes later, Houdini appeared again, still handcuffed, and apparently greatly exhausted. He requested the challenger to remove the handcuffs for a minute in order that he might take off his coat. The representative of the Mirror cannily refused. Houdini had seen the cuffs locked, but not unlocked, and the challenger sidestepped, giving him that advantage. Houdini then, after some maneuvering, managed to get a penknife from his waistcoat pocket. This he opened with his teeth. Then, turning his coat inside out over his head, he proceeded to cut it to pieces, while the crowd shouted. Again he vanished into the cabinet, and just as the crowd was setting back for another long wait, he bounded out with the gleaming handcuffs dangling open in his hand. The task had taken him 70 minutes. It was a mighty victory. With a roaring crowd behind him, he was carried home in triumph to his lodgings, and the next day all the London papers gave fulsome accounts of his achievement, with the Mirror yielding a particularly handsome tribute. Within a few days, Houdini was signed for a tour of 16 weeks at a salary of £150, $750 a week. At the conclusion of this tour, having conquered Europe, and in 4 years sprung from complete obscurity to a foremost position among European entertainers, Houdini decided to tackle his own country. His diary for May 27th contains the single note, "Arrange to sail for home." Though his pockets were jingling with money, he characteristically decided to go back second class, as he had come. Though he went about squandering money as fast as he made it on books, souvenirs, playbills of every sort, and numerous personal benefactions, he was always most frugal in the matter of lodgings and travel, and almost invariably entered the cost of such items in his diary, not infrequently complaining the charges were too high. Martin Beck, who happened to be traveling on the same steamship with Houdini this trip, offered to pay the extra expense if Houdini would move into the first cabin, but this offer was curtly rejected. "I'd rather travel as I am," commented Houdini, noting the offer in his diary. Thereafter, for several days, the daily entries consisted of one scraggly word: seasick. End of Chapter 11, read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 12 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. During his first trip to Europe, Houdini developed an avocation from which, for the remainder of his life, he got almost as much enjoyment as he did from breaking out of jails or vanishing from sealed chests. For the first time in his life, he had more money than he needed, and also, playing only 2 shows a day at first-class houses, he had more leisure than he had ever enjoyed before. From his early years, he had the habit of poking into old bookshops, picking up second-hand books on magic whenever he could afford them. Now he had ample time to prowl about to his heart's content and buy what he wanted. He soon became an ardent hunter after all sorts of literature and memorabilia bearing on the art of magic. Houdini, in fact, inherited from his father the patient fury of the scholar for seeking original sources. Though his formal education had been pitiably slight, and in strictly business matters he always remained naive, he had a natural instinct for research, which made him a formidable collector from the start. He had the true collector's delight in following odd trails that led to neglected authorities and forgotten sources. He was always hunting up aged collectors or retired magicians who might possess documents of value. To proprietors of old bookshops and curiosity shops in England, France, and Germany, as well as in the United States, he became a familiar figure, and to them he revealed a personality quite different from that of the showman and wizard of escape. He made some intimate friends among these crusty old bookworms. In this period, Houdini laid the foundation of his various collections, which during the next quarter century were to reach truly monumental proportions. Thanks to Houdini the collector, the Library of Congress in Washington can boast the most complete assemblage of volumes on magic and spiritualism in the world, many of the volumes dating back to the earliest literature on these subjects. Houdini had gathered 5,200 of these books, some of them of great rarity, and he bequeathed them to the library at the suggestion of his friend, Dr. Henry Ridgely Evans of Washington. More unique, even, was his collection of playbills of magicians of older days and newspaper clippings describing their performances. Houdini left some 40,000 such items, including mementos of all the principal Occidental practitioners of the art. As time went on, his passion for such accumulations increased. He was determined to excel in the library as he did as a performer, and stories of rival collectors spurred him to greater effort. In all Houdini's 30 years of keeping a diary, his greatest note of exultation was sounded when Dr. Sarum R. Ellison, whose Library of Magic was famed throughout the world, admitted, after looking over Houdini's books, that they were a more complete collection than his own, and declared that Houdini's historical collection of programs had no rival anywhere. Some of Houdini's most spectacular jailbreaking stunts are barely recorded in the diary, but Dr. Ellison's tribute was the occasion for a full page of self-congratulations. In later years, the zeal for collecting led Houdini into fields other than magic. Lincoln was one of his heroes. Therefore, he accumulated the largest number of Lincoln letters held by a private collector. He followed this with similar large collections of the letters of Robert G. Ingersoll and Clyde Fitch. Somewhere he read of a man who had original signatures of all the signers of the Declaration of Independence except 6. Houdini immediately went gunning for these immortals, from John Hancock down, and within a reasonable time he had original signatures or letters of all save 2 or 3. His dramatic library grew to unusual proportions, and his dramatic playbills included such rarities as the first bill of the old John Street Theater in New York, where the elite of the metropolis first assembled in 1767. He owned the original Martin Luther Bible with marginal notes in Luther's own hand, and he treasured the portable writing desk used by Edgar Allan Poe. For several months after Houdini's death, rare books, pamphlets, playbills, and miscellaneous articles, for which he had left standing orders, poured in on his executrix from almost every part of the world. The aggregate charges for these posthumous additions to his collections ran close to $20,000, and the bills had to be paid. Such were the results of his early habit of loitering about old bookstalls. During his first European trip, Houdini's search for first-hand sources and mementos of his art was pointed by his ardent curiosity about Robert Houdin, 1805 to 1871, the man whose name he had appropriated and who was his model. Houdini, then in his 20s, conceived the ambitious idea of gathering material for a comprehensive memorial of the master. Houdini's quest led him into some strange adventures and contacts. While poking about for sources, Houdini learned that Wijabula Frickel, a contemporary of Robert Houdin and one of the noted magicians of his time, was still alive in his 87th year and living in retirement near Dresden. Highly excited, Houdini wrote to the old man from Cologne in the spring of 1903 to ask for an interview. In reply, he received an unsigned card on which were written but 2 words: Herr verreist. The master is on tour. Houdini took a week off to run down his man. He arrived at Kochenbrode, a suburb of Cologne, where Frickel lived at 4 a.m. Having located the house, he walked about impatiently for 4 hours until he could decently ring the doorbell. Frickel's wife, manifestly agitated at the call, assured him that Herr Frickel had gone away. In the village, Houdini learned that Frickel had lived the life of a hermit for many years. In his youth, he had an illegitimate son who, as he grew up, had subjected Frickel to a series of embarrassments and annoyances until he had withdrawn from society. At a later date, Houdini learned that Frickel assumed that the importunate stranger who insisted on seeing him had come for purposes of blackmail. Later in the day, Houdini returned to the house. He posted a photographer across the street, determined at least to get a photograph of the old magician if he could lure him to the door. The door, however, was not opened again. Frau Frickel merely poked her head out of an upper window. For hours, Houdini pleaded with her, telling her of his projected book, of certain gaps in it which only Frickel could fill, of the obligation they had in common to the literature of magic. The tears ran down Frau Frickel's cheeks, but she refused to open the door. Near her, unseen by Houdini, the aged magician listened grimly behind a shutter. Late in the afternoon, the visitor yielded and went away. Houdini's week of leisure was not wasted, however. Near Dresden, he discovered the neglected grave of Bartolomeo Bosco, 1793 to 1863, one of the most famous sleight-of-hand artists, whose name is still used by fakirs who eat him alive at country fairs throughout Europe and America. Bosco, as a youth of 19, was drafted into Napoleon's army and left for dead on the field of Borodino. While a Cossack ghoul who was looting the corpses searched the supposed corpse of Bosco, the young man, by sleight of hand, relieved the unsuspecting intruder of all his loot. He lived to amaze Europe for many years with his feats. Houdini found that the leasehold of Bosco's grave was about to expire, and Bosco's bones would be removed to the potter's field, so he bought a perpetual deed to the plot so that the famous old performer could lie in peace. The deed is now owned by the Society of American Magicians. This was the first of over 6 graves of magicians that Houdini purchased during his life. Houdini did not give up Frickel because of his first repulse. He continued to bombard the old hermit with letters and with clippings about his work, and finally, during his trip to Russia, Frickel made his first response. He would be glad, he wrote, to receive from Houdini a package of a certain brand of Russian tea, of which he was very fond. Houdini shipped the tea immediately. Then came a gracious letter inviting Houdini to call next time he was near Kochenbrode. Houdini made the earliest possible engagement for Dresden, intending to spend all his spare time with Frickel. In preparation for his coming, he persuaded the old man to have his photograph taken. One thing and another prevented Houdini from visiting Kochenbrode until the end of the week. A strange woman opened the door. "You are being waited for," she said, and led Houdini into a room where Frickel lay, dead. The old man, excited over receiving a visitor after his years of self-imposed seclusion, had dressed himself in his best and got out all his treasures, mementos, and souvenirs of the old days. He had seemed almost young and happy once more. But the excitement had proved too much for him. About an hour before Houdini arrived, he had suddenly clutched at his heart and fallen lifeless to the floor. Almost equally dramatic was Houdini's meeting with Henry Evans Evanian, an entertainer and collector for over half a century, from whom Houdini secured many of his greatest rarities in the form of old playbills and letters. Much of Evanian's material he had inherited from James Saverin, an English barber with a passion for magic, who would drop his trade to travel with famous magicians, and had picked up a handsome collection which he left to Evanian, his friend and rival. While Houdini was playing at the London Hippodrome in 1904, he contracted a severe cold, was threatened with pneumonia, and for the first time in his life was compelled to cancel several performances. While he was in bed, a newspaper man who called on him printed a short article about a number of old programs and bills which Houdini had picked up and which were strewn about his bedroom. The day the article appeared, Houdini received a note from Evanian on a stained scrap of paper, stating that he had some articles in which Houdini might be interested. Houdini replied at once, asking Evanian to call at 1 o'clock the next day. Evanian failed to show up. About 4 o'clock, Houdini's physician told him he could walk once around the block in the mild sunshine. As he was leaving the hotel, the porter told him that an old man had been waiting to see him since 1 o'clock, but the man was so shabby and disreputable looking that they had not permitted him to go upstairs. The porter indicated a bent figure in tattered garments who emerged tremulously from a corner of the lobby, hugging a large portfolio. "I'm sick and dizzy, so you'll have to be quick," said Houdini. "What is it you want?" "I have brought only a few of my treasures, sir," mumbled the old man as he slipped open his portfolio. With a cry of amazement, Houdini drew the old man to a settee beside him. Before him were original programs of Robert Houdin, Philippe, Anderson, Breslau, Panetti, Catafelto, Boag, all the principal conjurers of the past century, a veritable treasure trove of printed material and lithographs, such as a 3-year search in England and on the continent had failed to yield him. The next morning, without asking permission from his physician, Houdini had himself driven to the dark, littered basement on Methley Street where Evanian lived. Sorting over the precious collection, the two men lost track of time. Occasionally, Evanian brewed tea on his little stove, which the two enthusiasts drank together. It was past midnight when Houdini's brother Theodore, accompanied by a thoroughly disgusted physician, traced him down and dragged him back to his hotel. Bit by bit, during the ensuing months, Houdini purchased the bulk of Evanian's collection. A year later, while playing at Wigan, Houdini received word that Evanian was dying in London of cancer of the throat. After the evening show, Houdini dashed off to London to cheer his friend and see that he had every comfort during his last days. A fortnight later, he made another trip for Evanian's funeral. Houdini's diary for that day reads, "Poor Evanian, he certainly was the greatest collector of magical material in the world. Although I advertised the funeral in the papers, no one was there but 4 old women and 2 nieces, with Mrs. Evanian. Paid funeral expenses." Before Houdini had been many months at his researches, he realized that he had been completely deceived about Robert Houdin. According to that gentleman's own claims, which had been generally accepted, he was not only the greatest magician of his day, if not of all time, but he was the inventor of all the principal feats of magic in use. As Houdini traced Robert Houdin's miracles to their sources, he discovered that the man he had been worshipping had invented or originated virtually none of the marvels he claimed as his own. Robert Houdin's orange tree, which magically flowered and brought forth fruit on the stage through a clever system of blowpipe stems, had done service for more than a century before he picked it up. His writing and drawing automaton had appeared 50 years before he was born, and so had Second Sight, of which he proclaimed himself the originator. His inexhaustible bottle, from which he poured successively half a dozen different wines, had a history dating back 200 years. Others of his creations were even more service-worn. Moreover, contemporary evidence revealed Robert Houdin as in many respects a mediocre performer. Houdini dug up press records covering occasions when Robert Houdin's memoirs recorded him as creating a sensation in some European city with a new magical elaboration. The old files showed the press supremely indifferent to his entertainment, generally failing utterly to mention it. Even Robert Houdin's famous memoirs were a hoax. They were written not by Robert Houdin, but by a clever French hack, and the facts and explanations of tricks set forth in them were in most cases wholly romantic. Houdini, now with a repulsion of his own making, discovered that the man whose name he had taken had built up his reputation largely on false pretense by broadly claiming as his inventions what he had appropriated or adapted from others. The knowledge was a sad blow. The more Houdini uncovered his hero, the more the sawdust leaked out. For a time, Houdini assumed that his researches were wasted as far as Robert Houdin was concerned. Then he resolved to go on with his revelatory digging to the bitter end. For nearly 7 years he continued, until every one of Robert Houdin's falsely claimed creations was traced back to its true originator. Then, with the aid of a secretary who could smooth over his literary lapses, he set to work on the manuscript. On July 19, 1907, his diary records, "Wrote until 2:30 a.m. on Houdin book. This is a labor of love. I shall be happy when it is finished, as it will take a lot of worry off my mind." The next day, the diary has this entry: "Finished last chapter of Houdin book. Only needs editing now." The Unmasking of Robert Houdin was published early in 1908. The book was something of a bombshell in the world of magic. Articulate magicians, in any literary sense, had been rare, and Robert Houdin had been so handsomely articulate, and the various volumes bearing his name had been written in such a dashing and ingratiating style that he had come to be accepted at his own valuation, and his lofty pedestal seemed secure. When Houdini toppled him off and sought to restore to their proper places some of the men whose laurels Robert Houdin had appropriated, many classical-minded persons resented the revaluation. To them, Houdini seemed impertinent, and not a little ungrateful. There was indeed a personal motive behind the volume, as well as a deep passion for justice and truth. In The Unmasking, Houdini was really clearing his own name of what he now knew to be an unworthy association. The Robert Houdin of his worship had never existed. End of Chapter 12. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 13 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Houdini's stay in the United States during the summer of 1904 lasted only 11 weeks. He soon found that while he could now secure engagements at first-class houses, the best money offered was much less than he had been getting in Europe. American managers were still skeptical about risking fat contracts on a magician. Accordingly, Houdini cabled Harry Day to get bookings for him in England in the fall. Then he set about enjoying a vacation in his own country in his own peculiar fashion. First, he purchased a large brownstone house on West 113th Street, New York, which was his home thereafter throughout his life. There he spent a good part of his vacation installing his library and other treasures, and personally cataloging everything after a system of his own, which no one else was ever able to master. In the house, he installed a huge bathroom, which served incidentally as a laboratory for trying out his experiments in sleight of hand and escapes. It contained a mirror about 8 feet square, before which he practiced by the hour, and a tub which was almost a miniature swimming pool for perfecting himself in underwater feats. He took a somber pleasure in shopping about for a family burial plot, and when one was secured, in superintending the removal thereto of the bodies of his father and his brother Herman. Herman's teeth, he noted carefully in his diary, were in splendid condition. He permitted himself one brief excursion to Chicago to visit old friends in the show business, and from there he ran out to Appleton to see his boyhood home, where he was now hailed by the local newspaper as Appleton's most famous native son. His chief dissipation was visiting a former servant of the family who had become the mother of 7 children, and several indigent old women who had been friends of the family, and all these he left better off for his coming. He also bought new outfits of clothing for 2 old men. In Chicago, he decided to have a new set of photographs taken for the lithographs for his coming season. For this purpose, he borrowed the evening clothes of his friend Roderberg, the maker of magical apparatus. The clothes did not fit him very well, but as his own clothes rarely fitted him, the strange garments were no great handicap. He returned to England before the end of August to spend another year. He opened at the Hippodrome at Glasgow on September 5th before a packed house. 2 days later, he received a challenge from the manager of Lecky Graham & Company, saddlery and harness makers, whose name was known throughout the United Kingdom. The firm had been perfecting a straitjacket for a private insane asylum, and they desired to test its holding qualities on Houdini. "If you are afraid to try this in public, will you try it privately?" the manager concluded. Houdini immediately invited the challenger to the theater. It took him 55 minutes to effect his escape after the company's men had spent 15 minutes strapping him in. The attendance at the Hippodrome for the week established a new record of 1,400 pounds. This was the beginning of another triumphal progress through England. His escapes from a packing box attracted particular attention, and in every city rival packing firms deluged him with offers to furnish the box and have their men nail him up. Houdini began to combine his stunts for greater variety. Sometimes he would have himself nailed in a box after being manacled by the police, at other times tied with ropes, again encased in a straitjacket. At one place, he escaped from a sealed wicker hamper, carefully prepared for the occasion by the challenging firm. His needle trick aroused great enthusiasm everywhere, and while Houdini swallowed, or appeared to swallow, successively the needles and thread, and began to pull from his mouth the thread on which the needles were strung at regular intervals, the packed audiences would watch in a breathless silence, which would presently change to wild applause. Houdini had practiced this trick privately ever since he ran across a description of it in an old volume years before. According to his records, the trick was first introduced in Europe by K. Krauss in 1816. Houdini first saw it in his dime museum days when he was on the same bill at the Lynn Musée Theater in Lynn, Massachusetts, with Maxie, the Human Sewing Machine. Almost everywhere, the crowds were unprecedented. At one place, where he was working on a percentage basis, Houdini's earnings were, for 1 week, $2,150 clear. On several occasions after the show, the audience formed in tumultuous parade and cheered him to his lodgings, where they would remain until he had made a speech from his window. In one house, spectators sat on the roofs of the boxes. By the beginning of 1905, Houdini received a cable offering him 6 weeks in the larger American cities for $5,000, but he was booked in England up to midsummer. The conquest of America began in the fall of 1905 when Houdini opened at the Colonial Theater, New York, as a top liner at the beginning of October. He was 31 and had been working for this large occasion for nearly 15 years. Within the next few months, Houdini's feats carried his name all over the country. His first big publicity strike, which occurred in Washington, established his reputation in the United States. Curiously enough, there is no reference to the adventure in his diary, though contemporary newspapers printed columns about it. During the first days of his brief engagement at Keith's in Washington, Houdini broke out of several of the police jails of the district. Warden Harris of the federal prison was confident that his locks would hold the elusive performer, so he invited Houdini to test his skill against Uncle Sam's system of restraint. Houdini elected to be locked in the cell that had housed Charles J. Guiteau, the assassin of President Garfield. This was the middle chamber of a row of 3 heavily barred cubbyholes, walled in solid brick masonry. It happened at the time to be occupied by a man who had strangled his wife. The narrow door of this cell is sunk 3 feet in the brick wall. When the door is closed, an arm-like bar projects out into the corridor and then angles to the right and slips over a steel catch which sets a spring fastening the lock. The lock is a combination with 5 tumblers. After being stripped and searched as usual, Houdini was locked in this cell and his clothes were locked in another. Warden Harris, with his staff of deputies and a crowd of visiting police officials, retired to his office to await developments. Houdini was out of his cell and in the corridor in 2 minutes. As he looked about him, he was seized with a whimsical idea. There were 8 other prisoners in the jail. 2 condemned murderers, 4 men under indictment for murder, 2 serving for other major crimes. Houdini opened the cell of each in turn and hustled him into another cell, where the man was tightly locked up. Houdini was still stark naked, and each prisoner was so amazed at the apparition of this unclad, authoritative intruder that he neither protested nor made any attempt to escape. 21 minutes after Houdini had been locked up, he entered the warden's office with his clothes on. "I let all of your prisoners out," he announced, and as his hearers stared at him, first incredulously and then in dismay, and a guard or 2 jumped toward the door, he added hastily, "But I locked them all in again." Naturally, this puss-in-the-corner game with a jail full of murderers captured the imagination of the Washington correspondents. In Boston, 2 months later, Houdini repeated this stunt with variations. Superintendent of Police William H. Pierce locked him in a second-tier cell of the city jail after he had been stripped, searched, manacled, and leg-ironed, and locked his clothes in a cell in the first tier in another section of the prison. 23 minutes later, Houdini called Superintendent Pierce on the telephone from Keith's theater some distance away. He had slipped out of his cell, recovered his clothes, dashed up to the third tier, and released a prisoner whom he locked in his own second-tier cell, let himself through 2 steel doors into the prison yard, climbed the wall, and jumped into a waiting automobile. He was over the wall 16 minutes after he had been locked up, and the drive to the theater took 7 minutes. When Houdini capped this feat a few nights later on the stage of Keith's theater by escaping from a witch's cage procured by an ambitious chief of police in Chelsea, he completely won New England. The cage was a vicious-looking contrivance of latticed steel, the upper frame of which fitted closely about the subject's body. A series of chains were wound about the prisoner and enmeshed among the bars. The whole affair was locked with a system of padlocks. The mayor of Boston, accompanied by the whole city administration, watched while Houdini was encased in this barbaric apparatus, and over 3,000 persons waited upward of an hour and a half until he managed to push aside the clanking irons and step out of that vice that had held the witches of Massachusetts colony. Probably he would have received the keys to the city if presenting keys to Houdini had not been obviously superfluous. Boston, a one-week town for vaudeville acts, kept Houdini for 11 consecutive weeks, and during that period talked of little else from the Back Bay to the North Shore. Shortly after the Boston engagement, Houdini's ambitions led him to get a troupe together and go on tour with his own show. Houdini was not a sufficiently shrewd businessman to manage such a venture, and his diary records his relief when the season of 1906 came to a close and his business cares were ended. About this time, Houdini performed an ingenious bit of magic, which, in the opinion of those who witnessed it, could be explained only on the theory of supernatural powers. The demonstration occurred at a matinee at the annual meeting of a social organization in the upper part of Manhattan. Houdini borrowed 3 handkerchiefs, tied them together, and announced that he would make them vanish and reappear at any place suggested by any person in the audience. The handkerchiefs, being placed by Houdini under a small glass bowl, immediately disappeared. The audience was supplied with blank cards, on which each person was to designate the place where he wished the handkerchiefs found. The ushers collected the cards in a hat, each card folded to hide the writing, and Houdini shook them up and then dumped the lot on a huge platter, from which he picked 3 at random and asked that some disinterested person make the final choice from these. A baby was selected to choose the card, and a skeptical member of the lodge took it from the baby's hand and read it. It demanded that the handkerchiefs be transported to the top step of the pediment of the Statue of Liberty in the middle of New York Harbor. Murmurs of surprise and incredulity came from the audience. They supposed the test would be too difficult, but Houdini expressed the opinion that the handkerchiefs would be found. A committee was organized among the spectators to make the long trip, half an hour or more to the Battery by elevated, and then across the harbor in the government ferry. On the top step leading to the statue, as designated, they found a soldered tin box and returned with it to the hall, where, by that time, a banquet was being served. A mechanic was called in to open the casket, and within were the 3 handkerchiefs. The modus operandi was simple and typical of the conjurer's art. The trick was about a century old. Houdini had learned it personally from Henry Evanian. After Houdini borrowed the 3 handkerchiefs and tied them together for easier manipulation, they were quickly slipped under his waistcoat and 3 others substituted. He dropped the 3 bogus handkerchiefs on a table trap, picking up the opaque glass bowl under which they were to be hidden. Then, by a carefully rehearsed bit of carelessness, he dropped and broke the bowl. To procure another, he stepped toward the wings. The attendant, who handed him the fresh cover, deftly extracted the real handkerchiefs from under Houdini's waistcoat, and was off for the Statue of Liberty, where, in due course, he was met by a tinsmith, who soldered the 3 within a tin box, which was subsequently placed on the step. The whole stage play had been carefully timed so that Houdini's assistant could catch the 4 o'clock boat for the statue. Meanwhile, Houdini, turning back to his audience, made the bogus handkerchiefs vanish, delaying the action with his patter so that his messenger could get a good start. The distribution of cards and pencils for the designation of the journey of the handkerchiefs made a further interval. When the cards were collected and dumped upon the platter, Houdini added at the top of the pile 3, designating the Statue of Liberty, which he had concealed in the palm of his hand. From these 3, the baby was permitted to make an innocent choice. The whole startling effect was the result of careful preparation, sleight of hand, and showmanship. Houdini's first venture in authorship made its appearance in the spring of 1906. It was a volume of 95 pages, detailing the methods of burglars, sneak thieves, counterfeiters, and swindlers of various kinds, under the title of The Right Way to Do Wrong. Houdini probably had assistance in the literary composition, but the close observation of the methods of the light-fingered gentleman and the unimpeachable moral observations for youthful readers were typically his own. The book attracted considerable attention, and the attendant publicity advertised Houdini in fresh channels. During the next 2 seasons, 1906 to 07 and 1907 to 08, Houdini made tours of all the first-class vaudeville houses of the United States and escaped from every sort of restraint that American ingenuity could devise. His series of novel vanishing stunts on the stage was begun in Washington, D.C. in September 1906, when he spirited himself out of a zinc-lined piano box made by William Canoba and Company. During a 5 weeks engagement at Boston at the beginning of 1907, he gave a surprising exhibition of elusive versatility. He began by escaping from a coffin with the lid screwed down before 1,000 members and guests of the Boston Athletic Association. A few days later, at Keith's Theater, he escaped from a paper box, cleverly made by a paper manufacturer with an eye for novelty and advertising. The same evening, he escaped after being chained and locked on a ladder. After worsting several ambitious packing box crews who sought to restrain him on successive evenings, Houdini appeared at the home of J.S. Foy, Jr., an amateur sportsman who had wagered $6,000 with friends that he could tie the escape artist so that he could not get loose. Mr. Foy wound Houdini from head to feet with heavy silk fish line, using a coarse needle and a marlinspike to knot and mesh the cords. Houdini's throat was muffled in the cords, and his wrists were so tightly bound behind his back that the twine was lost to view in the swelling flesh. His hips and legs were encased in a network of cords. Mr. Foy took 45 minutes to complete his job. Houdini, an hour and 13 minutes to get free. His body was a mass of welts and bruises. A few evenings later, he escaped after being bolted and riveted in an iron boiler by employees of the Riverside Boiler Works. That was Monday, February 11th. On the 12th, at the matinee, he was laced within a giant leather football and popped out a few minutes later without apparently disturbing the lacings. At the evening performance, he freed himself from a hamper made of hoop iron and fastened with padlocks. On the 14th, at the matinee, an insane crib from a neighboring asylum failed to hold him, and in the evening, employees of the Derby Desk Company locked him in a roll-top desk, from which he emerged without damage to the locks or the paneling. On the 15th, he was encased in a glass box devised by members of the Boston Athletic Association. The box, made of 3/8-inch glass, measured 24 by 30 by 36 inches. The panes were bolted together with strips of steel, padlocked on the outside with 2 tumbler locks. Apparently, Houdini had no difficulty in seeping through without breaking a pane. The following day was Saturday, and all he did was some magic and an escape from a straitjacket. Had easy day, says the diary, left on the midnight for New York. Through the spring and autumn of 1907, Houdini added to his repertoire of escapes. At Toledo, Ohio, the Marine Boiler Works challenged him to get out of one of their stoutest riveted boilers. He freed himself in 80 minutes. Very hard job, he noted in the diary. Must find some new way to lighten my labors. 2 nights previously, he had been tied up with tarred ropes by Toledo high school boys and struggled for 41 minutes before he could wriggle free. Hurt like hell, says the diary. Being tied with tarred ropes and being strapped to a cot with wet bandages, he discovered, were the most difficult forms of restraint, but they were not sufficiently spectacular to impress audiences as much as easier encasements. In the fall, in San Francisco, a large paper bag prepared by a manufacturing firm failed to hold him. The bag was left intact, as it had been sealed with Houdini inside. In Los Angeles, shortly afterward, Superintendent of Mails Driscoll locked him in a government mail pouch fastened on the outside with a rotary lock. In 25 minutes, Houdini appeared carrying the pouch, which he returned undamaged. In New Orleans, he escaped from a packing box furnished by a dry goods concern, which was fastened with cement-coated nails, and a few evenings later came one of his most difficult box-breaking feats, in which he managed to slip from a huge meat box which had been left in the rain for 2 days so that all the boards were soaked and swollen. In virtually every city he played, he broke out of jails, and in each place where water was available, save in the midst of winter, he leapt into the water, manacled. His jump through the ice in Detroit in the early winter of 1906 was the last until May of the following year. On May 7th, after a series of conditioning baths in cold water, he did his first bridge jump of the season in Rochester, New York. As he leapt off the bridge, a drunken man jumped after him, shouting, "Well, goodbye, Harry." Houdini, as he flashed into the water, was worried about the man. No one took any notice of him, says the diary. As the performer came up, he was relieved to see the fellow wading ashore. At Pittsburgh, a fortnight later, 40,000 persons watched Houdini leap, handcuffed, from the 7th Street Bridge. It was a record crowd for that day. On a later visit to Pittsburgh, Houdini met with his only serious accident. He had promised to do a high dive, manacled, into the YMCA tank in connection with a local drive for funds. Before he jumped, the press agent of the Y suggested laughingly, "If you don't come up, you will make a good story for the press." Houdini miscalculated, and his head smashed into the cement bottom of the tank. He was dragged out unconscious and carried the scar on his head for the rest of his life. In addition to these labors and recreations, Houdini was constantly working on his Unmasking of Robert Houdin up to the fall of 1907, and as early as 1906, he had begun the publication of a 32-page monthly periodical, The Conjurer's Magazine, most of which he wrote himself, while he served incidentally as editor and business manager. The magazine was started after Houdini had had a serious quarrel with Dr. A.M. Wilson of Kansas City, editor of The Sphinx, the organ of the Society of American Magicians. After his return from Europe in 1905, Houdini suggested that The Sphinx should devote some attention to him. Dr. Wilson retorted that The Sphinx would run Houdini's photograph at advertising rates. Some heated correspondence was exchanged, and as both men were hot-tempered, a bitter feud developed. Houdini started his rival magazine. Dr. Wilson countered by relentless attacks on both The Conjurer's Monthly and its editor, and Houdini repaid the attacks with interest in his own editorial columns. Both men were hard hitters, and they spared no epithets. Though Houdini had to abandon publication of The Conjurer's Magazine when he went abroad for an extended tour in the summer of 1908, and thus lost his mouthpiece, the two enemies continued to fire broadsides at each other for more than 10 years. Finally, in 1920, friends decoyed them into a meeting in Kansas City. After some preliminary insults, they discovered that they had been fighting for so long that each had conceived a rare admiration for the other. Their friends, who had arranged the meeting and then fled, apprehensive at their own temerity, returned to find the pair roaring with laughter over reminiscences of their long feud. Dr. Wilson dined with the Houdinis and was presented with a latchkey to the Houdini house in New York. Thereafter, a room was always ready for him whenever he visited that city. The two men became at once just as ardent in their friendship as they had been in their enmity. Before he left Europe in 1905, Houdini had resolved to work up a new show so that he could abandon the handcuff act on the stage. So many imitators had sprung up that Houdini sought something in which would-be rivals would have neither the ingenuity nor the temerity to follow him. Among the handcuff kings that had bobbed up in Europe were Carl Misto, Professor Hyman, Daring, booked as Conqueror of Handcuff Kings, Spink, Cyrnock, and Clepini, and in the United States, Brind'Amour and Kilby, not to mention other sporadic performers. One of the most successful regular performers was Houdini's brother, Theodore, who, under the name of Hardin, started ostensibly as a rival, though in fact the two cooperated against the growing number of their competitors. Most of the competitors used prepared cuffs, and there were soon so many trick cuffs on the market that any amateur could give a plausible performance. In the United States also, a few daring souls began to advertise themselves as escape artists. They invited challengers from packing companies and also attempted jailbreaking. In Pittsburgh, Raymond the Handcuff King was almost suffocated in a packing box in which he had been nailed by some department store men. He was rescued by men who smashed the box with axes, and he was removed to the hospital. Another youthful escape artist had a similar narrow escape in Philadelphia. Likewise, several of the would-be prison breakers suffered humiliating experiences. One was caught hiding a key in the cell before his test, and several were exposed after having bribed policemen to lend them keys to effect their escapes. All these incidents reduced the number of imitators in the jailbreaking and packing box lines, but the attendant publicity detracted greatly from the general value of such stunts. During his first 2 seasons after his return to the United States, Houdini had too many irons in the fire to make much progress toward devising a new show. Incidentally, novel challenges rained on him in such close succession that new thrillers kept growing overnight. Toward the end of 1907, however, novelties in the form of challenges began to peter out, and early in 1908 he ran into some weeks of bad business. On January 20th at St. Louis, the diary reads, "Manager Tate informs me, 'You are not worth a $5 bill to me.' I told him, 'I hope you are mistaken. We shall see.'" A few weeks later, the following entry appears. "Arrived in Cleveland, 7 o'clock. Am not featured. Is this week the first step toward oblivion? No attention paid to me." This slump was short-lived, however. Before long, happy managers were presenting him with silver cups or other tokens at the end of riotous engagements. Houdini had at last invented a new trick to replace the handcuff act, and as he developed and perfected this, it grew in dramatic value. The trick was an escape from a galvanized iron can filled with 22 large pailfuls of water, with its lid fastened on by a dozen or more heavy outside padlocks. Enclosed in the can and rolled into his little tent after a committee had assured itself that aid from hidden Confederates was impossible, Houdini would spirit himself out in about a minute, leaving the can filled to the brim and all the locks intact. This stunt was a bit too dangerous to attract imitators. It required rare agility combined with underwater endurance and complete equanimity of spirit. Houdini had to practice it carefully for months before he dared risk it on the stage. While he was perfecting it in Chicago, his wife had to leave for New York for an operation. On her return, he could hardly wait to get her to the hotel to test the new contrivance before her critical eye. "Bess arrives from New York," runs the diary. "She saw me do the can trick, thinks it is great. I offered her $10 if she could tell me how it was done. She failed to fathom trick. Good." With the aid of this device, he was soon packing them in with his usual regularity. Before long, an enterprising milk company in one of the cities he played challenged him to let them fill the can with milk instead of water. On the evening of the test, a trick pony attached to the show discovered the can of milk and consumed a large portion of it, so that almost equal parts of water had to be added at the last minute, but the trick made a huge hit nonetheless. Thereafter, milk companies in every city came forward with similar challenges, and Houdini was at last able to abandon the handcuff act to his numerous imitators. In the spring of 1908, he wound up a coast-to-coast tour in a blaze of glory and publicity. Toward the close, he capped his list of escapes by slipping out of 400 pounds of weed chains, which were wound and padlocked about his person, and 2 tires, which were squeezed over his legs and shoulders, and handcuffed, respectively, to his ankles and to his wrists. He also did some spectacular dives into the ocean, manacled from the Atlantic City pier. He was now ready for another long tour of Europe. Virtually all the large cities of England, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Holland, and Belgium were clamoring for him. End of Chapter 13. Read by Mark Harrington. Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 14 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Houdini's second continental tour, begun in the autumn of 1908, lasted until the spring of 1911, with a break in the middle during which he made a trip around the world in connection with fulfilling engagements in Australia. After his arrival in Germany in September 1908, he embarked on a series of engagements that lasted without gaps for a year and a half. All trouble about bookings was ended as far as he was concerned. He had only to make his choice of contracts. Had he been able to multiply himself by 3, none of the 3 Houdinis would have had as much as a single week of idleness. To virtually every European manager, Houdini meant standing room only, and often not even standing room. If the house was not filled, Houdini became restless and angry. When business grew slack, just before Christmas 1908, he went out himself and passed handbills on the street. At this time, Houdini was 34 and weighed somewhat under 160 pounds. His body was like flexible steel. It needed to be to stand the tasks he imposed on it day after day. He returned to Europe with an entirely new line of tricks. Handcuffs were dropped from his stage repertoire, except when they were incidental to some stunt, such as being nailed in a chest or hung in chains on a gibbet. When he started his tour in Circus Busch, Berlin, September 10th, 1908, several handcuff kings were in the audience looking for an opportunity for a bit of self-advertisement. But as Houdini did nothing with handcuffs, they departed in disappointment. His new stunts, such as the water can trick, the packing box release, and the escape from a straitjacket on the open stage, were all too strenuous to attract imitators. In London, in the summer of 1909, one man insisted that he could beat Houdini in escaping from a straitjacket, but after a few minutes he had to be cut out of the canvas in a fainting condition. Thereupon, Houdini was strapped in an identical jacket and got free in 55 1/2 seconds, establishing a new record for himself. His new performances went smoothly and uneventfully. The water can trick held up well. The escapes from straitjackets, packing cases, and various other apparatuses furnished by persistent challengers seemed to exert an unfailing fascination on large audiences. For a period, during the early months of his tour, various swimming champions insisted from time to time that they could remain underwater in the can longer than Houdini. The performer delighted to take them on, and he had a huge clock, built like a stopwatch, placed on the stage so that the audiences could time the contests. The best of these challengers managed to remain in the can 2 1/4 minutes, while Houdini, on the same occasion, stayed 3 minutes 32 seconds. At this period, he would practice holding his breath for more than 3 minutes while lying on a sofa in his dressing room. Some sessions were made interesting by challenges from rope-tying experts who would tie Houdini in a chair with all sorts of complicated knots. He liked such tests. They took him back to his boyhood tricks at Appleton. At Camberwell, the diary records, some men tied him using the hangman's knot and the tomfool's knot, and he escaped. Once, when he permitted himself to be hanged in chains on a gibbet, he had a narrow escape from being worsted. When he called for a committee to come on the stage and lock him on the gibbet, one man who responded was drunk and in a nasty humor. He twisted Houdini's wrists in the handcuffs so that any movement was torture. "Took 20 minutes to get my hands out of the cuffs," reads the diary. "Only a piece of twine in my pocket saved me. Wrists in bad condition." Of husky crews ambitious to construct packing cases to hold the escape artist, there was seemingly no end. Each fresh group of challengers seemed to think that their predecessors had not exercised sufficient vigilance. One of the toughest challenges was in Belfast, Ireland, where employees of the Harland and Wolff shipyards nailed up Houdini in a chest made of the timber which was being used in the construction of the Titanic. Houdini slipped out in a few minutes, leaving the chest intact, and added Ireland to his list of conquests. During the week, 20,000 persons had to be turned away from the theater. There was hardly a river or harbor in northern France, Germany, or England into which Houdini did not dive manacled during this tour, and thousands of people always flocked to applaud this stunt. In fairly shallow water, he would free himself at ease, sitting on the bottom. In deeper water, while drifting below the surface. As soon as he arrived in Europe, he dived into the Spree, encased in handcuffs, from a Berlin bridge. A few weeks later, he dived into the Seine from the roof of the morgue. He did the Mersey at Liverpool, the Tay at Dundee, and did jumps at Plymouth, Southampton, and many other places, usually with his hands manacled behind his back and his legs chained. The most hazardous diving stunt of his career was performed in Scotland, July 1st, 1909, when he dived from the bridge of a tug into the harbour at Aberdeen in a howling northeast gale. In the morning, a man was washed overboard and drowned from a fishing vessel entering the harbour, and thereafter no boats ventured out. The harbour authorities advised Houdini to postpone his attempt, but he insisted on going out in a tug to look things over. Once out in the channel, Houdini refused to yield to the tugmen who tried to dissuade him from jumping. A heavy chain was put around his neck, crossed on his breast, and each end fastened to his arms above the elbows. His hands were then handcuffed behind him. In this fashion, he leapt into the churning waves, and in 18 seconds he reappeared with his hands and arms free and was helped aboard. On October 23, 1908, while Houdini was playing in Berlin, he celebrated the 25th anniversary of his appearance as a boy wonder in Jack Hoffler's circus at Appleton, the beginning of his public career. The management of Circus Busch gave him a banquet, and he received mementos and congratulatory messages from all parts of the world. At a Berlin restaurant at this time, a Chinese waiter was attracting much attention with his card sleights, with which he amazed the patrons. Houdini strolled into the place for supper, and when the Chinese came up to his table and showed his skill, Houdini borrowed the cards. He did some sleights, and finally palmed 52 of the thin cards, back and front, while the Oriental's eyes nearly popped from his head. "That's not trick, gentlemen," he declared reverently. "That's a gift." Prince Frederick Leopold invited Houdini to give a private performance at his palace. Houdini and his wife, with their retinue, rode to the palace in state in 2 motor cars, accompanied by 2 outriders in uniform and white gloves, who were borrowed from the circus. The diary reads, "I did card tricks, needle, handcuffs, and finished with a can of water trick. They had a pair of their handcuffs at the palace, and I beat them easily. They were a small pair of Berliner handcuffs, the only cuffs of that kind I had seen outside of my own. The young princes were greatly pleased when I took one of their silk handkerchiefs and did my old tricks with it. I am to get a necktie pin." Houdini was enjoying life to the full. His enjoyment glows through the terse notes in his diary during this period. The strain he was putting on his body day after day was such as few could stand, but he carried it off easily enough. "The act I am now doing, first the straitjacket, then the can, is the hardest on my body that I have ever attempted," he notes in the diary in September 1908. Yet he supplemented this with his outside stunts, and day after day he was busy far into the night, enlarging his collections, exploring strange cities, having grand sessions with old magicians, learning French, conducting a correspondence almost as large as that of the head of a foreign office, and occasionally indulging in a violent controversy with some person who tried to treat him unfairly or take advantage of his good nature. In addition, he found time to train several young women in underwater feats, and he and Mrs. Houdini acted as managers for them with varying success. Paris he liked especially. He loved to loiter about its odd shops on odd streets and pick up old books and curios. The nightlife, however, did not attract him. He visited 2 or 3 of the cafes where the tourist Americanus sprinkles roses on his inhibitions, but these bored him. After a session at Le Rat Mort, he wrote decisively in his diary, "Good to see once only." Once some friends lured him to a place where 2 girls did the dog dance, but he withdrew in high indignation. "The 2 women who did it ought to be publicly horsewhipped," runs the diary. Yet he was not a prude, and, as his diary shows, he had a nice appreciation of human foibles. One note in the diary reads, Ike Rose manages Cleo de Merode. He says she is very thrifty, saves her money, and wears gingham waists, but has a sweet disposition. Cleo was the bediamonded beauty of the halls of that day. Another note records Mr. Rose's misadventures with a pair of Siamese twins he was managing. One of the twins was seduced by a provincial manager. Ike and the other girl have to take care of the baby, records the diary. Another lady of the halls, who cut a wide swath among the European nobility, bobs up in the diary for a time. She was on the same bill with Houdini and elected to make a confidant of Mrs. Houdini. She was a rare dark beauty. Her apartment was fitted in queenly splendor, and in the boudoir her pink perfection reposed on sheets of finest black satin. An amorous German prince had presented her with a toilet set of pure gold, and her jewels represented the taxed sweat of thousands of peasants of several countries. I think blank must be a bad woman, Houdini confided to his diary, and speculated as to whether he was doing right in permitting his wife to associate with her. The former idol of princes is now 50 and has settled down as a saleswoman in a 5 and 10 emporium in New York City. During the summer of 1909, there was a happy interval when the two mothers, Houdini's and his wife's, arrived from America for a 2-month visit. Houdini paid their passages and expenses, gave them a salary of $5 each per day during their stay, and devoted all his leisure time to their entertainment. The last show they witnessed at Plymouth was a banner occasion. Employees of the government dockyard had challenged Houdini to escape from a packing case made of 1-inch boards, nailed together on the stage with nails 2.5 inches long, and the crowd about the theater was so great that 3 front doors were smashed, and the police reserves had to be called. After Houdini got out, leaving the case intact, the crowd carried him to his lodgings in triumph. The diary notes proudly, "The two mothers and Bess at windows, and hear 'em cheer me for 10 minutes. 2 days later, the two mothers sailed from Southampton. The night before they left, after the show, Houdini hired a motor car at Plymouth and drove all night long in a driving rain, 180 miles to Southampton, just to kiss the mothers goodbye. During the visit, the Houdini dog Charlie died, and during Charlie's brief illness, Houdini's diary is concerned with little else. They had had the dog 8 years. In a sense, he took the place of the child the Houdinis did not have. Charlie, our little dog, is very sick, is the melancholy entry in the diary, July 26th. 2 days later, Charlie, our dog, dying. Have taken him away from Surgeon Thompson so he can die at home. Bess crying. I don't feel any too good. The following day, poor dear little Charlie dog died. He is out of misery. He has been our only pet and earned our love. Another entry in the autumn gives a glimpse from another angle of Houdini's sentimental tenderness. Though there is no evidence to show that he was an orthodox follower of his father's faith, each year on the anniversary of his father's death, he went to a Jewish temple and said Kaddish, the prayer for the dead. This year the anniversary found him playing in Oldham, and to his dismay, there was no Jewish place of worship there. Went to Manchester to a temple early at 6 o'clock, runs the diary, and said Kaddish. One man gave me a tallis, placed it over my shoulders. Early in his tour, he developed a new fad, which for a time became his most absorbing study. The new passion was art, in the form of paintings, etchings, prints. Apparently, he was first lured into this through his habit of attending auction sales to pick up things for his collections. Before long, he began to bid on paintings. At first, he made his purchases more or less by the yard, sometimes noting in a deprecatory manner in his diary that the frames alone were probably worth what he paid. A typical entry is that of March 13th, 1909, in Brussels. Visited Monsieur de Verly and bought a lot of oil paintings, 15 of them, frames and all, for 160 francs. Also bought some old-time tricks. Houdini, however, was not the sort of person to remain a tyro in anything in which he became interested. He began to hunt up artists and critics as he hunted up magicians. Day after day, he visited public exhibitions and galleries and private collections, always persistently asking questions, absorbing. In a few months, he was developing decided appreciations. He stopped buying things enclosed in frames in wholesale lots. An exultant note in the diary tells that he picked up 2 Hogarth engravings. He wistfully notes bidding on a painting of a village festival by Teniers the Younger, which, alas, was sold far beyond his limit. For consolation, however, he picked up 2 examples of the School of Watteau. A typical entry in the diary is this, at Oldham. Wrote letters most of day. Went to free library. They have a very fine collection of Turner prints, also fine paintings. Excellent place. Crazy crib challenge. Another entry reads, spent an hour in British Gallery. What marvelous paintings! Mrs. Houdini was not altogether comfortable about this new passion for collecting. With a husband whose purse was always leaking, she did what she could by suggestion to stave off bankruptcy for the family. In Paris, in the spring of 1909, with an art shop or auction room seemingly at every turn, her frugal counsels at times became insistent. The following entry in the diary gives an indication how the artist of escape eluded domestic entanglements and how he spent his leisure. Bess and I had an argument in a taxicab last night, so I got up early and went out. Visited C. de Vere, friend of Robert Heller, and made appointment to see him Sunday at his country house, Ray Information Old Magicians. Visited Hotel Drouot on the Rue Drouot, which is the government place for all kinds of auctions. I bid 1,000 francs on a Van Ostade, but alas, it sold for 3,000. Bid on several paintings, but all went too high. Bought Bess a solid silver case for her handbag. It cost exactly XX francs. I write this in cipher. Hope she does not see cost. It is a very good one. Gave it to her when I came home. Houdini conceived a great admiration for the works of W.P. Frith, who was still alive at the age of 90, about the last of the important Victorian academicians. Houdini had purchased 2 Friths, or 2 paintings supposed to be by Frith, of which he was very proud. In the fall of 1909, while playing in London, he decided to try to see the old master. A request for an interview brought an answer from Frith's nurse that the painter was too old to receive anyone. Houdini had a way with him, especially with old people. He sent Frith copies of his 2 books, Robert Houdin and The Right Way to Do Wrong, and began writing him coaxing letters. In a few weeks, the old man surrendered and invited Houdini to visit him at his house at St. John's Wood. Houdini took his 2 paintings along, but their reception was a disappointment. He treated me splendidly, says the diary, but when I showed my 2 paintings, attributed to him, which I had got at an auction sale, he denied them, so I allowed him to destroy them. He took out a knife and cut the lady's throat on each painting. There were compensations, however. House, a regular art gallery, saw lots of Landier's, original Friths, copies of Rembrandt, Van Dyck, Hals, Teniers, etc. The diary records that after 3 hours, Houdini had to hurry away to be rope-tied to a chair by challengers at the afternoon show. A greater interest soon supervened. At the beginning of November 1909, while playing in Hamburg, Houdini went out to the racetrack and saw his first flying machine. A certain air grade actually rose in the queer contraption, circled the field in the air, and came rather clumsily to earth. As soon as he alighted, Houdini sprinted madly across the field and collared the astonished aviator. "Is this for sale?" he demanded. "How much are they worth? Where can I buy one right away?" He learned that he could buy a Voisin plane for about 22,000 francs. He was so excited that on the way back to town, he got into a pitched battle with a taxi driver. Within a week, he was the owner of the Voisin and hired a wooden house to store it at a cost of 650 marks. Thereafter, Frith, Teniers, Turner, and Hogarth vanish from his diary. Everything was flying. Each morning early, he dashed out to his new toy. Day after day, a gusty wind kept him on the ground. Impatiently, he confined himself to prosaic instructions about the engine, the manipulation of controls. After a fortnight of high winds came a calm day. Houdini was out almost at dawn. He insisted on trying the machine. There was a whir of the engine, a bumping whirl across the field, then a sweeping lift into the ether, and almost as quickly a flop back to earth. "I smashed machine," says a single line in the diary that day. "Broke propeller, all to hell." But that was only a beginning. End of Chapter 14. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 15 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Flying machines were rarities when Houdini bought his Voisin plane in 1909. There were only about 24 aviators in the entire world. No regular schools for flying existed, and no regular flying fields. The daring soul who purchased an airplane got some rudimentary instruction about the controls, hunted up some open space where he could practice, and tried to take the air. If he remained in the air for a minute or two and made a landing without breaking his neck, it was a successful flight. Houdini had trouble finding a place to do his flying near Hamburg, but the German government finally granted him the use of a suburban parade ground on condition that he would instruct the regiment stationed there in the mysteries of the art. Houdini went to the field almost every morning for several weeks, but the weather was bad, and he had only 2 or 3 real flights. After his smash, the machine was out of business for 2 weeks. He had many pictures taken with himself seated in the machine, with German army officers grouped around the plane, and these made excellent publicity material for Houdini the showman. In 1917, he destroyed all these photographs, save the one reproduced here, which escaped his notice. "I taught those fellows to fly," he said to his wife bitterly, "and they may have killed Americans." There is little doubt that he exaggerated the value of his instruction. He was to leave for Australia at the beginning of 1910, and of course the plane had to be taken along. He spent a small fortune on spare parts, £40 for an extra chassis, and engaged Brassac, a French mechanic, to accompany him. The party sailed from Marseille on January 7th. "Hope all will be well with me and my machine," is the final entry in the diary. During the voyage of 29 days, all was decidedly not well with Houdini. He was seasick virtually all the time, except during the brief interval of passing through the Suez Canal, or while the vessel was calling at various ports. As his wife was fond of dancing, he struggled into his evening clothes each night and made a pretense of seeking enjoyment. He had virtually no use for the clothes for dining, for he had only 14 meals during the entire trip. When the boat reached Adelaide, he had lost 25 pounds. On his second day ashore, he consumed 6 hearty meals and began to feel like a human being again. For the first time, however, newspapermen noted that his hair was sprinkled with gray. He opened an 8-week engagement at Melbourne on February 7th and made a huge hit from the start. The first week's receipts were £1,333. Press notices about the performer were columns long and almost lyrical with enthusiasm. A few of Houdini's spectacular water jumps contributed to the interest. One of his jumps in the Yarrow apparently disturbed a corpse. Shortly after Houdini vanished in the muddy water, the corpse floated to the surface. The big crowd of watchers did not know at first whether or not this lifeless body was Houdini. A minute later, Houdini came to the surface, a few feet from the corpse. When he discovered his gruesome neighbor, he was so startled that he could not swim away. His attendants speedily hauled him into a boat. All Houdini's spare time was spent with the airplane. At Digger's Rest, 20 miles from Melbourne, he found a suitable field. He had to deposit £154 with the customs authorities to bring in his plane, and he paid £60 for a tent to be used as a hangar. A Wright plane, imported by an Australian, was already installed on the field, its owner awaiting favorable weather for a flight. The two flying machines were the first ever seen in Australia, and there was intense interest to see which aviator would make the first successful flight. By February 24th, the Voisin plane was assembled, but for a time the motor refused to work properly. Each morning at 5 o'clock, Houdini motored out to the flying field, and he remained there until it was time to dash back to the matinee. After his motor began to work properly, a period of gusty weather set in, which made flying impossible. Planes were delicate birds in those days, and only highly skilled aviators dared venture from the earth save under a windless sky. By March 1st, the Wright flyer, in desperation, tried a flight. His plane rose 12 feet and was hurled to the ground. That was the end of the rival machine. Each day, an expectant crowd assembled at the field, and Houdini insisted on playing host to everyone. His wife and her attendants were kept busy all day at the field, distributing from hampers food which they had cooked the day before, and washing an endless succession of dishes. After a time, Houdini began driving out to the field at night and sleeping in the hangar with the plane. At the first streak of dawn, he and the faithful Brissac would be out taking an anxious survey of the weather. 3 weeks elapsed, however, before Brissac would permit Houdini to try his luck. That was March 18th, and he made 3 flights, one of 6 minutes and 37 seconds. A huge crowd cheered and wept and cheered again. "Never in any fear and never in any danger," reads the diary. It is a wonderful thing. The Australians hailed it as marvelous. During the next few days, apparently everyone who had not seen Houdini on the flying field attempted to get a glimpse of him at the theater. A hastily formed aviation society raised a round sum to present a trophy to him as the first successful aviator in Australia. 2 days later, in order not to disappoint a pâté photographer, Houdini flew 2.5 minutes in a gusty wind, much to Brissac's dismay, while the man took pictures. Blown about like a piece of paper on a windy day, made a landing safe and sound. He opened at Sydney March 28th. After a day spent visiting the grave of W.H. Davenport, the old-time spiritualist, and arranging to have it renovated, he devoted himself to the aeroplane with renewed ardor. A new flying field was secured, and sometimes Houdini would get up as early as 2 a.m. to go out to his pet. He had been taking lessons in driving a motor car, too, but though he flew the plane alone, he was too absent-minded to drive the car without a chauffeur at his elbow. He made 4 flights at Sydney, one of them in a gale of wind. When his engagement closed at the beginning of May, he was a wreck for lack of sleep. It is time I had the biplane packed, or it would have given me nervous prostration, he confides to his diary. Have not had much sleep for 2 months, and now I seem to have lost the habit. He took the biplane with him when he sailed for Vancouver, May 11th, but he never flew again. In the autumn, he tried to sell it, but without success. The cost of this brief hobby must have been rather high, including carting a skilled mechanic halfway around the world. All in all, Houdini had flown about 20 times, spending possibly an hour in the air. Incidentally, he never drove a motor car again. He could fly because flying absorbed him, but driving a motor car was such a prosaic thing that he could not keep his mind on it. He would notice a poster or a peculiar-looking ash can or an old graveyard or a street fight, anything that enlisted his interest, and go careening ahead, oblivious of the car and the traffic. No one, save a paid chauffeur, dared drive in the same car with him. The trip to Vancouver, British Columbia, was smoother and easier than the voyage out to Australia. Houdini was sick only part of the time. He was able to give a show on board, and several times he took part in sports. On one occasion, the diary states that he won 3 first prizes. Skipped the rope 439 times. When the vessel touched at Suva in the Fiji Islands, the passengers were greatly interested in the native swimmers who would dive in the shark-infested waters for coins and bring them up in their mouths. Houdini at once saw through the simple trick. The divers really caught the coins in their hands, he said, and placed them in the mouth before coming up to the surface. Some of the passengers disputed this, and to settle the matter, Houdini suggested that he and the best native swimmer be handcuffed and dive after separate coins. He made a wager that the native would not stand the test successfully. The captain quickly interposed. The sharks, he declared, would not touch the dusky natives, but Houdini would be in great danger. The man-eaters, it appeared, preferred blondes. Houdini insisted on the trial, but all the islanders refused to be handcuffed. Finally, one consented to have his hands tied with a bit of rope. This was done. Houdini had his hands manacled behind him, and the 2 coins were tossed overboard. The native was over after his coin in a flash, before Houdini was even set for his spring. A full minute passed after the men vanished in the water. Then the native came up, gasping for breath, with his hands still tied and no coin in his mouth. 15 seconds later, Houdini popped into view, feet first. He was still manacled, but both coins were in his mouth. Later, he explained his secret to the passengers. I tricked you just as the natives do, he said. It is virtually impossible to catch in the mouth a coin falling through the water. As soon as I dived, I released one hand and easily seized my coin. Then I followed the native, who was vainly trying to catch his coin with his mouth. When he finally gave up and started toward the surface, I grabbed his coin also. By that time, I was down so deep that I feared my eardrums would burst from the pressure, so I started up hastily, feet first, without trying to reverse my position. As I neared the surface, I placed the coins in my mouth and snapped the handcuff on again. Houdini was back home in time for his mother's 69th birthday in mid-July. During the summer, he made 2 pilgrimages, one to visit Ira E. Davenport, the spiritualist, at his home in Chautauqua County, New York, the other out to Wisconsin to see the Flitcrofts. Davenport was an old man, dying of cancer of the throat. The Flitcrofts, too, he found infirm with age, and Mr. Flitcroft was losing his sight. Houdini sailed on the Mauretania August 10th to resume his tour in England. The trip was unusually smooth, and Houdini was not ill all the time. For the 3rd day out, the diary has this entry. Had concert at 8:30 p.m. I did 35 minutes of magic. Had my pants pressed. Cost 50 cents. For the next 9 months, Houdini moved from city to city in England. He was already almost an institution in that country, and he easily repeated his earlier successes. To Britons with a mechanical twist, Houdini had now become a standing challenge. They were constantly coming forward with new devices of restraint to be tested against him. He took them all on and beat them, but seemingly he could not allay their delight in the game or their optimism about catching him in the next test. Most of his feats of escape were now performed in full view of the audiences, and naturally that helped the sport. Only when he was boarded up in a chest or cask did he have the encasement moved out of sight behind the curtains of his ghost cabinet, and he arranged his concealment in such a way that spectators were assured he had no hidden confederates. In fact, never in any of his escapes did Houdini employ confederates. At Chatham, on the town square, he was strapped and chained to a cannon, to which a 15-minute time fuse was attached. He wriggled free in 6 minutes and drew the fuse. The public authorities, as well as most of the spectators, were greatly concerned over the destructive possibilities of this test. But as it was later discovered that the challenger had put no charge in the cannon, there was no real danger. At Shepherd's Bush, he was coopered in a rum punch barrel, empty, and he was out in 40 seconds, leaving the barrel intact. At Liverpool, a crew of tarpaulin makers tied him in a sea bag of heavy sailcloth, which had been treated with oil and tar. At Harlesden, an ingenious contractor appeared with a novel plan to hold Houdini. First, he laced together 3 stout building ladders to form a tripod. Houdini's neck was roped and tied to the top rungs. His feet were secured to the floor by an iron staple. His elbows were bent over an iron bar fastened behind his back, and his wrists drawn forward over the bar and handcuffed. Houdini got himself out in less time than it had taken to lash and lock him in this complicated apparatus. At Leeds, for the first time in his career, Houdini had to call for help. He had accepted the challenge of a Yorkshire brewer to escape from the water can filled with ale. Houdini was a teetotaler, and the fumes of the ale in the closed can soon stupefied him. By sheer willpower, he managed to get part way out of the can, but was slipping back when he attracted the attention of one of his assistants, who entered the cabinet and hauled him out. The audience never knew how near the performer had come to drowning. By this time, Houdini had developed a high sense of professional responsibility. In his diary and in occasional public actions can be found intimations of the spirit which during the last years of his life inspired him to devote most of his time to crusades against fraud and sham, particularly as they involved his own calling. For some time, a rather sharp practice had been growing among British managers. In order to save salaries, they would leave off one or more of their top-line performers at matinees, even though the acts were billed to appear. The performers, of course, got no money for these non-appearances, while the audiences generally inferred that the players were too lazy or proud to do their turn for an afternoon house. The Variety Artists Federation took a case into court to test the right of the managers to omit a player from afternoon performances, but the judgment was in favor of the managers. After that, apparently, the abuse was permitted to go on by default. Houdini decided to tackle it single-handed. While playing at the Holborn Empire, London, his opportunity came. On Wednesday evening, he received word from the manager that his services were not required for the Thursday matinee. Houdini replied in writing that he agreed to that arrangement. On Thursday, however, at matinee time, he observed that his name still topped the bills in front of the hall. Houdini then sought out the manager and told him that since no notice had been given to the public that he was not to appear, he ought to be allowed to perform. The manager refused the request. Between two acts of the afternoon performance, Houdini stepped in front of the curtain, stopped the orchestra, and in a brief speech explained the situation. He added that in his opinion, patrons who had come particularly to see him were entitled, under the circumstances, to request that their money be returned. A little later, the manager appeared on the stage and attempted to explain away Houdini's argument, but the audience booed him heartily. Moreover, at the conclusion of the show, the whole audience refused to leave until the management distributed tickets good for another performance during the week. Thereafter, Houdini was never again requested to omit a matinee. Moreover, his position was such that the resultant publicity dealt virtually a death blow to the practice, and managers who subsequently attempted to cut off a few acts from their shows as advertised discovered that their audiences would no longer submit quietly to such curtailments. Houdini's demonstration was a triumph, if not for law and order, at least for fair play, and it endeared him to his fellow players. Shortly before the conclusion of his tour, Houdini was saddened by the tragic death of his friendly rival Lafayette, who lost his life in a fire that consumed the Empire Theatre in Edinburgh. Lafayette was a highly successful performer, chiefly because of his wonderful showmanship, for he was neither a great illusionist nor a great conjurer. He and Houdini were old friends. Houdini had given Lafayette, some years before, a black mongrel dog called Beauty, which became Lafayette's constant companion. The magician had a special bathroom built in his home for Beauty, and the dog, seated on a satin cushion, had all its meals served by a uniformed waiter who brought them in, course by course. When the dog died in May 1911, Lafayette was inconsolable. He had the body embalmed, and when the authorities in Edinburgh refused permission to bury the dog in the cemetery, he bought a special vault for himself in order to place the dog there. Before this could be done, came the fire in the theatre. Lafayette had not intended to appear that night, but he finally consented on the urgent appeal of Charles Fountain, the manager. The fire was one of those quick backstage affairs, more frequent in the sort of construction in vogue 20 years ago than they are today. Fountain subsequently told Houdini that he and Lafayette stood alone on the stage as Fountain pulled the handle to lower the fire curtain. Above them, the flies were a raging furnace. "Come on, let's get out," cried Fountain as the heavy curtain came down, and before it reached the floor, he ducked in front of it. Lafayette refused to follow. His body was recovered and cremated, as he had requested, and his ashes placed between the paws of Beauty. Houdini, in his usual large fashion, sent to Edinburgh a huge piece composed of thousands of flowers, modeled to represent the head and throat of Lafayette's canine companion. End of Chapter 15. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 16 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Houdini enlarged his repertoire during the season of 1911 to 12, touring American cities in the East. He carried 2,000 pounds of baggage on the trip. Since on the stage he relied largely on the straitjacket, the can escape, and challenges, the huge weight of impedimenta seemed excessive. No inconsiderable part of it consisted of reference volumes and manuscripts. He was already planning 2 new books and carried a formidable library about the country with him. His wife persistently tried to reduce the volume of baggage, but always in vain. During his engagement in Boston in the autumn, Houdini was attracted by newspaper accounts of a strange sea monster, a sort of crossbreed of whale and octopus, that had been brought ashore by some Cape Cod fishermen. He arranged to enter the body of the beast, handcuffed, and to be sewed within this strange prison with the idea of escaping while the monster was submerged. Preparatory to this Jonah-like performance, the carcass was sterilized with chemicals, but after Houdini had been lowered into the water in this dark, meaty dungeon, a rush of acrid fumes made him sick and dizzy. Choking and in a panic, he tried to kick his way out of the beast. His exertion caused the huge carcass to roll over, and he narrowly escaped being crushed to death. Fortunately, the change of position led his assistants to believe that he was giving signals of distress, and they started to haul up the carcass. By that time, Houdini recovered his presence of mind, got free of his shackles, and slipped out of the submarine prison before it reached the surface, leaving no trace of his egress. 2 nights later, on the stage, he permitted hospital attendants to bind him on a cot with sheets and bandages until he looked like a mummy, and then pour a dozen buckets of water over the clothes. Though this wet sheet escape was physically his most difficult feat, he had learned to dramatize it only after years of effort. The audience never knows whether the stunt is hard or easy, he once wrote in his diary, after he had wrenched every muscle of his body in struggling out of a tangle of soaked sheets to be greeted with only mild applause. Now, with a few additions to his patter, a few deft touches of showmanship, he made the crowds rise to his skill as he struggled with the clinging bonds. Thereafter, at intervals, he added the feat to his programs. Though he was only 37, there were signs that his overstrenuous daily routine was already beginning to take its toll. While playing in Europe early in 1911, he was compelled to undergo a minor operation for an abscess that had developed on his body from his daily struggles to escape from straitjackets. In October, while playing in Detroit, he was troubled with sharp pains in the groin and began passing blood. He continued his tour, however. 3 weeks later, in Pittsburgh, his condition became so much worse that he was persuaded to consult a physician. Dr. Holy of Mercy Hospital informed Houdini that he had ruptured a blood vessel in one of his kidneys. He bluntly told his patient that he must take a complete rest for several months and thereafter must abandon entirely the straitjacket escapes, wet sheet tests, and all other stunts involving bodily strain. It is my duty to inform you that by continuing your present regimen, you would be committing suicide, said the physician. You must reconcile yourself to the fact that your strenuous days are over. Houdini laughed at him. How long do you give me? He asked. If you continue as at present, you will be dead within a year, replied the doctor. You don't know me, Houdini shot back. He said nothing to his wife or his mother. They were both with him in Pittsburgh about the doctor's grave warning. He did not even confide it to his diary. When his mother insisted that he was badly hurt, he lied to her blithely. In great pain, he rounded out his 3 remaining days of performing in Pittsburgh, and then, having canceled his engagements for the next fortnight, went home to New York to rest. For the 2 weeks he lay on a couch in his library, directing the sorting over of the latest additions to his collections. This was his brief concession to the sentence of death. On the first Monday in December, he was back at work at Keith's Theater, Columbus, Ohio. On the first night, he escaped from a packing case, from a rotary lock mail pouch, and from a cask filled with beer provided by a local brewer. As the week wore on, he suffered great discomfort. Think I started work too soon, reads the diary. Wish I had laid off another week. Nonetheless, he went right on escaping from ingenious restraints day after day. Early in 1912, he tore a ligament in his side in the course of a wet sheet test, and thereafter, for a period, continued his performances in much pain and distress. The injured kidney did not heal for some years, probably because he never gave it a real opportunity, and frequently he complains in his diary of having pain from it. Thereafter, he always slept with a pillow under his side to protect his kidney region from pressure. He also wore a black silk bandage over his eyes, as the least ray of light would awaken him. Houdini kept the Pittsburgh physician in mind, and at the end of a year sent him some photographs showing his current escapes from straitjackets and the like, with the cheerful message, "Still alive and going strong." For 15 years, in fact, Dr. Holy continued to receive occasional mementos of the strenuous pursuits of the man he had sentenced to rest on penalty of death in the year of 1911. Meanwhile, in the spring of 1912, Houdini was preparing even more difficult feats, of which he saved the principal one for New York during a long engagement at Hammerstein's roof in July and August 1912. In New York, Houdini could always fill a theater, but the newspapers still refused to accept him as wholeheartedly as did those of other American cities and most European capitals. They still treated his spectacular stunts with cynicism and reserve. When Houdini announced early in July that he would try to escape from a packing box weighted and tossed into the harbor from an East River pier, the papers noted his défi warily. They did, however, send reporters to cover the story. They found Houdini with a stout-looking packing box weighted with 200 pounds of lead and with an assortment of regulation handcuffs and leg irons in which the performer invited the newspapermen to fasten his wrists and legs before he was nailed in the case. They also discovered a squad of policemen who informed Houdini that no one was permitted to commit suicide from a pier, and he must gather up his box and his cuffs and clear out. Houdini then hailed a tug and, inviting all the newspaper and cameramen aboard, steamed out into the harbor, much to the disappointment of the general public assembled along the waterfront. One persistent newsboy dived off the pier and struck out after the tug. He was hauled aboard and permitted to stay. The skeptical reporters presently found themselves, against their better judgment, taking the affair seriously. They were enlisted to put the irons on Houdini. Then he insisted that they superintend the nailing up of the box. After the cover was hammered down, a steel band was fastened about the box for good measure. Then it was roped and allowed to slide down a chute into the waters of the bay, where it floated almost wholly submerged at the end of 100 feet of line. At the end of 57 seconds, there was a splash beside the box, and Houdini bobbed into view. He swam to the tug, and the box was hauled in after him. It was intact. The nails and the steel bands were still in place. The cover was then pried off, and there at the bottom lay the handcuffs and leg irons. Their locks had been sprung open, and they were in good working order. That was news, even in New York, and thereafter the press of the metropolis took Houdini seriously. A fortnight later, when the manager of a skyscraper, then in construction, had Houdini roped hand and foot on a narrow scantling 20 stories above the street, and Houdini wriggled out of a maze of clove hitches, Flemish loops, and hangman's knots on that dizzy perch, the feat received respectful attention from the newspapers. One incident of Houdini's long run at Hammerstein's escaped the attention of the press at the time. Houdini's weekly salary was $1,000, the best money he had made up to that time in the United States. At the end of his first week, he asked that the sum be paid him in gold. William Hammerstein, after some chafing, acceded to the odd request, and Houdini departed with a heavy bag of coins. He drove straight home with it and dashed into his mother's room. Mother, do you remember the promise I made Father years ago, that I would always look after you?" he cried. "Look what I am able to bring you now. Hold out your apron." With that, he poured the gold in a glittering stream into her lap. Houdini always described this incident as the greatest thrill of his life. Probably he did not exaggerate. It was both good sentiment and good acting, and Houdini reveled in both. He clinched the conquest of New York a year later, when he came all the way from Bucharest to open Hammerstein's roof garden for a second season. The famous convict ship, Success, dating from the 18th century, which had been raised from the bottom of Sydney Harbor and was making a tour around the world, happened to be in New York at this time. All New York was flocking to view this gruesome relic. Of course, Mr. Hammerstein's press agent suggested to the captain that he challenge Houdini to escape from one of the ancient teak wood cells with their doors 6 inches thick, and as a result, the captain and Houdini exchanged some alluring defiances by radio while Houdini was still on the ocean. The log of the old vessel, according to the captain, showed that she had never lost a prisoner. In New York Harbor, not many minutes after the captain had chained Houdini to ring bolts in a cell below the waterline, this record was broken. Houdini got out, dived through an upper porthole, and swam about until he was picked up. The massive door was left locked behind him. At the roof garden, Houdini treated his audiences to an improved version of his water can trick, which he had been perfecting in Europe. 2 imitators had appeared, one in Europe and one in Australia, and as early as 1910, Houdini determined to devise a trick which no one would have the temerity or the natural agility to undertake after him. He had drawn up plan after plan and practiced incessantly. Now, after 3 years of work, the thing was done. It looked simple enough. The can, filled with water, was placed in an iron-bound wooden chest, and into this doubly sealed prison Houdini was lowered, head downward, his ankles encased in a thick board, like a man in the stocks. The lid was then clamped down and fastened with padlocks, which any member of the audience was permitted to furnish if he suspected Houdini's locks. The trick was spectacularly effective and offered little encouragement to the kind of performers who live by cleverly picking up the devices of others. Several years more were to elapse before the trick finally evolved into Houdini's water torture cell, in which the walls were of glass, so that the spectators could watch every stage of the incarceration and see the performer hanging head downward in the water. The engagement at Hammerstein's lasted only 2 weeks. Then came a brief 3 weeks of vacation. He sailed on the Kronprinzessin Cecily July 8 to continue his European engagements. He was booked to open at Copenhagen in 10 days. Persons at the pier beheld a curious sight. They saw Houdini clinging to a little old woman in black silk, embracing and kissing her, saying goodbye and going up the gangplank, only to return to embrace her again. Erik, vielleicht wenn du zurückkommst bin ich nicht hier. Perhaps when you come back, I shall not be here, his mother remarked as they reached the pier together. She was 72 and no longer felt any certainty about time. Houdini apparently could not leave off reassuring her and showing his affection for her. Finally, she had to order him to go. Houdini, turning to the bystanders, said, "Look, my mother drives me away from her." "No, no," protested his mother, "but you must leave now. Go quickly and come back safe to me." He was the last person aboard, leaping up the gangplank just before it was drawn up. The last he saw of his mother, she had caught one of the paper streamers he had thrown, and he was leaning far over the rail, holding the other end. They cabled to him at Hamburg that his mother had suffered a paralytic stroke and was not expected to live, but he had already moved on to Copenhagen, and the message did not catch up with him for several days. It was handed to him by one of his assistants as he entered the theater. He immediately returned to his hotel like a man in a trance. His wife found him incapable of thought or action. She hastily packed some of their clothing, and they took a train back to Germany, leaving Houdini's first broken contract behind him. In Denmark, breach of contract is a criminal offense. The police arrested one of Houdini's assistants, whom they took for the performer, and this retainer stayed in jail until explanations could be made. Meanwhile, the Houdinis managed to catch for the return trip the same vessel on which they had sailed from the States, but Mother Weiss died before they sailed. The Diary. July 29. Arrived back in America. We land and go right up to house, walk into parlor, where our beloved mother is sleeping in her last bed. Mother always said, "Gibt's nicht nur Mann und Frau." Nothing matters but man and wife. And at last she is resting with the one who loved her best of all. July 30. This day, Cecilia Weiss, geboren Steiner, my darling mother, was laid to rest alongside of her husband and my father. As we stood on the deck, July 8, Mother asked me to bring back a pair of the warm woolen house slippers, and she said, "Nicht vergess Nummer 6." In Bremen, I bought the slippers on our return journey, and they were placed with her when she was laid to rest. Thereafter, for a month, for the first time in nearly 30 years, his work was completely forgotten. He made almost daily visits to the graveyard. His whole existence seemed to center round that fresh mound of earth. It was the end of August before he could be persuaded to sail to resume his work in Europe. The Diary. September 15th. Getting my sainted mother's letters ready to have transcribed so I can put them in book form. September 16th. Opened at Apollo Theater, Nuremberg. Did Needle's Act as opening and closed with Torture Cell. Act works beautifully. Had a terrible spell after show on account of my darling mother. September 23rd. Am having darling mother's letters written in good German on typewriter so that I can read them easily. Many a bitter tear I am shedding. In the entire lot of letters, which I have saved since 1900, each is a love story, a prayer to God to protect her children, a plea that we should be good human beings. For many months, Houdini was moody and distracted. For the first time in his life, he seemed to lose interest in his work and also in his manifold collections and his professional contacts. He neglected his diary, and his notes for the remainder of 1913 are scattered and sketchy, with an undercurrent of morbid preoccupation. He spent considerable time composing encomiums of his mother. Some of these he had printed, so that he could send copies to his friends. He composed them in the intervals of his work and of attending to several annoying lawsuits he was conducting against the German police, who insisted on arresting him for jumping manacled into their rivers. This mother, he wrote, to whom eternity means no more than a fleeting, forgotten second of time when working or watching for her children, you must cherish while she is with you, so that, when the pitiless reaper brings from the Almighty the mandate recalling mother, you may receive from your ever-present conscience the consolation coming from the knowledge that you tried to smooth, tried to remove the briars from the path which she trod through this mortal valley of the shadow of death. The poet who wrote, "God himself could not be everywhere, so he made mothers," gives poetic utterance to my own sentiment. On November 1st, opening at the Alhambra Theater, Paris, for a month, he writes in the diary, "Am doing needle trick and USD, upside down, his own term for the can trick. Doing very big. Am very melancholy." During the whole month, he met only a single challenge, a most unusual thing for him. By November 29th, the diary states, "Am feeling a bit better, but July 17 is always in my mind." During most of December he rested, and for a time he took his wife to Monte Carlo. After his arrival, he went to the gaming tables, expecting that it would divert him to lose some money. On his first visit, he won 500 francs. On the second, 1,500. The experience bored him. Apparently, the only place that really interested him in Monte Carlo was the suicides graveyard, to which he paid several visits. It is the only place described in detail in the diary during this period. The entry for Sunday, December 8th, contains the following. Dismal day. Visited graveyard where all suicides are buried. Persons who had lost their money and then committed suicide. A terrible feeling pervades the first time one sees the graves and thinks of the human beings who finished their lives in this manner. More suicides in winter than in summer. Casino now pays return fares to losers, makes them sign papers, etc., and even ships bodies to their hometowns to keep things quiet. When a body is found, money is stuffed in the pockets to cause the belief that money affairs did not cause the deed. Suicides are buried for 7 years, then dug up, placed in boxes, and saved in this manner for future reference in case relatives wish to take bodies away. Saw grave of man and wife who committed suicide together. For many months thereafter, lamentations about his mother's death bob up at intervals in the diary. Typical is the entry of November 22, 1914. Arrived from Boston, 7 a.m. After dinner, I go alone to Cypress Hills and visit the family plot. Bleak and windy. It is 16 months and 5 days since Mother went to sleep. I certainly feel lonely. For the rest of his life, whenever he left New York on a tour, his last act was to visit his mother's grave. He would lie there face downward and tell her of all his plans, as if she could really hear him. When he returned from the tour, he would usually have himself driven from the station to the cemetery and repeat his tender confidences, relating the details of his trip. On the anniversaries of his mother's death and of her birthday, if he were in New York, he would usually visit the grave, not infrequently at midnight or at daybreak. A typical birthday anniversary in the diary reads, "Square wreath with 72 lilies for my beloved mother's resting place. I will get up early tomorrow to take them out." The word mother in the diary is almost invariably printed in capitals. During the last 10 years of the diary, references to Houdini's mother are less frequent. In the last year, 1925 was the last for which a diary could be found. On the anniversary of his mother's death, Houdini pasted in the page a copy of Masefield's poem to his mother. "In the dark womb where I began, my mother's life made me a man. Through all the months of human birth, her beauty fed my common earth. I cannot see, nor breathe, nor stir, but through the death of some of her." According to Mrs. Houdini, her husband was never quite the same after his mother's death. Something of the youthful quality went out of him, something of his earlier joyousness. It had been no absentee admiration that he gave his mother. She was his most intimate friend. Her passing left a gap in his life that gave him an acute sense of loss to the end. For a long period, covering several years, he would find himself at intervals standing on the edge of a void across which his mother had vanished into the darkness. His frequent visits to her grave and his long outpourings there were a sort of groping after her. From his early years, he had an almost morbid curiosity about what he liked to call the great mystery, and he was always making pacts with friends whereby, if one of them died, he was to attempt to communicate with the other. He had such a pact with Lafayette, one with John Sargent, his associate and librarian, one with his wife. He attempted seriously over a period of years, by every means that offered, to pierce the veil and get into communication with his mother. His impulsion The nature of his attempts, their failure, and his subsequent disillusionment transformed him in his later years into a stern crusader against quackery and fraud. Houdini's adult life is divided into two periods. His mother's death marks the cleavage. End of Chapter 16. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts. Chapter 17 of Houdini, His Life Story, by Harold Kellock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. At the beginning of 1914, Houdini was touring England and Scotland, somewhat recovered in spirits. He presided before a distinguished company at the first annual dinner of the Magicians' Club of London, which he had founded with Will Goldston the year before. Houdini was the center of the event, and he enjoyed it. Among the guests was Horatio Bottomley, editor of John Bull, who declared that he would not leave the hall until he had learned Houdini's secrets, as he might need them to escape from jail some day. Mr. Bottomley spoke in jest, but he proved a true prophet. After a career of windy jingoism during the war, he was convicted and sentenced to 5 years in jail for misappropriating funds. Houdini's diary of April 14th, 1914, dated in Edinburgh, notes, "I am 40 years of age today. Alas, my darling mother not here with us to wish me birthday greetings." He was doing his burned turban trick, the needles, and the torture cell. A week after his birthday, he shifted to an entirely new show consisting of magic and illusions, which he called the Magical Review. For the first time in his career, his program resembled those of the orthodox conjurers and illusionists. Some of his effects were entitled The Crystal Casket, Goodbye Winter, The Rain of Gold, Arrival of Summer, Calico Conjuring, Metamorphosis. Houdini loved magic, and he found the review a pleasant and easy interlude between his more strenuous stunts. He took great pride in the fact that his wife worked with him on the stage in the review, after several years during which she had been merely a helper and advisor. Bess working as though she had never retired, reads a note in the diary early in the spring. A few weeks later comes this entry: "Best show I ever presented. Bess works magnificently." The latter part of June found him sailing for home on the Imperator, with former President Roosevelt as a fellow passenger. Though neither knew it, it was Roosevelt's last visit to Europe, and it was to be Houdini's last trip until 1920. In a sense, during the interim, the world was to be remodeled by the sword. Theodore Roosevelt and Houdini had many qualities in common. Both were daring, impetuous, strenuous characters. Both were temperate livers and home lovers. Both were consummate showmen. They struck up a friendship on board, and they enjoyed taking their morning exercises together, if Houdini was well enough to appear at all. One morning, while Houdini was walking with Roosevelt, one of the ship's officers asked if he would give a performance at the concert the next night. "Go ahead, Houdini," Roosevelt exclaimed eagerly. "Give us a little seance." They had been talking about spiritualism. In the evening, Houdini began with some card sleights, in which Roosevelt was allowed to select the cards. "I was amazed," said Houdini, "at the way he watched every one of the misdirection moves as I manipulated the cards. It was difficult to baffle him." Then came the slate writing by spirits. This is a standby of the mediums. The spectator writes a question, which he conceals from the operator on a slip of paper. The paper is enclosed between two blank slates tied together, between which a stub of pencil is usually inserted, on which the spirits may write. Roosevelt took great pains to see that Houdini had no opportunity to read his question. With his back turned to the conjurer, he wrote, "Where was I last Christmas?" He folded his paper carefully, sealed it in an envelope, and placed it between the slates himself. When they were subsequently opened, one slate revealed a map of the South American wilderness explored by Colonel Roosevelt the previous year, including the country of the River of Doubt, with a pointing arrow to which was affixed the legend, "Near the Andes." Roosevelt's whole itinerary, which had not been published up to that time, was outlined on the map. The slate bore the signature of W.T. Stead, the English editor and ardent spiritualist who had been lost on the Titanic in 1912. As Roosevelt had spent the previous Christmas in exactly the location named, he was astounded at the result obtained. In the morning, as soon as he saw Houdini, he exclaimed, "How did you do it last night? Was that real spiritualism?" Houdini grinned. "It was just hocus pocus," he replied, but he would give no further explanation. As a matter of fact, the trick was partly the result of clever preparation, partly a lucky coincidence. In one of the autobiographical fragments Houdini left behind, he gave a complete elucidation. Here is his story. When I went to the Hamburg American Steamship Company to get my tickets, the man at the desk whispered in my ear, "Teddy Roosevelt is on the boat, but don't tell anyone." As I walked out, I began to think what I could do with the information. I always give extemporaneous or impromptu performances on shipboard, and in fact, I sometimes prepare 2 weeks ahead for an impromptu show. The London Telegraph was beginning to publish the Colonel's story of his trip in South America. I jumped into a taxi and went to the telegraph office to see what I could pick up. Some of my editorial friends came forward with various inside information, and I obtained a map of the trip as yet unpublished. Then I prepared my slates and was ready for the séance. I found it easy to work the Colonel into a state of mind so that the suggestion of the séance would come from him. On the night of the séance, I asked the passengers generally to write questions. Then one question was to be selected by someone from half a dozen placed in a hat. I had secretly prepared half a dozen of my own, and of course I intended to see that only my envelopes went into the hat. They all contained the same question. Where was I last Christmas? That was the question I wanted to answer for the Colonel, and by a strange coincidence, he asked exactly that question. I suppose I tried to suggest it by hints of indirection, but there was no telepathy or thought transference involved. Here is how I got his message. The morning of the séance, I noticed 2 books on a table in the saloon. I took them into my stateroom, and with a razor blade I cut alongside the edges of the cover of each and lifted up the outer cloth binding. Below this, I inserted a sheet of white paper, and on top of this, a carbon sheet. Then I carefully glued the cloth binding on the cover, as it had been. I then replaced the books in the saloon. At the séance, I handed the Colonel a pencil and a piece of paper to write his question. As he started to write, with the paper in the palm of his hand, I exclaimed, "I beg your pardon, Colonel," and reached over and handed him one of the prepared books to rest his paper on. Victor Herbert, who was standing near, said, "Turn around. Don't let him see it. He will read the question by the movements of the top of the pencil." The Colonel then faced abruptly away from me and scribbled his question in such a position that I could not see him do it. Of course, that made no difference to me. After he had sealed the question in an envelope, I reached over and took the book from him, apparently to replace it on the table. As I did so, with my back to the audience, I tore the cover and peeped at the question. By a lucky chance, it proved to be exactly the question I had prepared for. Knowing what was in the Colonel's envelope, I did not have to resort to sleight of hand, but boldly asked him to place his question between the slates himself, as I held them in the air. While I pretended to show all 4 faces of the 2 slates, by manipulation I showed only 3. My message from W.T. Stead was already on one slate, as I tied the 2 of them face together. The Stead signature was copied from that on a number of his letters, which I had picked up in London. It can be readily seen why the colonel was willing to believe that I possessed the power of drawing communications from spirits, whereas I was simply resorting to a material experiment in which, as it turned out, blind chance played a large part. The story of Houdini's astounding demonstration was, of course, sent by radio to the news associations and gave him a flying start when he opened his third successive season on Hammerstein's roof in New York on July 9th. By this time, the metropolis had taken him to its bosom, and he was welcomed as a favorite son. He repaid the welcome in good measure. Again, he had himself flung into the harbor, securely handcuffed and nailed in a packing box. A few days later, he repeated the stunt, with the variation of having himself sewed into a linen bag instead of being handcuffed, before he was nailed in the chest. He escaped underwater, leaving both bag and chest intact. Shortly afterward, he repeated his handcuff and box escape in the ocean off Sandy Hook. Each night, in addition, he performed the same underwater stunt in the big tank at the roof garden. He had also brought to New York an entirely new trick which won instant admiration. This was his stunt of walking through a brick wall. The night before his opening at Hammerstein's, he was working at the theater until 4 a.m. to perfect his arrangements for this novelty. The brick wall, about 10 feet high, was set on the stage from front to back. It was built on a steel beam resting on rollers, about 2 inches high at either end, so that the whole thing could be moved away easily after the act. Beneath the wall, stretching several feet across the stage on either side, were 2 seamless rugs. Houdini, with a long white smock over his clothes, in which he looked even more than usual like an evangelistic clergyman, took his position in the center on one side of the wall. A small screen was placed about him. A similar screen was placed on the opposite side of the wall. Houdini would wave his hands above the screen. "Here I am," he cried. The hands would vanish. "Now I'm going." Then, in a few seconds, "Now I'm on the other side." The screen, which had hidden Houdini, would be removed. He had vanished. Immediately, the screen on the opposite side would be taken away, revealing Houdini smiling his serene smile. New York was pretty thoroughly preoccupied at that time with certain startling developments in Europe, but it puzzled a bit over how Houdini got through that brick wall. Obviously, he could not have crawled under the steel girder at the bottom. A cat could hardly have squeezed under that. He could not have slipped around either end of the wall or over it without being observed by the audience, to say nothing of the members of the volunteer committee from the audience solemnly standing about the wall in a semicircle at every performance. Beneath Houdini was the seamless rug, thoroughly pulled and pounded and examined by the committee before the trick began. It was an unusually stout, substantial rug. Houdini could not have slipped through that, through some trick flap, down a trap door, and up the other side. Also, the wall itself was solid, made twice a day on the stage before the eyes of the audience, of real bricks and mortar, with no possibility of any sliding panel or secret door. In fact, on several occasions, challenging groups representing various bricklayers' unions were permitted to build the wall. Even such a veteran authority on magic as Dr. Sarum R. Ellison, who could usually see through the most elaborate magical hocus-pocus at a first sitting, admitted that he could not see through the trick of the wall. "It's beyond me," declared Dr. Ellison, and other magicians who saw the trick seemed equally at sea. Yet the explanation, like that of most tricks, was astoundingly simple. While he was mystifying and amusing New York, Houdini found time to attend a meeting of his old local of the Neckwear Cutters Union. It was his first visit in 22 years. "The best thing you ever did was to get out of the neckwear business," one of his old associates remarked. "The trade does not look so good to me," Houdini comments in the diary. "They are earning $24 a week." At that time, his weekly stipend was $1,200. To Houdini's former fellow craftsmen, doubtless, such an income seemed more of a miracle than slipping through a brick wall. End of Chapter 17. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts.